Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Luffy Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Luffy becomes Yonko's son? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A mild wind blew across the deck and Shanks sighed, feeling the lingering tension knotted in his shoulders unwind. Heavy footsteps approached from behind, coming to a pause at Shanks' left. We'll be at port soon. The smoke from Beckman's cigarette was a familiar smell, something Shanks always associated with his first mate. He grinned. I'm excited. Beckman snorted. We'll see how long that lasts now that we're in East Blue. I can't imagine that there's anything special here. That's the point of this trip, Shanks said, turning his grinning face toward Beckman. The boys deserve a vacation after the craziness of the Grand Line. We've been going non-stop for years now. Ain't that right, Chief? Lucky Roo said from Shanks' right. For a man his size, he was surprisingly stealthy. I bet we'll find some delicious food here. Though is there a reason we went straight for an island in the middle of East Blue? It might be a good base for us to explore the rest of East Blue if the island is hospitable, Shanks explained, feeling no remorse at his slight lie. After all, his men might revolt if they knew that he was taking them to Garp's home island on purpose. Even after all these years, Shanks still felt resentment toward the man who brought Roger to his execution. While petty, it delighted him to imagine the conniption Garp would have when he heard about the Red Hair Pirates' little vacation. Still, they would likely have to find a different island as a home base after Shanks satisfied his pettiness and curiosity. After all, like Beckman said, there was likely nothing special to be found here in East Blue. The Red Storm pulled into the port at a tiny village on the southern side of Dawn Island, opposite of the capital city of the Goa Kingdom. Approaching the noble-infested city directly would be a great way to get the Marines called on them immediately, ruining the point of this vacation. Their greeting party consisted of a short old man with glasses and a bucket hat frowning thunderously from the docks where a few barrels sat stacked to the side. A few stocky fishermen lingered in the background holding harpoons. Shanks refrained from smirking. It was likely that even against East Blue pirates this show of force would be worthless. Hello there, Shanks said, with a genial smile plastered on his face as he disembarked. He gestured for all the crew members except Beckman to stay on the ship. As he walked closer to the barrels he side-eyed the one closest to him, wondering if he should say anything but decided to let things play out. What are Grand Line pirates doing here? The old man demanded without acknowledging Shanks' greeting. Eyebrows raising in surprise, Shanks appraised the old man in front of him. You're surprisingly well informed for so far out in East Blue. The old man let out a humph, never taking his eyes off of Shanks. You didn't answer my question. We have little in the way of valuables here if you're looking for someplace to plunder. You'd find better luck on other islands. Da ha ha ha. Shanks laughed, throwing his head back. We're here on vacation. Just looking for a place to rest while we explore East Blue. We have no interest in plundering towns like this one. A likely story, the man said with disbelief etched into the creases of his face. It's true, Beckman interjected. We have all the treasure we need from the Grand Line. We're looking for drink and food that we'll buy honestly. When the man continued to appraise them in silence, Shanks spoke up again. Let us prove the value of our word. You'll find no trouble from us. Not that there was much they could do to stop them if the Red Hair Pirates had wanted to pillage this place. The old man seemed to come to a similar conclusion as he sighed in resignation. If you do have ill intentions, I have a direct line to the Marines that I'm not afraid to use. I would expect nothing less. They both knew that as Grand Line pirates nothing less than Grand Line Marines would pose a challenge and that such a threat was mainly empty. The Red Hair Pirates would be sailing away by the time any real reinforcements, including Garp, could show up. Now, that that's settled, what's the name of such a valiant protector of this town? Shanks said, easy smile still spread across his face. The name's Whoop Slap. I'm the mayor of Fusha, the man, Whoop Slap, grumbled. Don't make me regret my leniency. We would never. Shanks placed a hand over his heart, the very picture of sincerity. Just point us to the nearest bar and we'll all be happy as clams. The barrel closest to Shanks burst open with a pop as a young boy stood up inside of it, arms outstretched in a victory pose. I'll take you to Party's bar. The men watching the proceedings from the deck of the Red Storm all let out exclamations at the sight of the boy jumping out of the barrel, then cheered at hearing there was a bar in this village. Da ha ha ha. Shanks barely resisted slapping his knee at such an amusing entrance. Luffy. Whoop Slap stomped over to the boy and grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt, pulling him out of the barrel. What are you doing here? I told you to stay inside with Makino until I decided if it was safe to come out. But I wanted to see the pirates. Real pirates. The boy, Luffy, said without remorse. I was hidden real good. You didn't even know I was there. With that, Luffy stuck his tongue out at the mayor from where he still dangled in the air, hoisted up by the back of his shirt. Whoop Slap growled and shook the boy. Bright giggles flew through the air as Luffy found the action more fun than intimidating. I swear, one of these days you'll get into trouble you can't get out of. Hey! Let me take you to Party's bar. Luffy said to Shanks, ignoring Whoop Slap. Makino has super tasty food and juice. Dahahaha, we'll want something better than juice, Shanks replied. The boy's nose wrinkled. Well, there's nothing better than juice, but old people like Makino's rum a lot. Hey! Shanks cried out indignantly. Who are you calling old? You, didn't you hear me, old man? Luffy stuck a finger in his nose as he replied. Doesn't losing your hearing mean you're getting old? Beckman chuckled. He's got you there, Chief. Betrayal. By my own first mate. Shanks cried out dramatically. Oh, you're the first mate on a pirate ship? How cool. Luffy practically had stars in his eyes as he looked at Beckman. By this point, Whoop Slap had set Luffy on the docks but still kept a tight grip on the back of his shirt. I'm the captain of a pirate ship, isn't that cool? Shanks cajoled the boy. Luffy glanced at Shanks then back at Beckman and pointed at the smirking first mate. He looks cooler than you. Shanks fell to his knees in dismay. My confidence. Gone. In a single moment. Your ego was definitely overdue some deflating, Beckman said, smugness coating every word. Shanks was back on his feet in an instant. This calls for drinking. Luffy let out a cute little shishishi at Shanks' antics and he felt a little too triumphant at pleasing a small kid. I can take you there, I can take you there. Whoop Slap let go. Luffy said, squirming in his mayor's grip. The mayor looked consideringly at the pirates and back down at Luffy. We'll all go together. I'm not letting you out of my sight until I get you back to Makino. Luffy looked at Whoop Slap for a moment, face blank, before a wide smile broke through. Okay. I'll protect you, Whoop Slap. You brat. Dahahaha. This kid was a riot. Alright boys, come on down. Shanks yelled up at his crew. We're going to Party's bar. Loud cheers erupted from the men as they hurried to disembark. Come on, let's go. A small hand grabbed onto Shanks' sleeve and he allowed himself to be tugged by Luffy. Makino is the best, you'll see. Makino was indeed the best. The young green-haired bar owner was at first dismayed to see the crowds of pirates led there by Luffy and Whoop Slap, but a quiet word from the mayor had her calming down some if not entirely. In a conciliatory move, Shanks paid for the first round of drinks up front so that she knew she wouldn't be stiffed. The gesture seemed appreciated if the startled but genuine smile on Makino's face was any indication. But that wasn't what made Makino the best. No. The rum that she personally mixed and SPKED was some of the best he'd ever had. It wouldn't be out of place to say she probably had the best rum in all of East Blue. Saying as much to the bar owner brought a red flush to her face while the rest of his crew chimed in with their own praises. Shishishi, I told you Makino was the best. Luffy said proudly. While the mayor had taken a spot at the front of the bar, Luffy had whirled around to various crew members, charming them one by one with his enthusiasm. He had been in the midst of a staring contest with Monster when he broke his gaze to crow triumphantly about Makino. Monster let out a screech and Luffy gasped, turning back to the monkey. I lost. Monster let out a hooting laugh that even Luffy could interpret without Bonk Punch. Bonk Punch patted the boy on the head as he too let out a bellowing laugh. Shanks smiled contently at the scene in the bar. His crew was more happy and relaxed than he had seen them in months. Coming to East Blue was a good decision. Hey, old man. Luffy cried out, tugging on his sleeve. Do you have any stories? Stop calling me old man. My name is Shanks. He yelled, prompting more laughter from his crew. And why are you asking me if you think Beckman is cooler? He was not pouting. He wasn't. Because old men know all the best stories. I'm only 27. Well, I'm 6 and I'm a man now, so that must make you real old. If he's old, what does that make me? Whoop Slap asked from his seat at the bar, disgruntled. Luffy paused for a moment, thinking. Are you dead, Whoop Slap? Luffy asked, a look of concern on his face. You brat. Dahahaha. Shanks wiped a tear from his eye and grinned. This kid was hilarious. As it so happens, I do have a bunch of really cool stories, Shanks said to Luffy's visible excitement. Then he smiled slyly. And I'll tell them to you if you admit that I'm not old. Luffy's brows furrowed as he looked at Shanks and he nodded. Shanks was about ready to preen smugly when Luffy turned his head to the side, lips pursed like he was about to whistle. I don't think Shanks is old. It was the worst lying face Shanks had ever seen. Beckman spat out his cigarette with how hard he was laughing and Yasopp started banging his hand on the bar. Shanks gaped as Luffy turned back to face him, eagerness shining on his face. Now, will you tell me some cool stories? Shanks debated if he should push for a more sincere statement, but looking into Luffy's wide eyes, he felt his resolve waver. Fine, Shanks said with a huff before his grin returned. Let me tell you about the time we found a peach that gives you spots when you eat it. And so, Shanks proceeded to tell as many embarrassing stories about his crew, particularly Beckman, that he could that featured himself in a good light. It may have been petty, but Shanks was determined that Luffy would think he was the coolest by the end of the night. At the beginning, he had been forced to speak over his crew's objections to how they were being portrayed, but as they drank more and more there were fewer objections to Shanks' questionable stories. And that is how I saved Yasopp from becoming a sacrifice to a cult of tiger people. Wow! So cool! Luffy exclaimed before almost being pushed over by the force of his yawn. Luffy, don't you think it's time to go to bed? Makino said, where she was refilling yet another cup. Whoop Slap had long retired, seemingly content to leave his watchful post now that the red hair pirates were thoroughly drunk. But I want to hear more stories. Another yawn. How about I tell you some stories about the chief tomorrow if you go to bed? Beckman said, a sly smile on his face. Shanks just knew he would grow to regret telling Luffy about the time Beckman embarrassed himself in front of some pretty mermaids. Yawn. Ally? Sure thing, kid. All right. Luffy put his hands up in this air. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Luffy eagerly hopped off the chair, as if he would get to hear said stories quicker if he went to bed right away. Night, Luffy. Makino said with a gentle smile. Do you need me to walk you home? No. I'm a big kid now. I thought you were a man. Shanks teased, head leaning in his hand propped up on the bar. I am. Well, off you go then. Don't let the monsters get to you. Silly Shanks, I would just beat up any monsters. Ah, my bad. Bye. Luffy ran out of the bar to a chorus of drunken responses. The feeling in the air was similar to when a hurricane had just passed through, like a calm in the wake of a whirlwind. Thank you for indulging him, Makino said as she refilled Shanks' glass. This one is on me. Shanks toasted her, raising his glass before downing half of it. It's no problem. He's an entertaining kid. You don't have to worry about any of us hurting him. Makino's smile brightened. That's great to hear. Shanks knew it would take time, but soon enough Makino and the mayor would actually believe him when he said that. After about 2 weeks of non-stop partying intermingled with Luffy's bright presence, they decided to set sail to explore some nearby islands. But you'll be back, right? Luffy asked, looking up at Shanks with pleading eyes where he was hanging onto Shanks' pants. Shanks paused, looking down at Luffy. He hadn't thought about if they were coming back or not. Luffy pouted more the longer that Shanks went without replying. I know despite their wariness, the village marketplace is happy to have you back whenever you need to restock, Makino chimed in. And of course, you're welcome at Party's Bar. Hey Chief, let's come back here. The rum is so good. It's such a relaxing little town. Luffy had started bouncing up and down while the crew was making their case. I'll show you the best place to go fishing by the coast. Luffy entreated. Shanks let a grin slowly spread across his face. Who am I to go against such hospitality, Shanks said. We'll return in a few weeks. Makino, make sure to stock up on some more of that rum. She needed resolutely with a small smile. Luffy. Luffy looked up at Shanks underneath his toss-led black fringe. Shanks patted the top of his head. Be good while we're gone, okay? I'll hold you to your promise when we get back. Luffy's smile was like the sun. It's a promise, Shanks. Maybe this place would work out as a base after all. 3 months later. Da ha ha ha. Shanks laughed with tears in his eyes, pointing with one hand at a flailing Luffy. You really can't swim at all, can you? They were in a shallow tide pool a mile or so away from the village of Fusha. Shanks stood with his pants rolled up while a soaked Beckman quickly grabbed Luffy out of the water. After hearing from Makino that Luffy had never learned to swim, Shanks had volunteered himself and a few of his unwitting crewmates to teach him. What he had witnessed in the past 10 minutes was a travesty and couldn't even remotely be called swimming. If he hadn't known any better, he would have thought Luffy was a devil fruit user with how fast he sank. Stupid Shanks. Luffy cried out with puffed up cheeks. I just haven't gotten serious yet, that's all. Then let's see it then. Shanks challenged. Luffy looked back down at the water, a mix of trepidation and determination in his eyes. When he hesitated, Shanks felt his teasing demeanor soften. It's not that scary, right Luffy? Shanks said, wading closer to Beckman and Luffy. Here, let's start with floating first, okay? Luffy looked at Shanks with wider eyes than usual but nodded nonetheless. Shanks kneeled down in the tide pool, uncaring about his clothes getting wet, and extended his arms to take Luffy from Beckman. Now remember, don't panic when you feel the water, Luffy, Beckman reminded, his voice not particularly comforting, but his steady calmness seemed to pass on Luffy a bit. He passed Luffy to Shanks, who held Luffy in his arms. The boy pressed against his chest as he floated with Shanks' assistance. "You can do it, Luffy!" Lucky Roo shouted encouragement from the shore. He had taken it upon himself to bring a basket of various foods, mainly meat, to help motivate Luffy. That was if Luffy ever learned to swim before Lucky Roo got through all of the food. "Save some meat for me, Lucky!" Luffy cried out, utterly distracted by the food. Lucky Roo grinned even wider and took a taunting bite of meat. Luffy gasped, outrage momentarily overriding his fear of the water. Shanks bopped Luffy's nose to get his attention, feeling a tendril of amusement at the cross-eyed look on Luffy's face. "Pay attention," Shanks chided softly. "Now, I'm going to keep a hold of you, but as I lower you into the water, I need you to stretch out your body. We're just going to keep you floating on your back before trying to actually swim." "Okay." Luffy followed Shanks' instructions and was soon staring at the sky as he floated supported by Shanks' arms. For a moment, Shanks simply marveled at the fact that this kid trusted him even in a vulnerable moment. He shook off his brief moment of sentimentality and gave Luffy an encouraging grin. "Now I'm going to lower my arms, but you're going to keep floating on your own, okay?" Shanks said. Luffy's eyebrows furrowed, but he nodded, water slashing with his movement. "Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. For a moment, Luffy was perfectly suspended in the water, proving that he did not in fact have a devil fruit, but then Luffy tilted to the side and lost his bearings. He splashed around in the water aimlessly until Shanks grabbed him again. "Okay, so that was terrible." Luffy glared at him, his wet hair dripping water droplets down his face. Beckman coughed pointedly. "But that's to be expected for a beginner." Shanks tried to backtrack. "We'll have you swimming in no time." For the next 30 minutes, they worked solely on having Luffy float on his back, but somehow, someway, Luffy always found a way to start drowning again. He had managed to get it so that he could float for a few seconds, but inevitably Shanks would have to rescue a flailing Luffy. "I think that's enough for today," Beckman said. He had long gotten out of Luffy's splash zone and sat next to Lucky Roo on the ground. "Yeah, you're probably right," Shanks said and stood up, picking up a sopping wet Luffy as he did so. "But I haven't learned to swim yet." Luffy protested weakly. Shanks sat him on the ground and got a towel out to start drying a pouting Luffy. "That might be a lost cause, Anchor," Shanks said teasingly, though internally he was wondering if he had ever seen such a bad non-devil fruit swimmer before. "What did you just call me?" Luffy screeched, pointing an indignant finger at Shanks. Shanks felt his smirk widen. "What, you don't like my new nickname for you?" Shanks said. "You sink like an anchor after all." Steam practically billowed out of Luffy's ears at the teasing. "I'll learn to swim better than you, mean Shanks." Luffy yelled before his voice was muffled by Shanks dropping the towel on his head to start drying his hair. "But until then, I'll just call you Anchor." The name was a spur-of-the-moment thing, but since it got such a reaction from Luffy, how could Shanks not use it? Luffy let out a sound of wordless rage. "Here, Anchor, have some meat," Lucky Roo said nonchalantly as he handed a stewing Luffy a smaller slab of meat than the one he was holding. They all knew Luffy could pack away a crazy amount of food for his size, but no need to give it to him all at once. Luffy's face brightened, attention solely on the food in front of his nose instead of on the new nickname. "Thanks. Da ha ha ha." The name caught up to Luffy a few seconds later. "Hey, not you too." "Sorry, Luffy, it's pretty fitting." Lucky Roo shrugged as he tore off a bite of meat. Luffy turned pleading eyes to Beckman, who simply smirked around his unlit cigarette. The newly named Anchor took that as the betrayal it was and took a sulking bite of food. Shanks couldn't resist snickering and he ruffled Luffy's wet hair. "Come on now, Anchor. Even if you haven't learned to swim, wasn't today pretty fun?" "I'm not an anchor." Luffy cried out, but then his cute angry face calmed down. "Yeah, it was pretty fun." Luffy ducked his head to avoid looking directly at Shanks. "Thanks, Shanks," Luffy mumbled. "Of course, Luffy." Shanks patted Luffy's hair again. He really was a cute kid. Everyone give it up to Luffy. The best anchor there ever was. Shanks toasted with his crew at Party's bar. "Cheers." The crew chorused with good-natured laughter. Luffy pouted over his glass of juice at the bar. "Luffy, don't be upset," Gab said from a nearby table. The normally timid man had taken a shine to Luffy, like they all had, and his kind heart meant he was the first to try and console Luffy. "Anchors are actually very important parts of the ship." Luffy perked up at that. "Really?" "That's right," Hongo interjected. "They make sure that the ship doesn't get lost at sea. Without an anchor there would be no successful adventures." Luffy's face scrunched up. "What does that have to do with me?" Shanks was also curious about where his crew was going with this. Hongo beckoned Luffy over to his and Gab's table with his hand. Luffy scrambled off the bar stool and stood between Hongo and Gab, leaning in eagerly. Hongo hunched over to get closer to Luffy and said in a loud whisper, "Just like an anchor, without you, the chief wouldn't be having a successful adventure in East Blue. Having somewhere like this to enjoy between adventures is the most important thing." Shanks resisted the urge to scoff defensively, knowing that it would hurt Luffy's feelings. However, it was true after all, wasn't it? Shanks had stopped here to give the middle finger to Garp, not befriend a local boy, but now he had made Fuchsia his home base in East Blue and had no plans of abandoning it anytime soon. He could say it was because of the rum, but even in his mind, he couldn't deny that it was mainly because of Luffy. "So you're saying I'm important to Shanks' adventures?" Luffy asked in a similarly carrying whisper. Gab nodded and Hongo smiled conspiratorially, putting a finger over his mouth to indicate that it was a secret. Luffy gasped and put his hand over his mouth before nodding his agreement to keeping this secret. The boy turned his head to look over at Shanks, and Shanks made sure to look away so that Luffy didn't know Shanks had observed the entire interaction. "Shishishi," Luffy giggled, sounding pleased. "Now why don't you go see Building Snake and Lime Juice? They look like they're about to arm wrestle and you can try to beat the winner," Hongo said. "Okay." Luffy ran over to the table across the room where a small crowd had formed. Shanks turned back to look at Gab and Hongo with a raised eyebrow. "Well, I guess that's one way to get him to stop complaining about his new nickname." "As if it isn't true," Hongo snarked. "You're so soft for that kid." "Soft? I tease him all the time." Shanks was confused about how his and Luffy's constant fighting meant he was going soft. So he enjoyed messing with the kid and would miss it when he left. That didn't mean anything special. "Whatever you say, Chief," Hongo said irreverently. When Shanks looked at Gab, the man merely shrugged apologetically. Great, all his men must be thinking the same thing. But based on the cheering going on when Luffy started arm wrestling Building Snake, the rest of the crew was in the same boat as him. "It's not a bad thing, you know," Yasopp said, the man having heard the entire exchange from where he sat next to Shanks at the bar. "We are still all enjoying our vacation in East Blue, and that includes hanging out in Fuchsia. Let's stay here as long as you want." "Well, we still have a lot of East Blue to explore," Shanks hedged. "It would be a pain to find a new base to restock." "That it would." Yasopp, thankfully, didn't point out any of the flaws in Shanks' reasoning. "We can go visit Syrup whenever you want to," Shanks offered suddenly. Yasopp coughed up his drink, spilling it all over the bar. "I don't cough. I don't think that's a good idea." Yasopp wouldn't meet Shanks' eyes. Shanks hummed, not responding one way or the other. "I just think I would stir up things that shouldn't be if I went and visited," Yasopp rushed to explain. "Perhaps," Shanks said. It was up to Yasopp to take the first step as long as he knew the option was there. "But if you change your mind, it's no problem." "Thanks, Chief," Yasopp said, a feeble smile on his face, an expression that looked more like a pained grimace. "Shanks, Shanks." A small pair of hands grabbed onto Shanks' shirt, yanking on it to get his attention. "Did you see me in Snake's arm wrestling match? It was so awesome. I almost had him, but then he just went POW and slammed my hand into the table." "Had him on the ropes, did you?" Shanks said, grinning down at Luffy before meeting Building Snake's eyes. The navigator had followed Luffy over to the bar. "He's pretty strong for a kid." Snake shrugged. Even as indulgent as the red hair pirates were with Luffy, that still didn't extend to losing on purpose and building up the kid's ego. Letting Luffy think he put up a fight was good enough. "I told Snake I would get Makino to give him my favorite juice for free because he won," Luffy explained excitedly. "I could use something refreshing," Snake said as he gratefully accepted said juice from Makino. He then put a large hand on Luffy's head. "Keep getting stronger and I may have to treat you to juice someday." "I will." Luffy punched one hand in the air. "Anchor here will still be drinking juice when he's our age at this rate," Shanks teased. Luffy initially tensed up at the name and the teasing before he looked over at Hongo and Gab, then smiled. "Juice is delicious." "Right, Snake." "Right," Snake said, having long since finished the juice and moved on to another cup of rum. Shanks looked at Luffy consideringly. It seemed like Hongo and Gab's intervention meant that Luffy would stop getting angry at his new nickname. It was a shame one of his new teasings had lost its effect so quickly, but at the same time, he couldn't help the fond feeling that grew in his chest. Shanks, anchor, indeed. "Luffy, it's time for you to go home now," Makino said a few hours later, a familiar routine once Luffy started yawning and falling asleep in his chair. "Don't wanna." Another familiar part of this routine was Luffy's stubborn insistence that he could stay out longer. "How about I walk you back to your house, anchor?" Shanks offered impulsively. Normally, Shanks stayed at the bar and enjoyed partying for another few hours before retiring to sleep on the Red Storm. Luffy always managed to appear the next day either at Party's bar or waiting at the dock for someone to entertain him. Impulsive though the offer may have been, now Shanks was curious about where Luffy and Makino lived since it clearly wasn't the upstairs level of Party's bar. Luffy frowned thunderously at Shanks. "I'm a man now. I don't need you to walk me home. I just want to walk in the fresh air," Shanks said, putting his hands up in the air in a placating gesture. "And I wouldn't mind some company while I do." Luffy continued to frown as he looked at Shanks as if trying to discern the truth of his statement. "That's all?" "That's all," Shanks lied shamelessly. "Okay." Luffy jumped off the bar stool with renewed energy, though he soon yawned again. "Bye, everyone. Bye, Luffy. Good night, Anchor. Don't let the bed bugs bite." Luffy led the way outside. The night air was cool in comparison to the heat of the bar, and the peaceful calm of Fuchsia was relaxing after the ruckus the red hair pirates were making inside. "Lead the way, Anchor," Shanks said, holding out his hand for Luffy to take. In the beginning, when Luffy was leading Shanks around town, the boy had put up a fight about holding Shanks' hand. But one day, he had boldly put out his own hand from Shanks to take, having changed his mind about appearing like a baby. Regardless of the reason for changing his mind, Luffy took Shanks' hand and started swinging their arms back and forth as they walked. At first, they started walking towards the side of town that was to the east of Party's bar, but it soon became apparent that they were stopping at none of the residences that flanked the road. They reached the end of the town and took a small path up a hill leading to a cliff overlooking the beach. There, at the top of the cliff, was a small two-story house. The lights were dark on the inside and there was no one home. That was to be expected though, as Makino stayed at the bar until all of the red hair pirates had either passed out or gone back to the ship. "Gonna be alright here until Makino gets done at the bar?" Shanks asked as they came to a stop in front of the door. Luffy frowned, in puzzlement this time instead of anger. "What do you mean?" It was Shanks' turn to be confused. "What do you mean, what do I mean? What's Makino got to do with anything?" Luffy asked, his eyes meeting Shanks in the dim light of the moon. "Well, she has to stay at the bar until we're all done. I know you're a man now, but are you sure you want to stay here alone until she gets here?" Shanks narrowed his eyes. Luffy may be a bit slow on the uptake normally, but there was something odd about his confusion. "She lives at the bar." "Stupid Shanks," Luffy said slowly, as if it really was Shanks being the stupid one here. "She lives at the bar?" Shanks repeated, processing this information. "I thought she lived with you. If she doesn't live with you, who do you live with?" Luffy looked down at the ground. "I live with nobody." "Nobody," Shanks said dimly. "You're telling me that you live by yourself?" "That's right." Luffy looked up from the ground to stare at Shanks defiantly. "I'm a man now, so I gotta take care of myself." "What about your parents?" Shanks asked. It was a question he probably should have asked earlier but never thought to. He had assumed that Makino was Luffy's caretaker with how often he was at Party's bar. "Don't got any." "But who's taking care of you?" Shanks is being really dumb. Luffy's frown deepened. "I just told you I take care of myself. I guess Gramps comes around sometimes, but he's the one who told me I was too old to be staying with someone and made me live in the house here." Shanks saw red. "When was this?" Shanks said through gritted teeth. "When I turned 5, Luffy said, confused by this line of questioning. "You know what?" Shanks said, plastering a smile on his face. "I would love to see your home, Luffy. Can you give me a tour? Now? I guess I can do that if you want." Luffy reached over and opened the door, the completely unlocked door, and pulled Shanks into the house. It was a normal enough house, with a small kitchen and living room on the first floor. The furniture looked brand new and barely used from what he could see in the moonlight streaming through the windows. When Shanks ran a hand over the wooden dining room table, it was covered in a thin layer of dust. "Can I see your room?" Shanks asked softly. "If you want." Luffy shrugged, seemingly giving up on wondering about Shanks' behavior. They went up the stairs to the first room on the right. Inside was a perfectly unremarkable room with a small unmade bed, a wooden nightstand, and a chair in the corner, but little else in the room. There were no toys scattered about, no signs of personalization whatsoever. Even growing up on a pirate ship, Shanks had made what little space he had his own. Shanks then thought of how quickly Luffy had latched onto a group of strangers, how he was always out and about, and how he never wanted to return home from the bar. "Luffy," Shanks said, letting go of Luffy's hand and kneeling down in front of him. "Tell me, do you enjoy living by yourself?" Luffy, for the second time that night, avoided looking Shanks in the eyes. "Gramps says." "I'm not asking about what he says," Shanks interrupted, poking Luffy in the stomach. "I'm asking about what you think." Luffy was quiet for several moments. "It's lonely," Luffy whispered, looking at the ground. "It's not fun being alone, is it?" Shanks said. "I don't like it," Luffy mumbled, as if he was admitting something shameful. Shanks let the silence sit for several moments after Luffy's admission, thoughts turning in his head. "But for now. How about we get you in bed? I'll stay until you go to sleep. Luffy looked up at Shanks wide-eyed. But you're missing out on your party. They'll still be at it when I come back, Shanks said, waving a hand dismissively. Now why don't you get changed and ready for bed? I'm going to explore the house while you do that and you can call me when you're done, okay? Okay, Luffy said, already moving toward a pile of clothing on the floor. But this house is boring, it won't be an adventure. That's okay. It wasn't okay. None of this was okay, but Shanks said nothing as he left the room to give Luffy some privacy. He returned downstairs to the kitchen and opened each of the cabinets. There was an unopened bag of rice, a few crackers, and a moldy apple, but nothing else. Shanks. I'm ready. Shanks locked his building rage down inside him, unwilling to let Luffy see how upset he really was. When he returned to the room, Luffy was lying in bed with the covers pulled up to his chin. Shanks pulled the chair from the corner of the room next to Luffy's bed. How about a story until you fall asleep? Yeah. Luffy said excitedly, and Shanks could see his feet kick underneath the covers. There was once a prince in a faraway kingdom. This wasn't one of his anecdotes from his adventures which were guaranteed to keep Luffy awake. No, it was a story that Shanks first remembers Rayleigh telling him when he had trouble sleeping during a storm. He hadn't been older than Luffy's age was now. He only made it halfway through the story before soft snores originated from Luffy. Shanks sighed and leaned back in his chair. He knew that Luffy would be fine, but some part of him resisted leaving Luffy alone in this house when it was clear he hated being by himself. After a few minutes, he forced himself out of the chair with one last look at Luffy sleeping peacefully in bed. He needed answers and he wouldn't get all of them from Luffy. When he returned to Party's bar, the anger he had felt in Luffy's house had returned in full. He slammed open the front door and stalked over to the bar. His men could tell that he was in a bad mood as the volume lowered at each table that he passed until a hush fell over the room. Makino looked nervous as he approached the front of the bar, and Beckman straightened in his seat. "Chief," was all he said, but it was a warning not to let his temper get the better of him. No matter how he was feeling, he wouldn't take it out on Makino until he knew the full story. "Makino." Yes, Shanks?" Makino stammered. The glass in her hand shook, but she quickly set it down on the bar. "Why is Luffy living by himself? He's only 6. Shanks demanded answers rather than merely asking for them. By this point, the entire bar was quiet enough to hear Shanks' question, and the sound of rustling came from behind him as the men registered what he had asked. Makino, for her part, immediately looked both sad and angry, which made his own anger at her recede even if his overall rage remained the same. "It's because of his grandfather," Makino said, words tumbling out in a rush. "Luffy came to live here when he was 3 and had spent his time between me and Whoopslap. But when he turned 5, his grandfather returned and demanded he stay by himself as he thought he was old enough. And everyone just agreed to it?" Shanks asked lowly, wondering at the integrity of the people in this village. Makino quickly shook her head. "Not all of us. But enough. The first few months after he turned 5, I kept Luffy with me anyway, but when his grandfather returned, a few of the villagers came forward to tell GA to tell him what had happened. Luffy's grandfather wasn't happy. And he took it out on you?" Shanks felt his rage climb to new levels, all of it directed at Luffy's grandfather and the complicit villagers. Makino shook her head, tears starting to form in her eyes. "No, he took it out on Luffy. All in the name of him becoming a strong man." Makino practically spat out the words. "He abuses Luffy?" Shanks would kill this grandfather if that was the case. He might kill him anyway because what he had heard thus far was far from pretty. "I don't know if that's the right word for it," Makino said, choosing her words carefully. "He loves Luffy but has no concept of what it means to be a child. He treats him like a marine recruit rather than a small child. I'll leave it up to Luffy to tell you about the training he undergoes. But I always have to treat his wounds afterward." Hearing that Luffy had wounds from training at the age of 6, or even earlier, was enough for him to almost lose control of his haki. Beckman, likely sensing this, placed a steadying hand on his shoulder. Shanks took a deep breath. "And how does he survive? He doesn't have any edible food in his house. I feed him all his meals. I help him with his chores as much as I can, but Luffy, he really took it to heart that he's supposed to fend for himself. I convinced him long ago that he can just give me the money his grandfather gives him and that's enough justification for me to help and feed him. In reality, I'm saving that money to give back to him once he's old enough," Makino explained through the tears that were now making their way down her face. This was enough to get Shanks to calm down. Luffy did have someone to take care of him, even if it wasn't as much as he, or Makino, would like. "You're doing a good job, Makino," Shanks said gently. Beckman withdrew a handkerchief to give to Makino. The rest of his crew chimed in to say their own praises. "Yeah, Luffy's a great kid. You're raising him well." You're amazing, Makino. Don't be too hard on yourself, it's that DMN grandfather's fault. Boss. Yasop said loudly, drowning out the other encouragement from the crew. What are we going to do about this? Don't worry, I have some ideas, Shanks said, before turning to Makino. Can you keep Luffy occupied until we come to the bar tomorrow? I have some things to do in the morning. Sure, Makino said, sniffling. What will you do about all of this? Shanks smiled for the first time since returning from Luffy's house. It's a surprise. Luffy woke up to the sun peeking through the window. At first glance, he could tell that he slept later than usual, but that must have been from Shanks' story. The thought made his eyes widen and he shot up in bed. Shanks. Luffy looked over and saw that the chair that was normally in the corner was still next to his bed. Even if Shanks wasn't there, this was still a sign that what had happened last night was real. He beamed at the memory. The last time he had been tucked in was when he was too tired to leave Makino's bar and Makino had let him stay in his old room. That was 1, 2, 3, 5, a bajillion months ago. Something warm bubbled up in his chest. He tried to burp but nothing would come out. Luffy just giggled instead. Shishishi. He hopped out of bed, careful not to bump into the chair and move it, and ran to the bathroom to brush his teeth. Makino had made sure to tell him all about how if he didn't brush his teeth every morning and night, his teeth would fall out and he wouldn't be able to eat meat. That would be awful. So Luffy was careful to never forget. Morning chores done, he ran out of the house and straight to Party's bar. Sometimes some of the red hair pirates would still be there in the morning sleeping on a table. They would always be really grumpy and wince when he spoke. It was so funny. This morning, there was no one left in the main area of Party's bar, but Luffy didn't mind too much, still super happy from the night before. He tiptoed up the stairs, sure that even though he slept later than usual Makino would still be asleep. She had been sleeping pretty late ever since Shanks and the rest started visiting. It was the busiest Party's bar had ever been. Makino was tired a lot but Luffy could also tell that she was pretty happy. In the kitchen, he went to the refrigerator and opened it. Sure enough, sitting on a plate was a pile of sandwiches with a note that said, "For Luffy." Makino was the best. The first morning after the red hair pirates had visited and she overslept, she had come out of the find Luffy sitting on the couch with his stomach growling. Ever since then, she always made sure to prepare some food for him before he woke up. Luffy inhaled the sandwiches and put the plate in the sink. After he was done, he went over to the small bin in the corner that had his toys in it. His favorite used to be the wooden horse, but now it was the little pirate ship Makino had bought him. Well, it had used to be a regular ship, but Makino had sewn a black flag on it, so it was a pirate ship now. He occupied himself with a pirate ship battle against his wooden robot until Makino walked into the room yawning. "Good morning, Luffy," Makino said, smiling at him. "Did you sleep well?" Luffy nodded so hard his head felt like it would fly off. "It was the best. Shanks stayed until I fell asleep and told me a fun story about a prince." Makino's eyes got all watery and shiny for some reason when he said that. "Is that so? Shanks is a good friend, isn't he?" "Yeah." Luffy didn't want to say it to Shanks' face but Shanks was definitely his favorite. Beckman knows because Luffy was forced to apologize when he changed his mind about Beckman being the best, but the first mate had promised he would keep it a secret. "I'm glad," Makino said, something light and floaty in her voice. "Say Luffy, I know you normally wait at the docks for the red hairs to come out but why don't you come with me to market today until they come to the bar? You can help pick out the best meat." That was a tough decision. Most of the time Luffy ended up getting bored while he waited for the pirates but he got to see them the earliest he could. But on the other hand, he loved helping Makino pick out the meat. "I tell Shanks what a great man you've been helping me." "Okay." That settled it. Shanks never seemed to believe Luffy when he said he was a man but he would have to believe Makino. After Makino had her, significantly smaller, breakfast, they left for the morning market. Makino held out her hand and Luffy looked at it. "I'm too grown up to hold someone's hand." Luffy protested. "Oh? But I hear you let Shanks hold your hand," Makino said lightly. Luffy felt his face grow hot. "That's because Shanks might get lost. He's not from here." Luffy didn't know why he suddenly let Shanks hold his hand that one day. He had just seen one of the other kids in the village holding onto someone's hand and felt the urge to give in. The kids were always making fun of Luffy for not having any parents but Luffy didn't see what the big deal was. He had never had any parents. Just Gramps, and Makino, and maybe Whoop Slap. But now he had Shanks too and a pirate beat a parent any day. So he won that contest for sure. "It will make me feel safer if you hold my hand," Makino said, still holding her hand out. "Well that's okay then," Luffy said decisively and grabbed Makino's hand. They spent the rest of the morning into the afternoon shopping for food that they would need for both themselves and the bar. Some of the vendors smiled at him, told him he was a good helper, while others muttered under his breath as he passed. Makino's grip always tightened around his hand when they went by those types of vendors, but Luffy paid them no mind. There had always been some people who didn't like him for whatever reason. Once, he had tried behaving more politely for a week, but that still didn't make them change their mind, so he gave up. They were unimportant anyway. Once they were back at Party's bar, Luffy wanted to go and see if any of the pirates were awake yet, but Makino asked him to help her carry stuff since he was so strong. He couldn't say no to that. By the time they were done it was mid-afternoon. He was just about to run out of the bar when the door swung open. Luffy beamed. "Shanks. Beckman. Everyone." "I see how it is," Limejuice said with a grimace. Something told Luffy that expression was fake though, and so he kept grinning. "You have your favorites and the rest of us are just everyone." Luffy took a deep breath. "Limejuice? Gab. Han." The rest of his list of names was cut off by Shanks putting a hand in front of his mouth. "I'm sure the rest of the crew can handle their names not being called." Before Luffy could lick Shanks' hand, Shanks removed his hand from Luffy's mouth, almost like Shanks knew what he would do. "Now Anchor, have you been good for Makino this morning?" "Yeah, I've been the best." "Tell him, Makino." Makino giggled behind her hand. "He has been a big help, it's true." "Well, in that case." Shanks' grin widened. "I have a surprise for you, Luffy." "Is it a robot?" Luffy had stars in his eyes as he pictured a real robot instead of a wooden toy one. "Da ha ha ha. You'll have to find a robot on your own." "Then what is it?" "Come with me," Shanks said and held out his hand. "I'll show you." "Makino, you should come too." "I'm excited." Luffy clasped Shanks' hand without hesitation. He started jumping in place. And as they walked he began skipping once he noticed that they were going toward the dock. Once they reached the Red Storm, Luffy noticed that the rest of the crew not walking with them were assembled on the deck. "Now, Luffy. There are some rules you need to follow before you enter my ship," Shanks said. "First, you always request permission to board a pirate ship." "Permission to board?" "Da ha ha ha. Yeah, sure." Shanks continued before Luffy could run off toward the ladder. "And the second is that you can't be on the deck without someone else with you. Since you can't swim if you fell over, you would need someone to help you." Luffy briefly pouted at the reminded that he still couldn't swim, but he quickly brightened again. Yes, I will do that, I promise." A pirate's word is their bond. That is to say, every man is only as good as their word. If you promise something you can't break it, okay? If you don't think you can keep it, then don't make a promise at all. Luffy stopped jumping in place and met Shanks' eyes. There was a weight to this moment that there wasn't before. "I promise," Luffy said with as much seriousness as he could muster. "Good." Shanks ruffled his hair. "Now follow me. We're going to climb the ladder. You'll go first so I can catch you if you fall." "I won't fall," Luffy yelled as he ran to the ladder. It wasn't any harder than climbing up that ravine that Gramps tossed him, and so Luffy didn't struggle at all. Soon enough, Luffy was climbing his way onto the deck with Shanks right behind him, followed by Makino and the rest of the crew that came to get them. A circle of crew members formed around Luffy and the others. "Welcome aboard. She's a real beauty, isn't she? Are you excited to see her properly, Anchor? I can't wait till you see." Bonk Punch was elbowed before he could finish his statement and Monster slapped him on the head. "SHHHH. Sorry. Wow. It's so cool." Luffy had barely been paying attention to the welcoming party as he was too busy looking at the deck of the ship. So this was a pirate ship? Da ha ha ha, glad you like her, Anchor. Make sure to treat her with respect. "I promise." "Now, this isn't your surprise." "It isn't?" Luffy practically vibrated in place. What could be cooler than visiting a real pirate ship for the first time? "Follow me. Makino, you should come too." "Yes, Captain." Shanks looked at Makino sideways. "You haven't called me Captain since my first week." "Well, it only seems right to call you that on your own ship," Makino said, smiling brightly at Shanks. "Dahaha, if you insist." Shanks let Makino and Luffy, along with Beckman, inside the ship. They came to a hallway lined with doors. Shanks knocked on one door in particular. "This is my room. Beckman's is just down the hall." "Can I see?" Luffy exclaimed. "Sure, maybe a bit later. But I have something better for you to see first." Shanks led them further down the hallway and stopped in front of another door. He knocked on a piece of paper on it before turning to Luffy. "Can you read this, Luffy?" Luffy squinted his eyes and looked at the letters. Makino made sure he could read, but it still took him a little bit to sound out the letters. Luffy's Ro-O-M. He turned to Shanks, proud that he could read it. Shanks just smiled down at him, waiting for something. Luffy frowned in thought and looked back at the sign. "Luffy's room." "Luffy's room?" Luffy snapped his head back to Shanks. Is this my room? Dahaha, sure is Anchor. Want to see it? Yeah. Shanks opened the door and Luffy rushed inside. There was a hammock strung up on the corner of the small room, along with a rug on the floor and a dresser against the wall. A small wooden sword lay on the ground along with several other toys that he recognized from the marketplace. It's not much, but this is all yours, Luffy. Luffy looked up at Shanks and suddenly the world went blurry. Something wet rolled down his face. Makino leaned down and wiped his face with her hand. Aren't you happy, Luffy? Makino asked. Yeah. Luffy nodded, though his tears didn't stop. Stupid tears. Luffy rubbed roughly at his face. He was happy, so why was he crying? Shanks knelt in front of his on one knee. There are some more rules about this, Shanks said, though there was a smile on his face. You can come here when we're docked every night, though you can't come here by yourself like you've been going to your house. Someone will walk you here in case you fall down the ladder or off the dock. We usually have a few people take turns to watch the ship each night, so you won't be alone on the ship, but you should still not wander at night. Do you understand? Aha, Luffy said, utterly distracted by the room still. Dahaha, well, I'll just remind you later. Shanks, what about Luffy's grandfather? Makino asked, gnawing at her lip. Isn't this just like if he stayed with me? Luffy shuddered at the thought of Gramps and the training he would put him through. But this would still be worth it. He was a man now, he could take his Gramps training. That's okay. I can handle it. Shanks looked kinda scary for a second before he took a deep breath. You won't have to handle it, Luffy, Shanks said. I've gathered that Luffy's grandfather doesn't return very often. He's not scheduled to return till next year, Makino said, nodding. Though he could arrive sooner. Well, before we leave, we'll just make sure no one says anything to Luffy's grandfather about him staying with us, if they even notice. Shanks smirked. I'm not afraid to use my reputation as a pirate for the sake of a friend. That should work, Makino said thoughtfully. I'll point out the ones most likely to tell. Whoop slap should help too. Then it's settled. Shanks clapped his hands together. Anchor, you'll stay with us. Don't be surprised though when we put you on the chores list though. Shanks, Luffy's lip wobbled. Thank you. Luffy threw himself at Shanks. For a second, when Shanks' arms didn't return his hug, he was worried he had done the wrong thing. He and Shanks had never hugged after all. But after a moment, two strong arms encircled him and he was squeezed tight to Shanks' chest. It's no problem, Anchor. That nickname had never felt so good. A month after Luffy first started staying on the Red Storm, the Red Hair Pirates had gone on 2-week-long trips around East Blue. Otherwise, Luffy spent every night in his new room. He was noticeably less stubborn about going to sleep at the end of the day and endlessly excited to see the Red Hair Pirates return from their trips. Shanks was still ruminating on what to do about Luffy's grandfather. Perhaps he should stick around long enough to put the fear of God, or in the case of pirates, in the old man. Either way, it was a non-issue at the moment and he would just enjoy his time in Fusha without worrying about it. They had just returned from a trip and were gathered in Party's bar like usual. Bonk Punch and Monster were in a festive mood and were teaching Luffy how to sing pirate shanties. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Bonk Punch's deep voice sang. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Luffy's warbly high-pitched voice repeated. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Bonk Punch again, aided by Monster's drums. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. This time the entire bar sang along including Shanks. He grinned. Bink Sake was his personal favorite. It was Luffy's too apparently, as this was the third time he had requested the song. Going to deliver Bink Sake. Following the sea breeze. Riding on the waves. Far across the salty depths. The merry evening sun. The birds sing as they draw circles in the sky. The crew got up and started dancing with their arms around each other's shoulders. Luffy wasn't tall enough to join in, so Lucky Roo picked him up and put him on his shoulders. The boy waved his hands in time with the music and belted out the lyrics as loud as possible. Farewell to the harbor, to my old hometown. Let's all sing out with the dawn. As the ship set sail. Waves of gold and silver dissolved to salty spray. As we all set sail to the ends of the sea. Shanks tapped his feet along with the beat on his bar stool and he sipped his rum, content with life. Sailing the Grand Line was fun and he knew he would have to go back eventually, but this kind of slow adventure in East Blue was shaping up to be one of his better decisions. For more than one reason, he thought as he eyed the singing Luffy. The song continued and the stomping of feet followed the beat of Monster's drums. Soon enough, the last few lyrics were being belted out with gusto. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. The crew paused to allow Luffy his time to shine with the last lyrics. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Luffy bellowed out. Great job, Luffy. We'll make a proper pirate out of you yet. Luffy looked extremely pleased with himself, and after he was put down from Lucky Roo's shoulder, Monster jumped on his back, hooting in Luffy's ear. "You want a banana?" Luffy asked Monster. The monkey nodded with a wide smile on his face. "Okay. Let's ask Makino." Luffy toddled over the weight of a large monkey on his back. Makino was ready with a banana and a glass of juice for Luffy. Monster took the banana with a hoot and ruffled Luffy's hair before he jumped off and ran back to Bonk Punch. "Did you have fun, Anchor?" Beckman asked from his spot next to Shanks. Luffy nodded vehemently. "The most fun. I love it when we get to sing." "Well, we do have the best musicians in all of the Grand Line," Shanks said smugly. "Do all pirates have musicians?" Luffy asked with a peculiar intent behind his words that Shanks couldn't place. "Only the best ones," Shanks bragged. Luffy ate it up, not an ounce of disbelief in his wide eyes. "Wow! Hey Luffy!" Yasopp sauntered over and put his arm around the boy's shoulders. Shanks could tell he had been drinking a lot, and so he knew what would happen next. "Have I told you about my son Usopp? He'd be about your age right now." Luffy's face scrunched up. "You've told me 1,000,000 times, Yasopp." "Well, what about the time he spit right in my face from a few feet away? A little sniper in the making." "Yeah, I've already heard that one." "Well, what about? And that one too? You don't even know what I was about to say. Why don't you have any new stories about him?" Luffy asked innocently. "They're all old. If he's my age, he's already grown up." Yasopp went quiet, and Shanks was prepared to intervene if he got defensive, but contrary to what he expected to happen, Yasopp just slumped into a seat next to Luffy with a despairing look on his face. "We've been in the Grand Line this whole time. They were too far away. Where does your son live?" Luffy asked with a curious look on his face. Yasopp got even more dejected, as if he knew his excuse was about to be blown out of the water. "Syrup Village in the Gecko Islands." "Don't know where that is," Luffy said, wriggling his nose as he thought. "It's in East Blue," Shanks interjected, gaining a nasty look from Yasopp. He felt no remorse. This was for his own good. Luffy's face brightened. "We're in East Blue now. You can go visit him." "It's not that simple," Yasopp prevaricated as he stared down into his cup of rum. "I don't get it," Luffy said. "You just get Snake to take you there. I have no right to show my face around them again." Yasopp burst out. The rum must be loosening his tongue, because normally by this point in the conversation he would have run away. "Why?" Luffy asked as he stuck his finger in his ear. "I left to pursue my dream of being a pirate. I abandoned them. I don't deserve to see my wife and son again." "That's stupid," Luffy said bluntly. "Now you don't have any new stories when I can tell you want more." Yasopp burst into tears. "I do want more. A lot more. But I already chose being a pirate and I don't regret it, which makes me a bad father." "Can't you be both? I have a bounty, I can't visit them without the Marines being called." "But you're visiting me? That's different." "Why?" "Because. It just is." "You sound dumb," Luffy said, visibly unimpressed. Shanks almost whistled. Luffy could be surprisingly blunt and harsh when he wanted to be. However, Shanks was curious to see how this would turn out. This conversation was likely to just go in circles between Yasopp's excuses and Luffy's lack of understanding, but maybe it would turn out for the better. "How would you feel if your father just came home one day out of nowhere?" Yasopp cried out. Shanks tensed, unsure how Luffy would respond, but it turned out he had nothing to worry about. "That's different because I don't have a dad." "Your son has a dad even if you're not there." Yasopp gaped at Luffy. "What, everyone has a dad?" "I don't." "Well, if you did, would you be mad?" Yasopp asked, clutching at straws, trying to find validation in the opinion of a 6-year-old. "Nope. If he's following his dream, then that's fine. I want to follow my dreams in the future too." Luffy had a surprising and odd view of this, likely due to his own circumstances. Shanks found it as admirable as it was sad. Luffy deserved better. But if he doesn't think that, then he'd be mad. "So what?" Luffy said, banging his hand down on the table. "Then you just face it like a man." "I'm a man and I had to say sorry to the apple guy at the marketplace when I knocked over a basket. He was so mad he was purple and it was kinda scary, but I did it and it's fine now. He gives me a free apple when I help Makino shop." Yasopp appeared stricken. He was being compared to a 6-year-old and coming up lacking. "I knocked over a lot of apples," Yasopp said with a defeated look on his face. "Then I dare you to say sorry," Luffy said, determined. "What?" Yasopp blinked at Luffy. "Fine, then I double dog dare you." "You can't say no to double dog dare. That's not how it works." "Why not?" Luffy asked, tilting his head. "You want to go, otherwise you wouldn't be so sad about it. I'm telling you to go so you have no choice now." "But..." La 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 la, Luffy put his hands over his ears. I won't listen to another story from you until you have new ones. Gah! Yasopp threw his hands up in the air, almost knocking over his drink. I'll go. Great. Shanks interjected brightly. Here's a piece of paper, all you have to do is sign it. Shanks slid over the piece of paper and pen he had optimistically requested from Makino while Luffy was arguing with Yasopp. What? Yasopp's face twisted as he looked at what was written on it. I, Yasopp, agree to visit Syrup Village immediately once we all sober up. And there's a place to sign it? What is this, a contract? It's so you can't chicken out in the morning, Shanks said, grinning devilishly. Now, sign it. Won't Snake want to rest some more? Yasopp said, delaying the inevitable. Nope, I'm good, Snake said, giving Yasopp a thumbs up. We'll rent a small boat from one of the fishermen and leave tomorrow. The rest of the crew had quieted down to listen to Luffy and Yasopp argue, or rather to listen to Luffy metaphorically beat Yasopp's head over with a rock. Now, that Yasopp had agreed to do what they had all been hinting at for months, no one was going to let him back down. Fine. I'll sign it. Yasopp yelled, angrily scribbling his signature on the makeshift contract. If he had to, Shanks would tie up Yasopp tomorrow to get him to depart, but he bet that wouldn't be necessary. He would complain and play up his nerves, but since Yasopp had made a decision he wouldn't back down about it. Thank you, my good sniper, Shanks said, taking the paper and putting it in his pocket. I look forward to hearing new stories. I need another drink, Yasopp ummed. Da ha ha ha. Shishishi. Luffy looked particularly smug about winning his argument with Yasopp. The stubborn thing, Shanks thought fondly. His logic may be questionable, but it was effective, there was no doubt about it. Plus he was the only one who would ignore social conventions to push Yasopp into doing what he actually wanted all along. We should get Luffy to win all our arguments for us, Beckman whispered to Shanks. Maybe he can get Lime Juice to stop cluttering up the men's room with his collection of miniatures. Da ha ha ha, Luffy would have to think something was wrong. He adores Lime Juice, toys, as he calls them, Shanks said with a grin. Beckman shrugged ruefully but conceded the point. They couldn't get Luffy to bully all their crew members. A few days after Yasopp and Snake departed for Syrup, Shanks was awoken by a banging on his door. What? Shanks snarled as he swung the door open. He was particularly hungover from the night before, as he always was after a night at Party's bar, and was used to sleeping it off till the early afternoon. Chief, Lime Juice said urgently. One of the locals came running to our ship saying that Luffy is in a fight with some out-of-towner. Suddenly, Shanks was wide awake. Where? Party's bar? Shanks asked as he shoved his shoes on and grabbed his cloak. His night clothes would just have to do until he could gauge how bad the situation was. That's what he said. I already sent Gab to grab Hongo. Good work, Shanks said absently as he rushed out the door followed by Lime Juice. Thankfully, Hongo was already waiting with his travel bag on the deck along with Beckman. They rushed off the ship to Party's bar, leaving the local man behind with their speed. Shanks didn't know what he was expecting. Luffy beaten up, Luffy knocked out, Luffy dead. Worse and worse possibilities flew through his mind, but what he certainly wasn't expecting was to step into Party's bar and see a grown man passed out on the floor while Luffy stood next to him with a furious look on his face. Makino stood behind him with a hand on his shoulder, though Shanks couldn't tell if she was comforting him or holding him back. Luffy, are you okay? What happened? Shanks strode over to Luffy followed by Beckman, Lime Juice, and Hongo. He noticed 3 locals scattered in a haphazard circle around the downed man and Luffy. They looked ashen, as if they had seen a ghost, and gawked at the scene in front of them. Shanks. Luffy's face brightened from its thunderous cast as he greeted Shanks. I protected Makino. What? What does that mean? Shanks came to a stop in front of Luffy, taking in his unharmed state. He had specks of blood on his hands and clothes, but it didn't look like it was his. Hongo seemed to think the same thing as he began to check on the man on the floor instead of prioritizing Luffy as he would have otherwise. This boy just attacked this man out of nowhere. A middle-aged man spat out. He did no such thing. Makino said furiously. Then what did happen? Beckman repeated. Luffy opened his mouth to speak but stopped after Makino placed a hand on his head. This man came in this morning by himself. He's not from around here, so I didn't recognize him. Makino paused briefly as she took in her audience but continued shortly after. He verbally harassed me the entire time he was here. That was just a bit of harmless flirting, one man scoffed. Makino whirled on him. And how would you feel if he was doing said flirting with your daughter, Mr. Hobbs? That seemed to shut the man up. Shanks was starting to get the picture of what happened here and he didn't like it at all. And then what? Beckman asked softly. Luffy was here this whole time. He noticed I was getting upset but I convinced him not to do anything. But later on, this man groped me and followed me when I walked away. He grabbed my wrist. Here she rubbed her hand over her right wrist. Like it still ached. It most likely did based on the faint bruises Shanks could see on Makino from here. At that point, Luffy defended me. I sent Mr. Right to your ship as soon as Luffy started confronting the man. That boy is a monster, one of the onlookers spat. What kind of child can take on a grown man and win? What kind of grown man leaves it up to a child to defend a woman from being harassed? Lime Juice retorted. I think it's time all of you leave, Shanks demanded. What about this man? One of them, Shanks thought he was called Hobbs, pointed at the passed out man on the floor. I've checked him over and he will live, Hongo said from his place on the floor. Send your town doctor here as I certainly won't treat him after the offense he has caused. Send your mayor and constable as well, Shanks said, adding to Hongo's command. I'll do that, right, the man who had fetched them, said helpfully. We can't let people think that they are free to harass our people whenever they want. Hobbs snorted but said nothing and left with one last backward glance at Luffy. Once the room was empty of onlookers, Shanks turned back to Luffy. He looked defiant. Luffy, are you sure you're all right? Shanks said gently at the boy's nod. He turned to Makino. And are you okay as well, Makino? Yes, I am. Just some light bruising, Makino reaffirmed. It's nothing I haven't dealt with before. Hopefully not too often? Lime Juice asked, concern lacing his voice. Not often, Makino said, shaking her head. Locals know better than to do more than talk. It's mainly people from Goa or other islands. Shanks tuned out Lime Juice and Makino after that and instead stared at Luffy, who noticed his gaze and started squirming under it the longer Shanks went without speaking. Luffy broke first. Are you mad at me? Luffy asked, voice barely above a whisper. He gnawed on his bottom lip and his defiant face faded to show his uncertainty. No, I'm not, Shanks said equally as quietly. But we'll talk after the mayor, doctor, and constable clear this man out. Said people arrived not long after, all exclaiming about the situation, though they seemed much more concerned about Makino than the previous onlookers had. Will Luffy be in trouble? Makino asked worriedly. No, since he was acting in your defense, the constable said. But we'll have to waive the fine for harassment since he was beaten so badly as a trade-off. One broken leg, a broken jaw, several missing teeth. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a concussion when he woke up, the doctor said, looking at Luffy in a mix of awe and trepidation. We'll talk about this later, Luffy, Whoop Slap said sternly. At Whoop Slap's tone, Luffy regained his righteous glare. He shouldn't have hurt Makino. This is an adult's problem to deal with. Whoop Slap snapped back. None of the adults here were doing anything. Luffy said, stomping his foot. Luffy, that's enough, Makino said as she returned her hand to Luffy's shoulder. Whoop Slap, we'll talk to him. Whoop Slap side-eyed the pirates and Shanks in particular. What are we leaving the disciplining of our children up to pirates? The mayor said derisively. They have done nothing wrong, so stop with that tone, Makino said sharply. I will be here to see that Luffy understands his actions. Trust me if you don't trust them. Humph, Whoop Slap said but turned to follow the doctor and the constable as they carried the assaulter out on a stretcher. Once they were left with just the pirates, Luffy, and Makino, Shanks gestured to a table. Sit down, Luffy. Realizing that he may have overstepped in taking the lead with this conversation, he looked to Makino. However, she gave him a reassuring smile as she took the seat next to Luffy, indicating he was fine to continue. Shanks put his hand up, stopping Luffy short. Let me speak. Shanks took a deep breath. First of all, do you know how worried I was when I heard you had gotten into a fight? With an adult of all people? I was terrified you would be hurt or worse. Luffy looked at Shanks with wide brown eyes and said nothing. I'm glad you're all right, Shanks kept his voice soft. But as a child, you need backup when you're picking a fight with someone older or stronger than you. He wasn't stronger than me, Luffy said matter-of-factly. Yes, Shanks could see that. He took a bracing breath before he could start laughing hysterically. But did you know that when you started a fight with him? Luffy paused, brows furrowed and mouth open as he started to speak. He thought for several moments. I knew he couldn't get away with hurting Makino, Luffy hedged. But you didn't know you could beat him, Shanks drove the point home. I'm a pirate, I'm the last person who would tell you off for defending a friend. What I am telling you off for is putting yourself in danger when you had other options. Luffy looked confused like he didn't have a clue what Shanks was getting at. You should have come to us, Shanks continued. Or better yet, wait and see if any of the other patrons here would help. The man who got us, right, seemed a good sort. He probably would have helped you. But you acted on your own with no understanding of the man's abilities. If he had been stronger, you could have been hurt. Would Makino want that? No, I would not, Makino said firmly, gripping Luffy's hand on the table. So you're saying unless I think I can beat them, I shouldn't attack first? Luffy asked, confused at the point Shanks was making. That was fair. It would take a lot for a 6-year-old to understand the nuance of what Shanks was saying. If Luffy was a teenager, he wouldn't even be thinking about chastising him for putting himself in danger over a small-town bar fight. But he was a small child. An apparently very strong small child, but that was another point entirely. There's a difference between defending yourself or your friends and putting yourself in reckless danger. But how do I know when I'm doing that? I will never tell you to not defend yourself if attacked first. But until you're older, you need to learn to pick your battles. But I'm stronger than all the older kids. And they would have to wait even longer than you. Shanks didn't know how else to convey what he was saying to Luffy. He never thought this would be an issue. Luffy had a short temper, but he had never been violent or aggressive around them. But they had also never hurt his caretaker in front of him. Could he truly chastise Luffy for defending a friend when he would do the same thing? It was different because he was an adult who knew what he was doing. But how to explain that to a child who believes wholeheartedly that he's in the right? Shanks looked at Beckman for some additional help. Let's talk about unnecessary force, Beckman said, changing the focus of the discussion. This, Shanks was more comfortable with. He'd had to have the same conversation with Rayleigh, albeit when he was older than Luffy. Right, Shanks said, clapping his hands together. What was it the doctor said? Broken leg, broken jaw, missing teeth, possible concussion. Luffy, what did you do to cause that? Luffy, if possible, looked even more confused. I just kicked his shin and when he fell down I punched his face. A pause. That's it? Hongo's voice sounded as surprised as Shanks felt. Normally, when a child kicked or punched someone once it would barely leave a bruise. Luffy was strong enough to break bones already? Snake did say he was strong for a kid, Lime Juice said faintly. I'll say, Shanks said under his breath before refocusing on Luffy. Luffy, have you ever hit or kicked someone before? Just by accident, Luffy said, a nervous warble in his voice. I kicked a girl while I was trying to kick a ball. She also received a broken leg, Makino added, voice gentle though Luffy winced anyway. I was trying to kick the ball as hard as I could. Luffy said defensively. I know the other kids are weak so I won't hit them very hard, but this guy was an adult so he's stronger. It sounds like that was an honest mistake, Shanks reassured Luffy. And that this was too. I know it may be surprising but sometimes adults can be weak too. So was that man, right? Luffy said, distressed. Am I a monster? You're a strong kid, stronger than a lot of people but not all, Shanks said. People may call you a monster for your strength but that's not a bad thing. It's your actions that make you good or bad. So it's not a bad thing that I'm a monster? Luffy sniffled a little. Shanks plastered a teasing smile on his face and put a hand on Luffy's head. You wouldn't be able to beat up any of my crew, so don't think you can call yourself a monster yet. Just you watch, Shanks, my punches are as strong as pistols. Luffy said, the teasing doing its job of putting a spark back in Luffy's eyes. I'll believe it when I see it, Anchor, Shanks said, glad Luffy didn't look so downtrodden anymore. But regardless, that doesn't mean you don't need to learn to control your strength. What do you mean? Luffy asked, tilting his head. Meaning that you need to learn when you use all your strength or only a little bit of it, Shanks explained seriously. If you were fighting another kid, do you know how hard you can punch before you break their bones? Or even kill them? Luffy gulped at that. There's no point in being strong without being able to control yourself. Do you understand? Yes, Shanks, Luffy said, as grave as Shanks had ever seen him. Will you help me? Gramps only taught me how to throw a punch and he had me facing some really strong monkeys in the jungle. Shanks pushed down the wave of rage that threatened to overflow at the mention of Luffy's grandfather. Instead, he focused on the pride he felt when Luffy decided to ask for help. We'll all help you, Shanks said, smiling at Luffy. I'm proud of you for asking for help. Luffy ducked his head and smiled to himself. Starting tomorrow, Shanks said as his hangover made a nasty return now that the crisis was over. I need to recover today. Beckman snorted. You'll just get drunk again tonight. Shanks scowled at his crewmates when they all nodded in agreement. Makino giggled behind her hand while Luffy let out a little shishishi. Regardless, Shanks said loudly over those mutinous BSTRDS he called a crew. We'll start tomorrow afternoon. After I've had time to sleep. Lucky Roo will probably want to help, Hongo added. He's the most physically strong in the crew so he probably has some good insight. Then it's settled. Shanks said clapping his hands. But then because he couldn't help himself, Shanks had to ask more about Luffy's training. Anchor, you said that your grandfather made you fight some monkeys? Yeah. Luffy nodded with a traumatized look on his face. They were really mean. What else did he have you do? Shanks asked, morbidly curious despite himself. He threw me down a ravine with a bunch of wolves, tied me to a ton of balloons and made me fly, and put me in the jungle in the middle of the night. Shanks barely withheld his hockey at the training that Luffy described. Well, our training will be nothing like that, Shanks said through gritted teeth. His crewmates looked similarly enraged. Luffy, I didn't know Garp made you do all of that. Makino looked stricken. Luffy squirmed in his seat at Makino's gaze. It's no big deal, Luffy muttered. But then at that moment, Makino's words sunk in. Garp? Shanks yelled out, slamming his hands on the table and leaning forward. Are you saying your grandfather is Garp of all people? Beckman's cigarette, thankfully unlit, dropped out of his mouth in shock and both Hongo and Lime Juice were gaping at Luffy. Yeah, duh, Luffy said nonchalantly, looking vaguely surprised at their reactions. Makino had her hand over her mouth, looking remorseful. Luffy, what's your full name? Shanks demanded, deciding to circle back to Makino's reaction in a moment. Monkey D. Luffy. Oh, I see, Monkey D. Luffy. Shanks nodded like everything made sense in the world. In a way it did. Only Garp would think this was how he should raise a child. It would also explain Luffy's disproportionate strength. Were you keeping this from us on purpose? Beckman asked, eyes narrowed at Makino. She looked abashed. It's just, Garp isn't returning for almost a year, and you make Luffy so happy. I was afraid that if you knew this was Garp's home island you would be scared off. Whoop Slap already agreed not to tell Garp that you're here until after you leave. Wait, boss, did you know that this was Garp's home island when you directed us here? Hongo asked perceptively. It was kind of strange that you picked this island of all of them to land on early on in our journey in East Blue. A vein bulged in Beckman's forehead. Shanks, Beckman growled. Shanks laughed nervously, which was all the confirmation that Beckman needed as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Why, just why? So I wanted to poke at the man a little, I never intended to stay this long, Shanks said sheepishly. Are you going to leave now? Luffy's voice wavered and his face was full of dread. Shanks shook out of his shock and quickly reassured Luffy. No, of course not. We still have more of East Blue to explore and Garp won't be here for a while, Shanks rushed to say. What's done is done, Beckman said, which was as good of an agreement as Shanks would get. You're stuck with us, Anchor, even if you have a crazy strong marine as a grandfather. Lime Juice shook his head in disbelief. Hongo just nodded at Luffy, which was probably all he could manage with how sad he likely was. Luffy let out a sigh of relief. Yeah, you still need to help me with my punches and tell me more stories and teach me more songs and... Shanks let Luffy ramble for a bit, glad he was back to his usual self. However, knowing Garp's infamous temper, he decided to include some anger management in his strength training for Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, huh? Shanks should have known. You'd like this one, Captain Roger, Shanks thought nostalgically, not for the first time. The rest of the crew took the revelation of Luffy's heritage and Shanks' secret motives for docking at Dawn Island well. And by well, he meant horribly. Thankfully, they kept their freak-out away from Luffy's ears, but Shanks didn't hear the end of it for weeks. Yasopp, when he returned back from Syrup, was the only one unfazed with how happy he was from his visit. He came back with a fresh family photo, new stories, and something for Luffy as well. A letter? For me? Luffy asked before an excited smile grew on his face. I've never gotten a letter before. Yasopp grinned. When my Banchina asked about what convinced me to come home, I told her and Usopp all about you. My boy wanted to write you a letter and be friends with you. Yasopp's grin grew dopey. Isn't Usopp the most considerate boy ever? Meanwhile, Luffy started bouncing in his seat. A friend? I've never had a friend before. Now that was just sad. Yasopp must have thought so as well because he stopped his soliloquy about how great Usopp was to pat Luffy on the head. Well, now you do. Why don't you read it? Yasopp handed the letter over with a flourish. Luffy ripped open the letter and started reading aloud. Shanks looked over Luffy's shoulder to see large, uneven letters taking up a whole page, but maybe saying 4 sentences. A smaller and neater script was at the bottom, presumably from Banchina. Dear Luffy. My name is Usopp. Thanks for friending my dad. He's the greatest. I'm going to be a sniper pirate just like him. Be my friend. From Usopp, Luffy said, slowly reading the whole letter with small starts and stops. There's more at the bottom, Shanks said with a mischievous smirk. Luffy. Thanks for beating some sense into this imbies. Imbecicle, Shanks helpfully clarified. Imbecicle. Luffy finished triumphantly. Shanks, what's an imbicycle? Someone dumb. Oh, like Yasopp. Exactly. Hey! Yasopp yelled out, offended. The eavesdropping crew burst out laughing and Yasopp started defending his honor to anyone who would listen. Shanks tuned him out, however, as he was too busy paying attention to an uncharacteristically pensive Luffy. Anchor, is something wrong? Shanks, Gramps always said that pirates are bad people who kill and steal, Luffy said, startling Shanks. But you guys are good people. Is Gramps wrong? Shanks sighed, feeling older than his 27 years. He's not wrong. But what about you? Luffy asked, puzzled. A lot of what we tell you about our adventures and being a pirate is an old-school way of thinking. Catching Luffy's confused look, he clarified in simpler terms. Not everyone acts like us. And even we do bad things like kill and steal, we just have different reasons. Like what? Like the defense of a friend or a crewmate. In my crew, we try to only attack people who are a threat to us, not just because we can. Does that make killing good then? Shanks looked into his empty cup morosely. He needed more alcohol to explain morality to a kid. Sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. Only you can decide what you're willing to do and what's okay with you. Like you deciding it's okay if you do it to defend someone. Yeah, exactly, Shanks grimaced. Don't get me wrong, people still call us evil and they are probably right. We chose to become pirates, which is against the law. Well, if you could call growing up on a pirate ship a choice, then why did you become pirates? Luffy asked. For a moment, Shanks got the impression Luffy was discerning more than he usually did. One thing Shanks had noticed about him was an uncanny perceptiveness that showed itself every now and then to get to the heart of an issue. To be free. To have the choice to do whatever and be whatever, no matter what anyone says. And that was the truth of it. Shanks would never regret the things he did to maintain his freedom or that of his friends, even if sometimes that made him a bad person. To be free, Luffy said, trailing off. To do whatever? To be a monster? So the words from that day in Party's bar still stuck with him. There are pirates that are monsters, just like there are marines that are monsters, like your grandfather, Shanks said, tipping his empty cup above his mouth to get any last drop. And the truth is that most people are not only good or bad, they are both or somewhere in between. It's the same with pirates and marines alike. Some are good, some are bad, and most are both. Huh? Yeah. Shanks called Makino over to refill his cup. She gave Luffy a concerned look when she noticed how hard he was thinking, but Shanks just nodded at her in reassurance. They sat in silence for several minutes as Luffy attempted to understand everything Shanks had just thrown at him. A hand tugged on his sleeve. Shanks. He looked down into wide dark brown eyes. Yes, Anchor? Shanks, I've decided, Luffy said with a grin growing on his face after his unusually solemn moment. I'm going to be free. I'm not going to care if people call me a monster or not. Oh yeah? I'm going to be a pirate. It had been 7 months since the Red Hair Pirates had decided to make Fuchsia their base. Even after that amount of time, they showed no signs of leaving permanently for a while yet. They had made several longer trips around East Blue, the most recent, and longest, having been for a month. They were all excited to have returned to Fuchsia once again to rest and relax, even if their adventures around the weakest blue weren't exactly strenuous. Shanks! Everyone! Luffy cried out. From the dock. He began jumping up and down in place. You're back. And of course, Shanks couldn't discount the charm of having their own welcoming party back in Fuchsia. Welcome back, Makino said. She stood more sedately behind Luffy, gracefully waving at various crew members. Glad to be back, Lucky Roo yelled from the deck. I'm ready for some of your delicious food, Makino. I started cooking as soon as your sail was spotted on the horizon. Woohoo! Oi, Luffy! Yasopp waved a small piece of paper in his hand. We stopped by syrup on the way back. Much to the residents' disapproval, Shanks thought with amusement. Luffy gasped. Another letter from Usopp? Did you give him mine? Sure did. Shanks had helped Luffy practice writing what he wanted to say to his new friend. It was almost sickening how adorable the whole thing was. Shanks decided to make his presence known and stepped towards the front of the crowd forming on the deck. Hey, Anchor. Did you forget about me? He literally said your name first, boss, Lucky Roo said, grinning around a bite of meat. Don't be jealous that the rest of us are getting some attention. Yeah, don't be jealous. Stingy chief. Trying to take all of Anchor's attention. Luffy laughed from the dock at the Red Hair Pirate's antics. He looked extraordinarily pleased with being the focus of their fighting. Yeah, Shanks said with a pleased smirk on his face. Let's just get going to Party's bar. Food and booze await. A raucous cheer went up among the men as they all scrambled down the ladder. Makino went ahead with the first group, presumably to supervise the rowdy pirates, while Luffy waited on the dock for a while longer, though not without receiving several head pats, high fives, and hair ruffles. Shanks! You were gone for so long. Luffy collided with Shanks' legs as soon as the captain got off the ship. Shanks ran his fingers through Luffy's hair. There were some islands near the top of East Blue that we wanted to see. You better tell me all about it, Luffy demanded. I wouldn't dream of keeping our adventure to myself. Shanks then picked up Luffy and carried him with one arm at his side like a sack of potatoes. He smiled at the sound of Luffy's giggles. The boy extended his arms and legs, pretending like he was a bird flying. Yeah, there was a lot of charm to staying in Fuchsia. Soon enough, they were settled in Party's bar with some of Makino's food and drinks. The air was filled with laughter and conversation as Makino was treated to 20 different versions of the same story from their adventure. Shanks, meanwhile, was occupied with entertaining the ever-excitable Luffy with tales of the underground city of Nestian on one of the islands they had visited. The city had so many levels, and the sun even reached the very bottom of the city. Whoa! Luffy said, hands clasped around his glass of juice. How did they get the sun to reach that far? Mirrors. The sun entered some holes in the ground at the stop and a bunch of mirrors reflected the sun throughout the city. I'm going to visit one day. Luffy had stars in his eyes as he imagined himself on his very own adventure. Shanks, let me join your crew. I want to go on adventures. This was a familiar question ever since Luffy had decided he wanted to become a pirate. Shanks had since then made sure to not only tell him the good parts of being a pirate, just to make sure that Luffy wasn't making his decision with a naive vision. His crew was especially bad at romanticizing the pirate life and Shanks felt responsible for counterbalancing it. Not today, Anchor. Shanks laughed at the question like he always did. You're too young. I turn 7 soon. Luffy protested. 7 is still too young, Shanks said, again, as he took a sip of his drink. Besides, you're not strong enough to survive on the sea. Luffy's face turned red. My punches are as strong as pistols. And I can get stronger. I'm sure you will, Anchor. Just not enough before we leave. I practiced fighting those mean monkeys while you were gone. I did a lot better than last time. Dahahaha, and you think you'll be fighting monkeys at sea? This was perhaps a bit hypocritical of Shanks considering he had a monkey in his own crew. It's the Priency Principle. Principle? It's the principle of it. That's a big word for you. Have you been learning with Makino? Shanks asked, deftly changing the subject. Sure enough, Luffy was distracted by describing everything that he had done while the red hair pirates were gone. Shanks mainly listened, interjecting with a comment here and there, but his thoughts were far away. Truth be told, his crew would be happy to have Luffy with them. It was mainly Shanks and a few other sensible members who were the holdouts. He had threatened everyone with a month of bathroom duty on the ship if they breathed a word that Shanks had grown up on a pirate ship. He would never hear the end of it from Luffy if he knew that. But it was because he knew what it was like to grow up on a pirate ship that he rejected Luffy's attempt to join the crew. It was dangerous, filled with violence, and a recipe for childhood trauma. Shanks would never regret his own life, but he cared enough about Luffy to not want that for him. And I've been practicing hitting trees while you were gone. I can now decide if I crack the wood or not. Good job, Luffy, Shanks said, refocusing on what Luffy was saying. Now that we're back for a while, me and Lucky Roo will test your progress. Luffy grinned proudly. His pride was well deserved. Several months had passed since Luffy's fight and Shanks was confident he wouldn't accidentally kill anyone if he got in a fight, especially with another kid. Additionally, they had even started showing him some other self-defense moves besides throwing a punch. But perhaps most importantly, the advice Shanks had been giving Luffy about controlling his temper had started to sink in. Luffy still got mad when Shanks teased him, but his anger wasn't nearly as sharp as it had been at the beginning. Hey, Shanks. Do you really not want me to come with you? This was the first time Luffy had sounded self-conscious about his frequent requests to join the crew. It's not that I don't want you to come with us, Shanks said, trying to explain it in a way that Luffy would understand. It's that the sea is a dangerous place and I would constantly be worried about you. So if you weren't worried about me, you would let me come with you? Luffy asked. You'd have to be a lot older and stronger for me to not worry about you. Truthfully, Shanks would likely always worry about Luffy. The stubborn kid had wormed his way into Shanks' heart and wouldn't leave. I've decided. Luffy banged his fist on the bar. I will prove you don't have to worry about me. Dahahaha, good luck with that. Shanks laughed, regaining his carefree mood. You still can't swim. Luffy puffed up his cheeks. That's because you won't let me practice on my own. Sure, whatever you say. Little did Shanks know, but from that day on, Luffy would start completing various challenges to prove his strength. Things like hauling bags of rocks, running 5 times around the village, or even one day attempting to climb the cliff to his house. For that last one, Beckman managed to talk Luffy out of it, saying that if he did something so stupid, he would reject Luffy's admission to the crew as the first mate. Instead, Beckman instructed Luffy to sit on the deck of the Red Storm and learn how to tie knots, like a proper sailor. This task occupied Luffy for a good 2 weeks as he was exceedingly bad at it. Da ha ha ha. Shanks pointed and laughed at Luffy, who was tangled in a bunch of rope and unable to escape. A big, scary pirate, everyone. Shut up, Shanks. Luffy snapped. I can get out of this, I can. Oh, my bad, I'd have thought you'd have wanted to eat some of these. Shanks whipped out a bag from behind his back. Homemade cookies from Makino. Luffy gasped. I guess I'll just sit here and eat them. Shanks sat on the deck across from Luffy and tauntingly pulled out a cookie. Luffy's eyes got wider the closer the cookie got to Shanks' mouth. He took a big bite. Mhmm. Delicious. Luffy struggled to get out of the rope even more, only to end up more and more tangled. Meanwhile, Shanks made his way through the rest of the bag. Once he got to the last one, he shook the bag to show there was only one left. If you give up and say you're hopeless at tying knots, I will give this to you. No way. I won't give up. Luffy shouted defiantly. Ah, I see. The determination of a man. Shanks nodded his head solemnly, as if in respect. Then a grin cracked his face. But I'm the one who wins today. He bit into the last cookie. No. Da ha ha ha. Taking their lead from Beckman, the rest of the crew got in on making various challenges for Luffy to attempt. Shanks thought it was harmless and rather funny to see Luffy doing cartwheels until he threw up, attempting to beat Lucky Roo at an eating contest, and, on one memorable day, being tricked into swabbing the deck. It was certainly better than leaving him to his own devices. The crew made sure that all of these challenges were unbeatable so they wouldn't have to confront the fact that Shanks still didn't intend to let him on the crew. So with a peaceful, if funny, balance restored, Shanks didn't have to worry about crushing Luffy's spirit with constant rejections. They resumed their intermittent travel throughout East Blue but spent more time at Fuchsia, all of them realizing that their permanent departure date was coming closer and closer. However, it was a day around 10 months into their time at Fuchsia that Shanks realized he might have gotten in over his head during their time in East Blue. Yasopp and Luffy were behind Party's bar with Yasopp showing off his sniping skills when Shanks went to find them. He stood in the shadow of Party's bar, unnoticed by Luffy and likely unnoticed by Yasopp since none of them bothered with constant observation hockey in East Blue. And that is how Usopp managed to find a hidden treasure map on the Gecko Islands. Wow! Usopp is the best. Right? I'm the proudest dad that ever was. Shanks barely refrained from snickering. He should have known that Yasopp would be bragging about Usopp to Luffy. Yasopp had managed to visit Syrup a total of 4 times ever since Luffy convinced him to go. He brought back new stories and letters for Luffy each time and Luffy ate it up. Hey, Yasopp? Luffy asked, sounding uncharacteristically hesitant. What is it, Luffy? Yasopp casually tossed a coin into the air and a few seconds later it landed in a can on the opposite side of the yard. It was a mark of how preoccupied Luffy was that he didn't gasp in awe over this feat. What's a dad? Yasopp was visibly startled while Shanks felt his eyes widen in surprise. This wasn't a question they had ever expected from Luffy, considering that the kid boldly declared he didn't have a dad and never sounded like he cared. Why do you ask? I thought you said you don't have a dad. Yasopp asked, seeming perplexed and slightly nervous. Well, Usopp said in his last letter that you're the best dad ever. Yasopp perked up to preen. And it sounded like he's having a lot of fun with you as a dad. But when I thought real hard about it, I figured out I don't really know what a dad is, so I don't know if it's cool or not. Luffy pouted in the silence that followed after his deceptively nonchalant statement. Once again, Shanks cursed this unknown man who fathered Luffy and left him alone, whether that be due to abandonment or death he didn't know. Luffy had certainly not gotten any information from Garp about it from what Shanks could gather. Well, I'm glad to hear Usopp thinks that, but I am definitely not the best example of a dad, Yasopp said with some unusual self-awareness. I stayed away for too long and I visit too little to be the best dad. So a dad is someone who visits a lot? Luffy asked, noticeably confused. Not exactly, Yasopp said, running a hand through his hair. A lot of dads live with their kids, and a lot don't. But I think regardless of how often a dad sees his kid, the important part is that he loves them. That's it? Luffy sounded unimpressed. A dad also cares for his kid, helps them when they need it, and tries his best to raise them to grow up strong. He tries his best to provide the best home possible for his kid even if he's not there all the time. It was a slightly unusual definition of what a traditional father was, but Shanks supposed Yasopp did the best he could with his own example of what a father was and Luffy's skewed view of family, thanks to Garp. Oh. Luffy sounded like he connected some dots with that haphazard explanation. I get it now. Oh, you do? Yasopp said, relieved. Yeah. And are you sad you don't have a dad? Yasopp asked hesitantly. Shanks was prepared to step in if Luffy became too upset by this question, now that he knew all he was missing out on. What are you talking about? Luffy asked, tilting his head. I do have one. I know it now. What? Yasopp sounded dumbfounded. Did your dad come by when we were gone last time? No, Luffy said, tone indicating he thought Yasopp was being stupid. Duh. Then who is it? Yasopp asked, brows furrowed and mouth pulling down in confusion. Shanks was equally as perplexed and racked his brain trying to think of all the adults he saw Luffy interact with. He couldn't think Makino was his dad, right? That would be dumb even for Luffy. None of the other villagers were that close to Luffy, maybe he was thinking of Garp? But no, Luffy seemed clear in that he saw Garp as his scary grandfather. He was abruptly pulled out of his thoughts by Luffy's next statement. It's Shanks. Shanks inhaled, choking on air, and Yasopp, hearing this, whirled around to look at him with wide eyes. Then, he swiftly pointed in the opposite direction of Shanks and yelled, "Look, it's a stag beetle." Where? Luffy, sufficiently distracted, never noticed that Shanks had been listening to their conversation. The boy ran off towards the bushes behind Party's bar and rummaged through the foliage. Yasopp and Shanks merely stared at each other, before Yasopp gained an expression like he had realized something. His eyes darted between Shanks and Luffy, but before Yasopp could try and say anything, Shanks spun on his heel and strode back to Party's bar. He needed to be drunker than he was now. One rum, Makino. A cup of rum was promptly placed in front of him at the bar, which Shanks proceeded to chug until it was empty. Another. Makino stared at him while Beckman merely raised an eyebrow at Shanks. Please? Shanks tried employing manners. Okay, Makino said, sounding unsure but complying nonetheless. You look like you're about to sheet your pants, Beckman observed, rather cruelly Shanks thought. Da ha ha ha. Shanks let out a nervous laugh. Why would I do that? A judgmental pause. You tell me, Beckman said finally. Or do I need to ask Yasopp? You last went to go find him and Luffy. No need. Nothing happened, nothing at all. Shanks downed the next cup of rum just as quickly as the last. You know what? I'm going to go back to the ship, I'm feeling kind of tired, don't want to stay up too late, you know? Da ha ha ha. Beckman's other eyebrow joined the first and the first mate looked like he was seriously evaluating his life choices in following Shanks. You know what, maybe that's for the best, Beckman said, giving up on asking any more questions. With a frazzled smile at Makino, Shanks practically ran out of the bar and all the way back to the ship. He slammed the door to his quarters and flopped face down onto the bed. Shanks wasn't drunk enough for this. Unwanted thoughts kept pushing their way to the forefront of Shanks' mind. Luffy's innocent words, juxtaposed with his childhood memories. Roger would never have been accused of being a responsible parent, while Rayleigh was more of a stern taskmaker but caring nonetheless. But both of them were the closest people he had to parents, the only dads he had ever known, even if he never called them that to their faces. They had raised him on a pirate ship. A place full of danger and bloodshed but also excitement and adventure. It was due to them that he was the man he was today, but in the end, they both left, one to death and one to exile. Sure, he kept up with Rayleigh every now and then, but in the immediate aftermath of the Roger Pirates' disbandment, he had been left alone. Rationally, he knew that this was for his own good. He would have been subjected to the intense manhunts of the Marines otherwise, but the sting of abandonment, whether that was from Roger's death or Rayleigh's flight, never left. That was who he had as father figures, and now a small, innocent child saw him in that light? His first inclination was to panic. He wasn't prepared for this. He was not fit to be a father. Shanks thought back to Yasopp's definition of fatherhood, trying to see what Luffy saw. A dad cares for his kid. Of course, he cared for Luffy. He wouldn't have stuck around for 10 months in a sleepy village if he didn't. But that didn't make him a dad. A dad helps his kid when they need it. When he had heard that Luffy had gotten into a fight, his first instinct had been to run to his defense. And when it turned out that Luffy was physically okay, he did his best to knock some sense into his head and offered to provide him with training. A dad tries his best to raise his kid to grow up strong. Shanks had started training Luffy, mainly to help him control his strength but also how to react if a bigger person attacked him. He had taught him some basic self-defense moves and encouraged him to grow stronger. But that was because Luffy was his friend. He wanted Luffy to be safe. A dad tries his best to provide the best home possible for his kid even if he's not there all the time. His thoughts went back to when he found out that Luffy was living alone. He had been livid and his first thought had been to fix the situation as best he could. But that was only what any decent person would do when they saw a child neglected. You gave him a home on your ship. You wouldn't do that for just anyone. The thought slithered its way past his walls. He had no defense against it. It was true. His ship was his precious home and he had opened it up to a boy whose last name he hadn't even known at the time. Back when Luffy had gotten into that fight, Makino, the closest person Luffy had to a caretaker, had let him take the lead in disciplining Luffy. She hadn't hesitated at all to entrust Luffy's well-being to him. Sure, he teased Luffy, had petty fights with him, and rejected his demands to join Shanks' crew, but Shanks also protected him and imparted advice. He provided something that Luffy was missing, a home, and wanted to do everything he could in the short time he had here to ensure that Luffy grew up well. It had been hard to tell at first, with the endless cheer and enthusiasm Luffy exhibited, but it was especially clear when he defended Makino that Luffy possessed a deep well of anger. Whether that was just his heritage or due to growing up as lonely as he had, Shanks didn't know. What he did know was that as Luffy had grown more confident with Shanks and the crew and as he had gained a friend in Usopp, his edges had become less sharp over time. Shanks felt a bone-deep satisfaction at recognizing Luffy's progress, at seeing how much he had grown in the short time he had known him. And at his carefree happiness. Holy F-, Shanks was a dad now. The realization felt like it should have been uncomfortable or reluctant, but aside from his initial panic, it was instead as if a missing piece had been slotted into place. Well, that's certainly something, Shanks thought, then reached into his nightstand to grab his stash of liquor. He didn't know if he was celebrating or despairing, but this moment called for some more alcohol. Shanks woke up the next day with the mother of all hangovers. He didn't dare face the sun until well into the afternoon. When he emerged, Beckman was waiting for him on the otherwise empty deck, with most of the crew having already departed to either the beach or party's bar. Here. Beckman tossed him a water skin and Shanks caught it with a grunt of thanks. He chugged the whole thing, then took a seat on a barrel next to Beckman. I turned Luffy away, Beckman said nonchalantly. I told him you weren't feeling well. Same as I told him last night when you weren't there. Thanks. Shanks felt a sliver of guilt worm its way into his chest, but it was for the best that Luffy didn't see him before he had worked through his revelation last night. I spoke with Usopp. The sentence hung in the air. Ah, yeah, that. Yes, that. Beckman took a drag from his cigarette. And what? Is your little identity crisis over? Or are we running away from East Blue? Shanks jolted in surprise. You would agree to do that? You are the captain. But I would have a lot less respect for you if you did. Yeah, that'd be fair. Shanks grimaced. We're not leaving just yet. Good. They sat, unspeaking, for several minutes, the smoke of Beckman's cigarette wafting through the air. Shanks broke the silence first. Beck, I'm a dad now. Congratulations, it's a boy, Beckman said without missing a beat. Beck, Shanks whined. I don't know what to tell you, Beckman said. It's been obvious to those of us with eyes for months now. Usopp was surprised. It's Usopp. Shanks conceded the point. What kind of father am I? Shanks despaired. I'm just going to leave him eventually. It doesn't seem that Luffy would begrudge you that. He did say months ago that if his father was following his dream he wouldn't be mad. But that's because Luffy doesn't know any better. His guardian is Garp of all people. He also has a stable role model in Makino, Beckman pointed out. Don't try to project your own feelings onto him. He deserves better than me. I happen to think you've been exactly what he's needed these past months. He's easy to please. Stop making excuses, Beckman said, voice notably annoyed. That boy has already claimed you as his father. It's no longer about whether you are good enough and now about doing the best you can do. Shanks took in a deep breath. He'd thought his panic was over, but apparently it had returned when he was sober. You're right. I usually am. Don't push it. Shanks scowled. Beckman only smirked in response. Now, SCK it up and show your face to Luffy before you chicken out like Usopp. That's a good point. We can only have one Usopp on this crew, Shanks said with false bravado. He stood up along with Beckman. It was time to face the world, and more importantly, Luffy. If Shanks was worried that Luffy would act differently around him, then he shouldn't have. There was no noticeable change in Luffy's behavior. It seemed that, unlike Shanks, simply putting a name to their existing dynamic didn't faze the boy one bit. In fact, if Shanks had not overheard Luffy and Usopp's conversation, there was a chance he would have never realized how Luffy saw him. The next few weeks passed in a similar manner. Beckman, knowing that Shanks had put off on addressing it directly with Luffy, kept shooting him judging glances, to the point where the rest of the crew had clocked that something was up. Luffy, of course, was oblivious. Shanks would like to think he would have brought it up on his own before they left Fusha permanently, but said topic was instead broached unintentionally by Luffy. Shanks! Luffy yelled as he waved a piece of paper in the air and ran into Party's bar. Guess what? What? Shanks asked, customary grin pulling at his mouth. There's a ship that goes between Syrup and Fusha every few weeks. And they said they would take my letters to Usopp. Luffy said, full enthusiasm as he always was when speaking of Usopp. That's great, Anchor. Shanks said. Now you don't have to rely on Usopp. And he could keep up this friendship when the red hair pirates inevitably left for good. The thought had him struggling to keep his grin up. Yeah. I'm going to write a letter right now. Luffy pulled a pencil out of his pocket and hopped up on the barstool next to Shanks. The one on Shanks' other side was occupied by Lucky Roo, who barely glanced over at Luffy before going back to his drink. Let me know when you're ready for me to read it. It was a familiar custom now that Luffy would write his letter first, Shanks would correct his spelling, and Luffy would rewrite it on a new sheet. At first, Luffy had wanted to just cross out his words and write them on the same sheet as his rough draft, but Makino put her foot down. She had latched onto this new friendship as an excuse to force Luffy into learning how to spell properly. Shanks sipped his drink, beer instead of rum for a change, and listened to the scribbling of the pencil as Luffy wrote. I'm done. A sheet of paper was moved in front of Shanks' nose. Let's see how many words I have to correct this time, Shanks teased. I tried really hard this time. We'll see about that. Shanks grabbed the paper with a flourish and straightened it out to read. His eyes scanned the letter and his eyes paused on a particular sentence. Hi Usopp. I heard you found a treasure map that's so cool. Tell me what you find. You're right, your dad is so cool. He showed me his sniping again. My dad is also cool. He showed me his sword, and is really strong. We will be even cooler when we are pirates. Shanks still won't let me join his crew though. Working on it. Bye. Luffy. You did good with your spelling, Anchor, Shanks said around the knot in his throat. There's just a few words that are wrong. See? I told you I tried really hard. Luffy crowed. I'm going to send this picture with it too. Another paper was pulled from Luffy's pocket. It was crumpled and had creases on it from being folded. It was messy and the subject was barely discernible. The knot in Shanks' throat grew larger. It was the two of them. Shanks was only recognizable by the bright red used to color his hair and the gray stick that represented his sword. A smaller figure was drawn next to him, with a scribble of black hair. It's when I finally join your crew. Luffy said, oblivious to the emotion Shanks was experiencing. Can I keep this, Luffy? Shanks asked before he knew what he was saying. Huh? I just told you I'm sending it to Usopp? Luffy said indignantly. Can you draw him another picture, please? Shanks' voice sounded weak to his own ears and he felt more than saw Lucky Roo turn his attention to the two of them. I would really like this one. Shanks is weird, Luffy said after a pause. Yeah, I guess so, Shanks said, laughing nervously. Luffy put on his thinking face. I will give it to you if you tell me why you've been acting weird. What? Shanks' heart almost stopped. How have I been acting? I dunno, just weird. You look at me with a weird look on your face sometimes. Luffy's perceptiveness struck again. Shanks could have cursed at knowing that Luffy had noticed his nervous behavior. Well, that's because, the words caught in his throat. Luffy looked at Shanks expectantly. He thought about deflecting, about saying something inflammatory like, your face is funny, which was sure to get a rise out of Luffy. But Beckman's words came back to him. That boy has already claimed you as his father. It's no longer about whether you are good enough and now about doing the best you can do. You really think of me as a dad, huh? Shanks said quietly. Lucky Roo's chewing stopped conspicuously. Luffy looked at him like Shanks was the dumbest person alive. That's because you are my dad. Luffy practically yelled the words, so it's no wonder the rest of the crew took notice of what was happening. The audience didn't help Shanks' nerves, but there was no helping it. But I'm going to leave eventually and I don't know when I'll see you again. Well, when I join your crew. When I will see you all the time. Luffy, I'm not going to let you join my crew, Shanks said it more harshly than he intended, but he couldn't stand it if Luffy had his heart broken when they inevitably left for good and didn't take him along. Luffy paused, and the whole room seemed to hold its breath. Then, Luffy's nose wrinkled. Well, that's dumb because I'm really strong, Luffy said. But even if you leave you're still my dad, right? That's what Usopp said. The entire crew snapped their heads to look at Usopp, who held his hands up defensively. Usopp gave you a crappy definition of a dad and you decided it was me, Shanks said flatly. A faint hey was muffled by hands over Usopp's mouth, but Shanks didn't pay him any mind. Isn't that fine though? Luffy put his finger in his ear, unfazed and evidently bored by this conversation. But then he paused and a stricken look crossed his face. Do you not want to be my dad, Shanks? The crew swiveled their heads back to look at Shanks. That's not what I meant at all. Shanks yelled, wanting that look off Luffy's face. I just don't think I'm a good one. I'm a pirate. I'm not a good role model and I can't be there for you while you grow up. So what if you're not a good one? Luffy crossed his arms to glare at Shanks. I didn't have one at all before and now I do, so it's okay. You deserve better than the bare minimum, Shanks said, voice barely above a whisper but it carried through the room. Luffy's face grew thunderous and he took a deep breath. You don't get to decide for me. Luffy yelled at the top of his lungs. I thought you were a pirate. Pirates are free. They do whatever they want. If you don't want to be my dad then fine. But I'm going to be a pirate too and you don't get to make choices for me. Shanks gaped at Luffy. Was it really that simple? Luffy decided Shanks was his dad, and all he needed was for Shanks to decide the same? You're right, Shanks said finally. I'm sorry for trying to make a decision for you. I do want to be your dad and if you want that too then that's all that matters. Luffy nodded decisively. Good. Stupid Shanks making everything hard. Da ha ha ha. Shanks burst out laughing, feeling lighter than he had in weeks. I guess so. Luffy's face brightened. If I'm right, does that mean I can join your crew? No way in hell. Ah Shanks. They likely would have continued their spat if not for Gab bursting into loud tears. Everyone turned to look at him. It's so beautiful. There was a heavy pause as everyone took in Gab's words. Shanks' face grew hot once he registered that the entire crew had heard his blatant insecurities. Though judging by Beckman's look, that served him right for procrastinating this conversation. Gab is right. Snake yelled. The boss has finally seen what was right in front of his nose. The bond of father and son is unlike any other. Luffy takes after you, Chief. Though somehow he's smarter than Chief, Lucky Roo snarked from beside Shanks. Hey! Shanks cried out. Shishishi. Luffy was absolutely delighted by the crew's reaction. This calls for a song. Bonk Punch chimed in. This calls for a toast. Hongo corrected, raising his glass. Wait, I want a toast. Luffy demanded. Here you go, Luffy. Makino passed him a cup of juice. She wiped away a tear as she looked between Luffy and Shanks. Her smile was as wide as Shanks had ever seen it. To Luffy and Shanks. To fatherhood. To the dumbest father-son combo the world has ever seen. Hey! Luffy and Shanks yelled in unison. Cheers! The room chorused and for several moments the only sound that could be heard was gulping. They slammed their finished drinks down and Bonk Punch and Monster immediately went into a song. Thank you, Shanks, Makino said quietly after she walked up to stand near Shanks on the other side of the bar. I've hardly done anything, Shanks protested. You've done more than you know. Makino walked away before he could demur anymore. Shanks sighed but felt a smile tug at his lips unwillingly. He looked over at Luffy who was singing along to Bonk Punch's song. He danced in place as he sat on the bar stool and had a happy grin on his face. Looks like we're stuck together, Anchor. Shishishi, of course we are. And that was that. Since Shanks and Luffy had come to terms with their relationship, or rather Shanks had, nothing changed in how they behaved with one another. Luffy didn't start calling Shanks Dad, and it was just generally understood what they were to each other. A portion of the crew had started trying to get Luffy to call them Uncle, but Luffy had already just barely understood what a father was, let alone what extended relatives were. Thus, the crew's efforts went unrewarded. Shanks had hung up the drawing he had commandeered in his cabin to much teasing from his men. He didn't care, and he was determined to have several pictures to add to it. Recently, Lime Juice had traveled to Goa undercover to retrieve a visual Den Mushi and had just returned with it. The crew had been having a great time taking pictures of Luffy just being Luffy and with various crew members. Gab, thoughtfully, had taken one with Luffy and Makino and gifted it to the bar owner, who received it with a watery smile. Shanks had managed to get a few with him and Luffy and one with Luffy and the entire crew that he hung up in his room next to the drawing. One morning at the beginning of their 12th month visiting Fusha, Shanks, Snake, Hongo, and Luffy were sailing around the coast of Dawn in a small fisherman's boat they had rented from a local. They had brought provisions, aka a lunch, and had given Luffy a sash to make him feel like a real pirate. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Luffy cried out as he pointed his wooden sword at the open ocean. Enemies off the starboard side. They had taught Luffy some basic sailing terms over the course of the time they had been in Fusha, and Luffy had miraculously managed to retain some of them despite him being, well, Luffy. Oh no, Captain Luffy. What shall we do? Snake cried out with a grin. They all got a kick out of playing pirate with Luffy despite being hardened Grand Line pirates themselves. Shoot them with the cannons. Luffy ordered. Pow pow pow. Hongo dutifully mimed lighting up a cannon. The enemy ship is taking damage. Shishishi. Now we take their treasure. Luffy ran toward the opposite side of the boat, but tripped along the way, hitting the ground with a thunk. Dahaha. Perhaps it made Shanks a bad dad that his first instinct was to laugh at his son's misfortune, but hey, it just built character. Luffy was tough so he'd be fine. Ow, Luffy said, sitting up and rubbing his head. Hongo kneeled down next to him and inspected his head. Looks like it'll bruise a little but nothing worse than that. Haven't got your sea legs yet, have you, Anchor? Shanks teased with a smirk. Luffy frowned grumpily. I would've if you let me go on adventures with you. You've got to be a little more tough to go on adventures with the red hair pirates, Anchor, Snake said with a wide grin. A little bump in the head can't get you down. Pirates go through a lot of pain, you know. Then he took the opportunity to show Luffy the scar on his side that he got from a particularly stab-happy marine. Luffy had likely seen it at least 5 times, but he still oohed and awed to Snake's satisfaction. One day, I'll have cool scars too, Snake. Luffy determined with a bright gleam in his eye that showed he was daydreaming again about his future as a pirate. Gahahaha. Snake laughed. I'll buy you a drink when you do, Luffy. Little did Shanks know, but that conversation would come back to haunt them as they pulled Luffy off the figurehead of their ship after he stabbed himself with a knife. You little idiot. Shanks swatted Luffy lightly on the back of his head. No whacking Luffy until after I'm done with the stitches, Hongo said as he got out his supplies to treat Luffy's self-inflicted wound. No matter how much he deserves it. What were you thinking? Shanks demanded as Hongo wiped the area under Luffy's eye clean with disinfectant. Luffy's eyes were watery from the pain as he looked up at him, and Shanks' sternness internally wavered at the sight. No, he had to be strong. His kid had been a dumbass and it was his duty to scold him for it. I just wanted to show you I can handle pain so you know you can take me with you. Is this about what Snake said a few weeks ago? Shanks sighed, and Snake, who was nearby with the other hovering members of the crew, let out a guilty squeak. Luffy said nothing, wincing as Hongo deftly stitched closures in his wound. Luffy, we talked about this, Shanks said as he took a seat on a barrel next to Luffy. I don't want to keep you from your adventures. Luffy burst out suddenly after Hongo had finished putting a bandage over his newly stitched wound. You're not keeping us from anything, Luffy, Shanks said, a bit confused at the change in subject. I don't want to stop your dreams, Luffy continued. But I also don't want you to leave. So the only way is for me to go with you. Shanks felt a pang in his heart. This wasn't about Luffy wanting to be a pirate like all his earlier requests had been for. This was about a boy not wanting his dad and his pseudo-uncles to leave him. I'm sorry, Luffy, but my answer hasn't changed, Shanks explained remorsefully. On this, he wouldn't waver in spite of the watery-eyed glares he received from his crewmates. We agreed, I'm your dad now. And it would make me a bad dad if I put you in needless danger. I'm okay with you being a bad dad, Luffy grumbled. Shanks ruffled his hair. Well, I'm not, so we both have to deal with it. No matter how much it tore at him. Are you mad at me? Luffy asked abruptly. No, Shanks shook his head. I know why you did it. That doesn't mean I'm happy though. Promise me you won't purposefully harm yourself again, Luffy. Luffy thought for a moment, and Shanks was glad that he had taken it seriously when Shanks had said he should never make a promise he couldn't keep. I promise, Luffy said finally, nodding his head. Good, Shanks said, acknowledging his promise, before turning to the rest of the crew assembled. Now, let's go to Party's bar. We can celebrate there. Boss, what are we celebrating? Luffy's craziness. Cheers rang out across the deck. I'll leave you to tell Makino what you did, Anchor, Shanks added, knowing the woman would not be happy with Luffy's actions. Luffy grimaced, realizing the same thing. The Red Hair Pirates had just arrived from a trip the night prior, and so this was the first time they had gone to Party's bar since they returned. Lucky Roo, who had taken charge of the devil fruit they had picked up from that marine ship, decided to bring it with them rather than leave it minimally guarded on the Red Storm. Since they had retrieved it, they determined that it was the Gomu Gomu no Mi, a paramecia devil fruit that could turn the eater into rubber. Though, why such a fruit was guarded so heavily by CP9, Shanks hadn't the faintest clue. He resolved to do some more research into the Gomu Gomu no Mi later. Either way, no one on his ship wanted to eat it, so they would likely sell it once they got back to the Grand Line. But in any case, said fruit was deposited on the bar in a treasure chest and promptly forgotten about while the Red Hair Pirates started their party. Makino had just finished scolding Luffy when the rest of the crew took up a toast to Luffy's craziness, which likely undermined the point of her chastisement. However, Shanks wasn't worried about something like that happening again as he had secured a promise from Luffy. He heard Beckman trying to explain to Luffy again why Shanks wouldn't take him with them, but it likely wouldn't sink in. The boy just didn't understand the dangers of the sea, which was fine. It would take time and experience for Luffy to understand true danger, even if Garp had given him a small taste with his training. Luffy had a lot of potential, Shanks mused, as he sipped his drink. He was physically strong and had quickly picked up on what little Shanks and Lucky Roo had taught him. He had the desire to be a pirate like in the stories Shanks had told him, which meant he likely wouldn't become one of the abhorrent newcomers that had emerged after Captain Roger's execution. Secretly, Shanks was looking forward to the time that Luffy became old enough to join his crew if he still wanted to by that point. Part of him couldn't picture it as Luffy was so willful. He might grow to want his own crew sooner or later. He was torn out of his thoughts by the slamming of the door of Party's bar. It tore off the hinges and hit the ground with a thud. A group of men walked into the room, all of whom had pathetically weak presences to Shanks' sense. Even Luffy, a newly turned 7-year-old, had a stronger presence than these grown men. "We want some booze, now," the lead man demanded as he approached the bar. "I'm sorry, I just ran out," Makino said with a nervous smile. It had happened occasionally when her stock couldn't keep up with the gluttony of the red hair pirates, but she was always prompt in supplying more as soon as possible. "Oh? But these pirates look like their cups are full. What are they drinking? Water?" Oh, Shanks could tell he didn't like this man. However, if he could get out of the situation without a fight he would. There were just some people not worth the effort of fighting. This man was one of them. "Here," Shanks said before Makino could respond. He raised an unopened bottle of rum. "This one is unopened. You're welcome to it." A hand smashed the bottle as Shanks was holding it, spilling rum all over him. He could have dodged, but, really, any level of effort in this situation wasn't worth it. "Does that look like it will be enough for me and all of my men?" "It's worthless. Do you all know who I am?" "Oh, no, the floor got wet," Shanks said with a put-upon level of dismay. "Makino, hand me a towel please." The man went on without acknowledging Shanks. Makino rushed around to Shanks' side of the bar, towel in hand. Shanks took it from her without letting her protest. "Listen up. I'm Higuma, a mountain bandit worth 8 million berry, and I have killed 56 people." The newly named Higuma went and pulled out his own bounty poster of all things. Shanks barely withheld his laughter at this action. How pretentious could he get? And over a pathetically small bounty. As Shanks was wiping the floor with Makino hovering nearby, the bandit whipped out his sword. Shanks was forced to dodge it to prevent any damage to his precious hat but paid the bandit no mind as he sat on the floor covered in rum. "Pirates," Higuma sneered. "You look so stupid like that wiping the floor. I guess it's too much to expect that pirates are real men. Don't mess with me again, coward." With that, Higuma strode out of the room with his pack of bandits. There was a long moment of silence in their wake before Shanks and his men all burst out laughing. "He got you good, Chief. He had an 8 million berry bounty. Ha 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 ha." Hysterical laughter filled the bar until Luffy interrupted them with his shout. He was standing up on his bar stool where he had been sitting the entire confrontation. "Shanks. What was that?" What was what, Luffy?" Shanks said, though he had a feeling he knew what this was about. The boy looked dismayed, confused, and angry all at the same time. "Why did you let him do that? He completely made fun of you and threatened you. I know you're not a coward, so why?" Shanks softened his grin. "Listen, Luffy. Remember how I told you to pick your fights? There are just some fights not worth fighting." "I don't get it." Luffy cried out with as much rage as Shanks had seen from him recently. "That bandit, he's not worth it. If I started a fight with him over this, then I would just be sinking to his level. I wouldn't win even if I fought." "Arg." Luffy sat down on the bar stool in frustration. In retrospect, Shanks was surprised that Luffy didn't say anything to Higuma, but then again, Shanks was there. Luffy appeared to have some trust that Shanks would take care of the situation, but it was resolved in a way the boy couldn't understand yet. "As much as I understand your point, boss, I get where Luffy is coming from," Bonk Punch said with his habitual grin plastered on his face. "Ha ha ha, as if an 8 million bounty bandit could actually hurt the boss. It'd be like kicking a puppy. A bad-tempered puppy. A puppy who has killed 56 people. Ha 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 ha. Da ha 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 ha." Shanks was so distracted with the crew that he didn't notice what Luffy was doing until it was too late. The sound of loud munching drifted to his ears. "What are you eating out of anger, Luffy?" Shanks asked, standing up and turning to look at Luffy. Luffy grumbled around the food in his mouth before he swallowed. "Bleh, that's disgusting." It was then that Shanks took note of what was in Luffy's hand. It was the Gomu Gomu no Mi. "Luffy! Spit that out!" Shanks yelled frantically. "Huh!" Luffy said, confused and panicked by the urgent tone in Shanks' voice. Shanks took matters into his own hands and grabbed Luffy by the legs, shaking him upside down. "Spit it out." In reality, he knew it was too late. Luffy had swallowed it. But he had to at least try. Sure enough, a few moments later, Luffy's neck extended with the force of a shake and his head hit the floor with a thud before it snapped back up to its usual place. "Aye?" The crew let out a chorus of incredulous cries and spat out their drinks. "Ah?" Shanks indulged in a, likely inappropriate, expression of panic. "What just happened?" Luffy cried out in fear. His face was a rictus of terror at what he had just experienced. Shanks placed Luffy back on his sit and gripped his shoulders. That was the Gomu Gomu no Mi that you just ate. A devil fruit. Ah. What's that? Shanks took several deep breaths, trying to regain his calm, for Luffy's sake if for no one else's. It's a fruit that gives the person who ate it a special power, but in exchange, that person can no longer swim. Ever? Ever? Shanks nodded solemnly. Luffy, how did you get the fruit? Lucky Roo interjected, face filled with anxiety. How? Luffy repeated, dumbfounded. It was just sitting there in the open chest. But the chest was locked. I have the key right here. Lucky Roo cried out, pulling out said key. Shanks looked consideringly between the key and the now open chest. It could be Lucky Roo just misremembering that he locked it, but that wouldn't explain the chest being open. Or it could be that some of the stranger rumors about devil fruits had some credibility, the ones that said the fruit chose the user. In any case, there's no helping it now, Shanks said with a sigh. We'll just have to help Luffy get used to it before we leave. Despite not having any devil fruit users on his crew, he didn't think they were cursed. He just wished that Luffy could have made this decision properly instead of by accident. Boss, I'm sorry. I take responsibility for this. Lucky Roo said, distraught. I must have left it unlocked by accident. Shanks waved a dismissive hand. Luffy should know better than to eat strange foods in suspicious treasure chests. Luffy actually looked abashed by this, rattled as he was by the shock of eating a devil fruit by accident. Still, if you insist on making amends, you can help me train Luffy with his new powers. You got it, boss. You too, Luffy. Shanks, I'm sorry, Luffy said softly. I was just angry. It'll be okay, Luffy, Shanks said, placing his hand on Luffy's head. Just never try to swim, okay? I'm serious about this. You will drown. Scared, Luffy could do nothing but nod. We'll get started with experimenting with it tomorrow. For now, let's just try to calm down. What a mess. As promised, the next morning Shanks, Lucky Roo, and Luffy set out to their usual training location, a clearing near the beach bordered by trees. Okay, have you tried anything with your ability, Anchor? Shanks asked as he stood across from Luffy. Just stretching my face and fingers. Luffy proceeded to demonstrate with his fingers. What a weird ability, Shanks thought as Luffy's fingers snapped back. And it looks like you're walking normally without stretching. How do you feel, Luffy? Luffy's nose wrinkled in thought before he nodded. Bouncy. Bouncy, Shanks repeated dumbly. Well, we're going to see how it's affected things like your punching and kicking. Luffy, why don't you try to punch me from there, Lucky Roo said standing a few feet away from Luffy. See if you can stretch that far. Luffy nodded and his face screwed up in determination. He took his stance, wound back his arm, and punched forward. His arm extended all right. It went flying above Lucky Roo's head all the way into the tree branches. It got stuck and Lucky Roo was forced to dodge as Luffy's arm recoiled, sending the boy's body flying up into the tree. Ah! I flew! Luffy, are you hurt? Shanks ran up the tree and began climbing it. Lucky, be ready to catch Luffy. It didn't hurt at all. Luffy said sounding surprised. Shanks reached Luffy and untangled his arm from the branches, letting Luffy drop into Lucky Roo's arms. Once they were all on the ground again, Shanks stood with his hands on his hips. Looks like your aim is pretty sensitive. Any small change in angle would mean that your arm goes awry. At Luffy's blank look, Shanks simplified it. You'll have to practice a lot to aim properly. Ugh! Luffy cried out, frustration clear on his face. No use complaining. But before we do that, let's test if you can punch without stretching at all. It turned out that the only way Luffy could punch normally was to either be close to his target so that his punch didn't extend too far, or if he put less force into his punch. Neither was ideal, but Shanks was sure that with some practice Luffy would be able to control it more. Okay, so we're going to focus on two things, Shanks said, putting two fingers up. 1. Aim. You're going to practice by aiming at a tree until you can hit one spot all the time. Understand? Luffy nodded, eyes narrowed in concentration. 2. Control. You're going to try to punch as hard as you can without extending your arm. This will likely be the harder of the two. I will do it. And my punches will be even stronger. Luffy said, voice filled with determination. I'm sure they will be, Shanks agreed. In theory, the Gomu Gomu no Mi just turned the user's body into rubber. It didn't add or take away strength, just allowed the user to stretch and probably absorb blunt force. It could even help if Luffy's ability to stretch and recoil gave him some additional momentum to his punch. This train of thought reassured Shanks. It may not be a world-ending fruit like the Gura Gura no Mi, but it certainly wasn't the worst option with some creativity. Luffy, you'll have to train hard and think outside of the box, but I have faith in you. I believe you will master your abilities, Shanks said. Just you wait. I'll be even stronger than you one day. Luffy yelled. Shanks smiled. I look forward to that day. Luffy sat in Party's bar, idly stretching his fingers and watching them snap back. He was bored. Shanks and the rest had left on a short trip a week ago, so he was stuck back here with just Makino. He did as much training as he could, but after Luffy had missed lunch one time, which had surprised even Luffy, Makino made it a rule that he could only practice in the afternoon for a few hours. Luffy, why don't you come with me to the marketplace? I could use your help with carrying some things, Makino asked as entered the front of the bar from the back room. Luffy thought for a moment. He didn't have anything else to do and he was super bored. Okay. He hopped up from his seat and onto the floor. He noticed that now when he landed on the floor, his knees bounced back up a little, giving him a little hop to his step as he walked. Maybe this was something Shanks would be interested in knowing when he came back? Shanks seemed to like it when Luffy thought about his new devil fruit ability, saying it encourages his creativity. He later asked Makino what that was and she explained it to him. Luffy skipped ahead of Makino as they got closer to the marketplace. Just before they reached it, he ran into somebody in the town square. Oh, it's you. A large hand grabbed the back of Luffy's shirt and hauled him into the air. Luffy stared at the man, remembering him from when he spilled rum on Shanks. Hyman? Higum? Hippo? He couldn't remember the man's name, only that he was a mountain bandit. You're from that stupid bar that one time, Hippo said as he dangled Luffy in front of him. And here's the bartender herself. The bandit turned to Makino. We were just on our way to see if you actually had any alcohol this time, now that the stupid-looking pirate ship is no longer at the dock. Good riddance. This island is better off without those cowards, though I wish I could have killed that red-haired one before he ran away. Shanks is not a coward. Luffy burst out. He was angry, as angry as he was after the first time he saw Hippo. In the back of his mind, he remembered what Shanks had said about some fights not being worth it, but Luffy still didn't understand. Shanks had done so much for him. He even agreed to be his dad. Luffy didn't want to be a bad son and not defend his dad when he was being insulted. Heh? What was that, brat? Hippo said, turning back to Luffy. Despite the situation, Luffy almost laughed at Hippo's face. He looked constipated, though something told Luffy that Hippo thought he looked scary. I said Shanks is not a coward. Take it back and apologize. Hippo's constipated face twisted even more. I don't like being told what to do by weaklings. Hippo spat in Luffy's face and then followed that with a punch. Luffy didn't feel any pain, instead, his head just snapped back and forth. The bandit looked so surprised his dumb face looked even dumber. Huh? What's this? Hippo slapped Luffy to no effect. Please, let him go. Makino cried out. He's just a boy. I have plenty of alcohol back at the bar if you want some. Part of Luffy wanted to deny it, to say that he is a man, but he didn't like the fear in Makino's voice. It's too late for that, stupid wench, Hippo snarled like the bears he had seen in the jungle, though a lot less scary than them. Don't you know about a man's pride? I've been insulted and I can't let that go without punishment. Hippo sounded so lame. Shanks was much cooler. Something in Luffy's head clicked at that thought. Ah, so that's what Shanks meant about that fight not being worth it. Any further thoughts left his head as Luffy was dropped to the ground. He bounced a little, but before he could get up, a kick came at him from behind. Then another and another. He was surrounded by mountain bandits, Hippo's gang, and they were all trying to beat him up. He could have giggled if he wasn't so angry still. Their kicks didn't hurt at all. Being rubber was so cool. Please stop. Makino hadn't stopped yelling the entire time. If it's money you want, then we can give it to you. Oh, that was Whoop Slap. When did he get here? I guess elders like you know how to deal with this situation, Hippo said. But it's too late for this freak. A sharp sound came from above him. It sounded like when Shanks brought out his sword. Luffy started to panic a little. Being rubber didn't stop him from being cut. Now what's going on here? I was wondering why no one was there to greet us when we docked. Shanks. It was Shanks. Luffy felt both lighter and heavier at the same time at realizing that Shanks had come. He was happy because Shanks was super strong and would stop Hippo and maybe make him apologize. But also sad because Shanks had to see Luffy lose. Luffy couldn't even put up a fight before being kicked on the ground. Why did you return at all, you coward? Hippo yelled at Shanks. Don't come any closer or my man will shoot you. Luffy twisted his head on the ground, despite being pinned by a foot, so he could see what was going on. A bandit had a gun to Shanks' head. But Shanks looked like it was completely fine. Now that you've drawn your pistol, bet your life on it. Huh? I'm saying those aren't for threatening people, Shanks said brightly, pointing at the gun. Bang! The bandit holding the gun at Shanks fell over, a gush of red spilling out from his head and onto the ground. Lucky Roo stood with a pistol still smoking and a slab of meat in his other hand. You can insult me all you want, but I will never forgive someone who hurts my friends. Shanks' face grew dark and scary. Let alone when it's my son. This brat is your son? A weakling son for a weakling father. Hippo said, though he didn't sound as confident as he was before. I will destroy pirates like you who just float around all day on a ship. Men, attack. All the bandits ran toward Shanks, only for Beckman to step forward. Instead of shooting even one shot, Beckman just beat the bandits with the other end of his gun. Wow! Luffy knew that the red hair pirates were strong, but he hadn't realized how strong. Hippo stammered. It was your son who started this. That's not true. Makino protested. You're the one who picked him up unprompted and insulted his family to his face. Then you hit him when he asked you to apologize. That does sound pretty bad for you, Higuma, Shanks said. Oh. So Hippo's name was Higuma. But it doesn't matter whether it was your fault or his fault, you still hurt my son, Shanks said, voice low. You have a bounty on your head, don't you? Sheet. Higuma muttered, then suddenly Luffy's vision was filled with smoke. At the same time that Higuma released a smoke bomb, another group of Higuma's bandits started attacking the crowd from behind, distracting Shanks and forcing the red hair pirates to intervene for the safety of the villagers. Boss, we've got this. Go find Luffy. Lucky Roo yelled as he shot another bandit. Sheet. He's been kidnapped. Shanks extended his observation haki and sought out Luffy's presence. He was moving quickly towards the coast. Taking off at a run, Shanks noticed with dread that Luffy was moving out into the ocean. Once he arrived at the dock, he spied a small boat out in the water, and at the same time, he sensed the local Sea King moving in their direction. Sheet. Shanks jumped into the water and swam as fast as possible. He thought he wasn't going to make it when Higuma threw Luffy into the water, thankfully in the direction closer to Shanks. The Sea King, small for Grand Line standards but big for East Blue, appeared out of the water and swallowed Higuma whole. Luffy was sinking into the sea, having barely managed to stay somewhat afloat, when the Sea King turned its attention to Luffy. Shanks used Jeppo underwater to gain a burst of speed and grabbed Luffy. He didn't notice at first, but then. Pain. Blinding, searing, pain. The worst pain he'd felt in his life. But that didn't matter. Not until Luffy was safe. Get lost. Shanks glared at the Sea King, letting loose a small spike of Conqueror's haki focused on it. The Sea King fled, and Shanks turned his attention to his son crying in his arms. Don't cry, Luffy. It's okay. You're safe now. Shanks plastered a reassuring smile on his face. I heard what Makino said. You defended us. Thank you. But Shanks, your arm. It's fine. It's just one arm. I still have the other. The important thing is that you're safe. Shanks couldn't regret his actions, not for one moment. Luffy was safe, and that was worth his life. That he got off with only one arm lost was a cheap price. Chief. Beckman cried out from the small boat he had rowed out to them. Yasopp, the only other person with Beckman, took Luffy from Shanks' arm while Beckman dragged Shanks onto the boat. Shanks couldn't help the small grunt of pain that escaped at the feeling of Beckman using his belt as a tourniquet around what remained of his left arm. Luffy, Shanks said, vision growing black around the edges now that the adrenaline was leaving him. We've got him, Shanks, Beckman said. He rarely used Shanks' name. He must be really worried. You can relax now. We're getting you to Hongo right away. Now in his crew's capable hands, Shanks allowed himself to pass out. The darkness was a relief. Shanks' next few days were a haze of pain and drowsiness caused by whatever pain-relieving concoction Hongo had put him on. When he finally gained some coherency, Shanks came to in the infirmary with Hongo and Beckman sitting across from him. What day is it? Shanks asked groggily. He moved to sit up, but Hongo pushed down on his chest with a firm hand. Just lay down, boss. I've got you on some good medication, so you should rest until you're more awake. It's been 3 days, Beckman answered Shanks' earlier question. In that time, Makino and Yasopp have taken care of Luffy while Lucky led the men in taking care of the rest of the bandits. This meant Luffy was still safe and those bandits were dead. Good. How is Luffy? And the men? Shaken, both of them, Beckman replied. But better since Hongo said you would live. I'll need to reassure them, Shanks started, but Hongo interrupted. Beckman will do that. You just need to focus on resting while your wound heals. Can I at least see Luffy? Shanks asked, knowing he could trust Beckman with his crew, but he wanted to see Luffy with his own eyes. He's likely asleep by now. Luffy would prefer to be woken up for this, Beckman said, standing up. I'll get him. But first. Shanks met Beckman's eyes. You don't need to answer right away, but some of the men are wondering if you will continue as a pirate. Or if you will stay with Luffy now that your dominant arm is gone. I don't need to wait to answer this, Shanks said, determination burning away the drowsiness in his system. I will continue as a pirate. I will just need to train with my right arm more, which will take some time, but I've already practiced some at Rayleigh's insistence. If the men can accept a one-armed captain, then nothing will change. Beckman smirked, a satisfied gleam in his eyes. I'll let the men know, but I guarantee that none of us will leave you. Beckman strode over to the door. I will be back with Luffy. He left Shanks and Hongo alone in the room. So, Doc, how long before I can train? Shanks asked with a grin, knowing that this would rile up Hongo. Sure enough, Hongo gained a disgruntled look on his face. At least a month. We will not be leaving here for the entirety of that time. And I'd better not catch you trying to train behind my back. Sure, Shanks said, waving his remaining arm. Seize, that would take some getting used to. Hongo grunted, likely sensing that Shanks was lying, but calmed down. It was touch and go there for a moment, Hongo said, gaining a hum of acknowledgement from Shanks. Luffy is convinced this is his fault. What, that he got kidnapped? Shanks said, surprised but also not. This was sure to be fairly traumatizing for Luffy. I doubt even if Luffy hadn't asked them to apologize that the bandit would have let him go. Seemed like he had an easily bruised ego. That's what we've tried to tell him, but I don't think any of it has sunk in. Maybe you'll be able to get through to him, Hongo said with a shake of his head. But anyway, I'm sure Luffy will want to be with you while he's here. He can lay on the bed on your right side, but that's it. Got it, Shanks said, nodding. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and then it was pushed open to reveal Beckman and Luffy. Shanks! Luffy cried out and ran forward. Hongo jerked forward as if he would have to stop Luffy from jumping on Shanks, but he needn't have worried. Luffy came to an abrupt stop a few feet away from the bed, staring at Shanks' bandaged stump. He wasn't wearing a shirt, so it was extremely visible. My face is up here, Anchor, Shanks teased despite knowing that the joke would go over his head. That distraught look on Luffy's didn't belong there. We'll leave you two be, Hongo said before both he and Beckman left. The door closed with a quiet snick, the sound loud in the stillness of the infirmary. Shanks, Luffy's eyes overflowed with water and he began crying in earnest. Shoo, it's okay, Luffy, come here. Shanks gestured with his right arm for Luffy to come to his side. It was the side closest to Luffy, so all he needed to do was climb into the bed and Shanks could reassure himself even more that Luffy was alright. Luffy didn't move a muscle. But I might hurt you again. Again? Shanks said in surprise, raising his brows. I don't recall you being able to hurt me at all. You can't even hit a tree. Stupid Shanks. Luffy burst out. It's my fault your arm got eaten. If you hadn't been kidnapped? Luffy, that's hardly your fault. Don't take on the blame for others' actions. Sure, maybe if you hadn't said anything to him he would have let you go then. But what about? If you saw him later when I was gone? He might have killed you when I couldn't do anything about it. Luffy's tears didn't stop their downpour, despite Shanks' best efforts. But if I was stronger, I could have stopped him. That's just the reality of this world. You're only 7. It's expected that you won't win all the time now. Hell, even when you're older you will experience defeat. It's what you do after that matters, Shanks said, trying to get through to Luffy. I'm going to become stronger, Luffy said through his crying. So nobody else needs to get hurt to save me and I can protect you instead. Just me? Shanks asked lightly. And Makino. And Whoopslap. And all my friends. That's a good goal. Just don't trample on their decisions to defend you too, Shanks said before patting the bed next to him. Now come here. I want a hug from my son. It would make me feel better. Luffy sniffled, wiping away his tears that continued to leak, and gingerly walked over to the bed. Just as carefully, he climbed up and settled under Shanks' arm, laying his head on Shanks' chest. See? I feel better already. Luffy and Shanks lay there for several minutes, and Shanks fought off the drowsiness that tried to overcome him. Shanks? Luffy said hesitantly. Yes, Luffy? Thank you for saving me. Luffy cried out. Shanks smiled faintly, unseen by the boy hiding his face in Shanks' chest. You don't need to thank me. Do you know why? Why? Luffy asked. Because you're my son and I love you. This was the first time Shanks had said this to Luffy, despite the feeling having been there long before they called themselves father and son. The wetness on Shanks' chest increased as Luffy's crying renewed in strength. No one's ever told me that before. Sniffle. DMNU, Garp. Well, I do. And so does the rest of the crew along with Makino, even if they've never said it. That's so many people. Luffy sounded faintly in awe, like he couldn't believe it. Shanks just stroked Luffy's hair, letting the fact that he was loved sink in. Then, Luffy mumbled something into Shanks' chest. What was that? I couldn't hear you. I love you, too Dad, Luffy said much clearer. Shanks felt his eyes water. Sheet, he was gone for this kid. The red-hair pirate spent the next month docked in Fuchsia as Shanks healed. He was out of bed after a week and started subtly working on training his right arm after 2. Luffy, though he still had moments of melancholy, had bounced back to being the bright boy that they all knew. Additionally, though he had called Shanks Dad once in the infirmary, he had resumed calling him Shanks ever since. Shanks felt a little relieved as hearing the word Dad come from Luffy just made him feel emotional, which would be embarrassing in the long run. Hey, Luffy, do you still want to be a pirate? Limejuice asked as they partied at Party's bar. You haven't asked to come along in a while. Of course, I do. Luffy yelled out gleefully. Haha, don't you know? Anchor is going conquer the seas with my Usopp. Yasopp said, managing to sneak a brag about his son in there. Who cares about that stuff? Luffy said, before throwing his hands in the air. I just want to be the freest person in the world. Shanks stilled in his seat. For a moment, all he could see was Roger. The sentiment was so reminiscent of his old captain that for a moment Shanks felt his eyes widen. It was unexpected too because while he had told Luffy tales of Roger, or the Pirate King as he called him in the stories, he never once said anything about Roger's beliefs or goals. This was all Luffy. Hee hee, that's our anchor. Lucky Roo chuckled as he took a bite of meat. You'll be a great pirate someday, thinking like that, Shanks said after he cleared his throat. He'd already seen the potential in Luffy to be strong, but this was the first time it sunk in that Luffy could be great. Though perhaps this was a father's bias talking. There was no telling how Luffy would turn out 10+ years down the line. However, he couldn't help but believe in Luffy. Shanks touched his hat thoughtfully. Luffy looked up at him with wide eyes before a grin dominated his face. Of course, I will. Luffy said cheerfully. Shishishi. Over the next month that they spent in Fuchsia, Shanks couldn't resist imagining how Luffy would grow up. How tall would he get? Would he ever learn to aim properly? Would he be happy? The thought that he wouldn't be there to see that hurt deeply, but he knew the time was approaching for them to leave for good. The current plan was to enter paradise and spend some time there before returning to the new world. Shanks needed to acclimate himself to fighting with his right side, and warming up with weaker opponents would do that. Maybe they'd find a deserted island so that Shanks could let loose against his crew first. And so at the end of the month, with Shanks' healing progressing ahead of schedule and Garp's potential return looming, Shanks informed Luffy that they would be leaving in a few days. It felt better to rip the bandage off rather than prolong this departure. After all, Shanks and the rest were pirates. They enjoyed their vacation immensely, but they still longed for the adventures found only in the Grand Line. To Shanks' surprise, when he told Luffy, rather than sulking or crying, his son simply carried on like normal, seemingly wanting to end their time together on a high note. The only concession he made was that instead of staying in his own room aboard the Red Storm, he slept with Shanks the last few days. On the morning of their final departure, the mood was forcibly bright, each of the crew putting on a brave face even though it felt like they were leaving one of their own behind. A small crowd of villagers that they had gotten to know gathered at the port to wave goodbye. They were on the dock, the final provisions being loaded onto the ship when Shanks started his final goodbye to Luffy. Are you going to miss us, Luffy? It was a long stay, but I'm happy to have met you. Shanks faced away from Luffy, as if not seeing his face would make this easier. Yeah, I'm going to miss you a lot, Luffy admitted shamelessly. But I'm not going to ask you to take me with you again. Oh? I wouldn't have changed my mind anyway. That's okay. Because I'm going to become a pirate outside of your crew. Luffy yelled, attracting attention from both the crew and the villagers. I'm going to find my own crew as good as yours, and I'll find the greatest treasure in the world, and I'm gonna become the Pirate King. So that's why Luffy hadn't asked to come with them the past few weeks. The Pirate King, so you'll surpass us, huh? Shanks said slowly, an excited grin pulling at his mouth. Luffy was trembling with the force of his declaration and tears were beating at the corners of his eyes. In that case, Shanks pulled the straw hat off his head and placed it on Luffy's. I'll leave this hat with you then. Luffy gasped. It's my precious treasure. Take good care of it. Shanks felt his grin soften at the sight of Luffy losing the fight against his tears. When you become a great pirate, return it to me. It's a promise. I promise. Luffy shouted, holding onto the hat as he looked up at Shanks. We will meet again, Luffy, Shanks said with happiness and sorrow in equal measure. But remember, you will always be my son, no matter how far apart we are. He knelt down and hugged Luffy tight. I love you. Dad. Luffy cried out. I'll miss you. With that, he let go and boarded the ship along with the rest of his men. The ship set sail from the port and the entire crew assembled on the deck to say one last goodbye to the village that had taken them in for over a year. They had all said their final goodbyes to Luffy and the rest, but it never felt as final as when they were sailing away for the last time. You really believe in him, huh? Beckman said as he stood beside Shanks. Of course, I do. Don't you? Shanks wiped at his eyes before turning to face Beckman. Beckman smirked. I think we'll see him again as a great pirate. 1 month later. The breeze in East Blue always had a particular feeling, something calm and tranquil that reminded Garp of home. He grinned from the front of the deck as his ship, a smaller and swifter vessel than the marine battleships, docked in the port at Fusha. It was good to be home after so long, even if his pesky grandson wasn't there to greet him. But even after such a long time away from his home island, this would be a short visit, only a few days at most, during which he would have to test Ace and Luffy's progress as strong marines. He could just picture it now. Grandpa! Grandpa! Luffy cried as he ran into Garp's arms. Train me to be a strong marine. Like you. Grandpa! Ace said as he whirled around to face him with a bright grin and a pet arm. Look how strong I've gotten. I'll become a great marine just like you. Gwahahaha. His cute little grandsons would be so happy to see him. Sir, we're ready to disembark, a nervous-looking subordinate said as she approached Garp. Gwahaha. Finally. You lot can do whatever you want for the next few days. Just don't bother me. Garp jumped off the front of the ship without waiting for a response. Let's see, where would his youngest grandson be? Stretching his observation hockey, he found the boy where he knew Makino's bar to be. Garp scowled a little. Makino did a great job looking after his boy, but he hoped Luffy wasn't still hiding behind her skirt. Well, whatever. The grin returned to Garp's face. If he was, that was something a little training would fix right up. He whistled as he strolled through the village towards Party's bar. He received numerous greetings, though the people seemed more nervous to see him than usual. He briefly wondered what that was about, but then put it out of his mind. Garp made it to Party's bar and, without any hesitation, burst through the front door. Luffy! Grandpa's back. The few patrons inside jumped in place and whirled around in shock, but Garp paid them no mind as he spied Luffy sitting at the front of the bar. Luffy had turned around, undoubtedly to greet Garp and run into his arms, but for some reason, he was frozen in place as he looked at Garp with wide eyes. Makino behind the bar gained the same nervous look as the rest of the villagers, and she gently put down the glass she was polishing. Luffy! Aren't you happy to see Grandpa? Gee Gramps, Luffy said, still not moving from his seat at the bar. Oh well, if Luffy wouldn't come to greet him, Garp would just have to go to him. As he moved through the bar, the patrons inside decided to vacate when at least one of them would normally stay to hear stories of his time in the Marines. Stranger and stranger. When Garp reached Luffy, he pulled the boy up from his seat and gave him a tight hug. His littlest grandson was so little. Though did he seem squishier than normal? Garp must be imagining things. Gramps, can't breathe. Gwahaha. My bad. Garp set Luffy down on the barstool again. When he looked closer at his grandson, he noticed a few things different. He was bigger than he was before, which was normal. What was not normal was the new scar under Luffy's eye. Garp grinned. He must be trying to be like his grandpa. The boy was also wearing a straw hat, though it had fallen back to rest on a string around his neck. But in the brief moments he had seen it, he thought it looked vaguely familiar. Oh whatever, it was just a straw hat. So Luffy, have you been training to be a strong marine? Makino squeaked, briefly drawing Garp's attention, and when he looked back at his grandson, Luffy had a determined frown on his face. I'm not going to be a marine. Garp felt a vein bulge in his forehead before he calmed down again. Oh, I see. You mean you're not going to be just any marine, but a high-ranking one? No. Luffy jumped down from the barstool and stomped his foot with his arms crossed. Oh, very good, you mean the fleet admiral. I'm going to be a pirate. The only sound in the bar was Luffy's heavy breathing. Garp felt his breath catch in his throat. What? There was only one response he could have to this. Fist of love. The strangest thing happened. Luffy, instead of yelling and clutching at his head, merely looked annoyed. That won't work anymore. Ha! Garp reached down and poked Luffy's face, then he grabbed Luffy's cheek and pulled. And pulled. It stretched far longer than human skin could normally. Did you eat a devil fruit? I'm a rubber man now. That was nothing a little hockey couldn't fix. Fist of tough love. Ow. 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 It hurts. Why does it hurt? When did this happen? How did you get a devil fruit? And does this have something to do with wanting to be a pirate? A lot happened while you were gone, Garp, Whoopslap said as he entered the bar and sat down at a table. Garp left his grandson to Makino, who rushed to put an ice pack on his head, and sat down at the table with Whoopslap. Tell me everything. Several minutes later, Garp almost regretted his request. Red-haired. Shanks. Here in Fusha for over a year and nobody called him. That troubling-making brat of Rogers had corrupted his grandson while Garp was away. That, BSTRD. I'll kill him. Don't talk about my dad that way. Luffy slammed his hand on the table next to Garp. It was the worst shock of Garp's life. Worse than Luffy wanting to be a pirate even. You're what? My dad. That pirate is not your dad. We talked about this. You don't have a dad. At least, that was the easiest way for Luffy to explain why his father wasn't around. I do now. Luffy said with pride in his voice. He's the strongest dad ever and he saved my life. He what? It's true, Garp, Makino spoke up. Luffy was kidnapped by a bandit and thrown into the sea after he ate a devil fruit. Shanks saved him from both drowning and the Lord of the Coast. And he lost an arm while doing so. Garp was speechless. He had been that close to losing his grandson? And that red-haired cabin boy had saved his life? Shanks was my dad before that anyway. Luffy elaborated. I wanted him to take me with him but he said no. And now I've decided I'll become a great pirate on my own and then I'll give him his hat back. So that's where that hat came from. It was the one Roger used to wear before he passed it on to his cabin boy. And now said cabin boy thought he would pass on that legacy to his precious grandson. Garp, don't do it. Luffy will never want to be a marine if you destroy that hat. Whoop Slap intervened before Garp could act, liking seeing the rage with which he glared at the hat. Luffy gasped and clutched the hat to his chest. I'll hate you forever if you hurt Shanks' hat. Multiple veins bulged in Garp's forehead. The mayor was right. The hat was a burden Luffy would have to choose to give up on his own. If Garp took matters into his own hands, all would be lost. I won't touch your hat. But you'll still become a marine. Never. Garp ignored Luffy's protest and pined Whoop Slap under his stern gaze. Why did you decide not to call me when that brat arrived? Whoop Slap avoided Garp's eyes. Truthfully, at first it was because I knew you wouldn't get here in time. I was banking on them to leave after they did what they wanted. But then they ended up not causing any trouble, befriending some of the local villagers, and, Garp demanded. They made Luffy happy, Makino answered in lieu of Whoop Slap. He was so lonely and sad before they arrived. I've never seen him as happy as when they were here. Garp opened his mouth to respond, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath before he could say something he'd regret in front of his grandson. There was silence for several moments as Garp thought over everything he had been told. Then finally? It's clear to me that this village is no longer the best place for Luffy to grow up. Makino gasped and put her hand over her mouth. What? What does that mean? Luffy asked frantically, looking between all the adults in the room before resting his eyes on Garp. It means you'll be coming with me. Garp gripped the back of Luffy's shirt and hauled him out of Party's bar. It was time to see some bandits. I don't want to live with mountain bandits. Luffy cried as he stretched his arm around a tree. It didn't help. Gramps continued to carry Luffy forward up the mountain trail and the tree simply uprooted behind them. I don't care. If this is what it takes to get you to become a great marine then so be it. But I hate mountain bandits. Blame that red-haired brat. Don't call Shanks that. Bah. I'll call him what I want to. They likely would have continued arguing in circles had they not arrived at a house at the end of the trail. Luffy sulked as Gramps knocked on the door. Stupid Gramps. What? What dumbass decided to come bother us? A highly irritated, very large woman slammed the door open. She kinda looked like one of the big apes Gramps made Luffy fight, except really orange. It's me. Ah. Garp. The orange ape woman cried out. I mean, welcome back Garp. Are you here to see Ace? Garp is here. Two men, one short and wearing a cloth around his head and one that looked like a chicken, emerged from behind the loud woman. I've come to drop off Luffy. Grandpa raised Luffy in the air so that he was dangling in front of him. Say hi, Luffy. Yo! Luffy raised his hand. He hated mountain bandits, but Makino would be sad if he was mean to them first. What? A brat? The woman screeched. Ace is already too much to handle. You've got to take him back under your wing, Garp. The small man said. I don't have to do anything. Did you forget that you're mountain bandits who've already earned a life in prison? If you don't do this then I'll just take you in. Gramps shouted. Part of Luffy was happy that these bandits were being bullied by his Gramps as much as Luffy. The other part of him just wanted to be back in Fuchsia. Arg. Who is this one then? My grandson. Your grandson? It really is another one. Gramps put Luffy on the ground and for a second, he forgot his sulking and got distracted by a really colorful butterfly that flew by his face. Whoa! Pretty! Luffy began running after it, chasing it back and forth in the clearing in front of the bandits' hideout. The wind blew his hat so that it hung by the string behind his neck. If we're gonna take you in, you better behave, Garp's grandson or not. He's not listening. Luffy ignored the orange ape woman screaming. It didn't sound important. He was still running after the butterfly when he felt something wet hit his cheek. He stopped in place, wiping his hand on his cheek. You gross, it was spit. Luffy whirled around. It had come from that kid sitting on the bear. He looked really, really angry as he glared at Luffy, but Luffy didn't care. He was angry too. Hey! That's gross. Why'd you do that? The boy ignored Luffy and just continued glaring at him. You better say sorry. He was reminded of the last time somebody spit on him. It was that stupid Higuma. The reminder just made him angrier. The boy hopped down from the bear he had been sitting on and walked in Luffy's direction. Luffy tensed. Did this boy want to fight? But instead of fighting, the boy just walked past Luffy toward the bandits' hideout. Hey! Didn't you hear me? Apologize. Luffy turned around and reached back to put his hat back on his head, slamming it down. But as he touched it, he remembered Shanks. Would Shanks get angry over a little spit? No, Shanks would laugh it off. This was one of those fights that wasn't worth it. Luffy's rage drained away in an instant. Oh, Ace. Gramps walked over. You look like you're doing well. Ace just let out a tch and stood with his arms crossed in front of Gramps. Bwahaha. Gramps didn't seem to care that Ace was ignoring him. He just placed his hand on Ace's head before the boy could get away. Grandpa, can't stay to train you. I have a DMN pirate brat to chase after. I'll come back in a little while to see if you and Luffy have been training to be strong marines. With that, Gramps waved cheerfully as he walked back down the mountain. Luffy gulped as the angry orange ape woman turned to him and grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt. He wasn't afraid. He wasn't. Once inside the hideout, Luffy was placed on the wooden floor as the bandits began cooking the bear that Ace had killed. He tried to get up and look around, but that woman, who seemed to be the bandit in charge, kept yanking him down while she muttered to herself and pulled a bottle out of nowhere. Luffy felt his stomach grumble, and the woman smirked at him. Hungry are you? Don't worry, we'll get your food out in a second. Food? They were going to feed him. Maybe they weren't so bad after all. Luffy drooled watching as the bear was divvied up. He'd never had bear before. Here. Luffy looked down eagerly, expecting to see a plate full of bear, but instead, there was just 1 cup of rice and 1 cup of water. You get 1 cup of rice and 1 cup of water each day. No more. In order to survive out here you gotta grow up strong. Luffy looked down at the meager food, hat shadowing his eyes. You will pull your weight around here. Cleaning, hunting, thieving. We'll work you to the bone. She paused, seemingly waiting for some response. All right. Luffy scarfed down the bowl of rice in an instant. All right? You should be crying right now. The woman sounded disappointed in Luffy's reaction, but he didn't care. Shanks wouldn't cry about this. He was a strong pirate, and Luffy would be too. Gramps threw me in the forest before. There's a bunch of stuff to eat. Earthworms, frogs, snakes, mushrooms. The angry woman's mouth dropped open in shock. And I'm going to be a pirate, so I should be able to at least deal with this. The angry orange ape woman started blabbing about something, but Luffy noticed Ace leaving. Hey, Ace. The other boy ignored him, but Luffy followed after him all the way to a trail in the forest on the other side of the hideout. Hey, Ace. Ace finally stopped at the top of a hill and turned around to look at Luffy. He beamed, glad to have a chance to say what he wanted to before. Hey, I'm not angry anymore. It's just a little spit. Luffy yelled out with a grin. It's nothing worth getting worked up about. Let's be friends. Ace began kicking the large tree right next to him. Luffy tilted his head in confusion. What was he doing? With one final kick, the tree began rolling down the hill. That's coming toward me. Luffy ran in the opposite direction, screaming at the top of his lungs. Then he noticed a large rock face directly in his path. A dead end. Wait, how did he get here? There shouldn't be a dead end. He looked to the right and saw the trail curving back toward the hideout. Reacting on instinct, he sprinted to the side, narrowly dodging the tree as it careened down the hill and collided with the rock face. Luffy wiped some sweat off his brow. That was close. Though since he was rubber he'd probably be fine. But maybe his hat would have gotten hurt. Ace! Luffy yelled, hearing only birds flying through the trees in response. Maybe Ace didn't want Luffy to come along with him. But that didn't matter. Luffy had decided. Ace was going to be his friend. No matter what. 1 month later. Luffy lay in the room that he shared with Ace in the bandits' hideout. He had come in later than Ace and found the other boy already asleep. Not that Ace would talk with him when Luffy was there first. He would just get kicked into a wall if he tried. But he wouldn't give up. Luffy resolved himself as he curled up on his side, a singular blanket thrown on top of him. His stomach growled. The forest had a lot of stuff to eat, but aside from snakes and frogs, Luffy hadn't had meat during the entire time he'd been with the bandits. He'd been running after Ace every day, which meant he got tired and hungry quicker. It was like when he trained back in Fusha with Shanks and Lucky Roo. Afterward, he always needed to eat more. But he couldn't take on those giant animals in the forest yet. When he tried punching one, even if it hit, it did nothing but make the tigers or bears chase after him. His stomach growled again, louder this time. He curled up even tighter. Luffy missed Shanks. And Beckman, and Lucky, and Snake, and Hongo, and all of the red hair pirates. He also missed Makino. At least after Shanks and the rest had left, he still had Makino, but now he had nobody. The bandits didn't want him, and he didn't want the bandits either. He hated mountain bandits. He wanted Ace, but Ace didn't want him. Luffy forced a quiet laugh through his clenched teeth. Ace would have to give in at some point. Luffy just had to try harder. He had no other choice. 2 months later. Ace was about ready to pull his hair out. That little brat Luffy just kept following him. Every single day. He would have killed Luffy instead, but he'd tried that already. He'd thrown trees at him, tossed him down a ravine, led him into a pack of wolves, nothing stuck. He didn't know if it was luck or strength that helped Luffy survive, but he knew which one he was betting on. Finally, after taking the most dangerous, circular route he could, Ace met up with Sabo in the gray terminal. He'd just robbed some stupid-looking man walking around casually with a bunch of money, and now they were off to their treasure hiding spot to count it. "This is a good haul, Ace," Sabo said with a devious grin. "Who'd you rob to get this much?" Ace shrugged casually but felt a smirk tug on his mouth anyway. "Some cocky guy who didn't know any better." "Ace. There you are. I finally caught up to you." Ace choked on his spit and met Sabo's eyes with shock. "That Luffy." They scrambled down the tree, taking a spool of rope with them. While Luffy was grinning proudly with his eyes closed, Ace and Sabo pushed him down and tied him to a tree. Luffy just continued beaming stupidly. "Ace. So this is where you've been going every day?" "Shut up." Ace couldn't believe that this idiot had actually managed to follow him all this way. "So this is that Luffy kid you've been talking about, huh?" Sabo crossed his arms with a scowl, pipe held in one hand. Luffy brightened even more if possible. Ace barely refrained from wincing at the brightness. "So you've been talking about me, Ace? I've been complaining about how clingy you are." Ace snapped. "And about how you have the life preservation skills of an ant," Sabo added spitefully. Ace looked at Sabo sideways. He hadn't phrased it quite like that, more along the lines of how stupid Luffy was, but he guessed that Sabo was in a mood. He always said big words when he was in a bad mood. "Oh, I see." Luffy's smile remained unwavering. "Does he even get that we're insulting him?" Sabo muttered. "He's an idiot," Ace snorted. "But he finally made it all the way here. I made sure to take paths that normal people can't follow." "Hey, you. Are you Ace's friend? Be my friend too." Luffy paid Ace and Sabo's conversation no mind, as he continued at his own pace. "Shut up. And stop calling me you," Sabo yelled, stomping his foot. "Oh, then what's your name?" Luffy asked, unfazed. "It's I'm not telling you." "What are we going to do?" "He knows our secret," Sabo said, calming from his brief rage. "I'm sure if given the chance he'll blab about our secret to everyone," Ace replied, thinking this through. Ace looked at Luffy's happy face and wide, guileless eyes. "Let's kill him." "All right, let's do it." Luffy's stupid smile finally dropped as he looked shocked at this outcome. His brief moment of surprise didn't last long as he then started screaming at the top of his lungs. "Don't kill me. I don't want to die. Somebody help." "Shut up." Sabo smashed his hand into Luffy's face. "Sabo, hurry up and do it," Ace demanded, pointing at the still screaming Luffy. "Me? Why do I have to do it? It was your idea." "I don't know how. I've never killed someone before." "And you think I have either? Didn't you try a bunch of stuff and this guy just wouldn't die?" "Don't throw me in the water," Luffy screamed in fright. Ace and Sabo paused, staring incredulously at Luffy. Why would he say that? Because he's an idiot. "All right, let's bring him to the river. Somebody save me." "Shut up," Ace and Sabo yelled at the same time. Miraculously, this caused the little idiot to finally stop his racket, and he just stared at the two older boys with tears in his eyes. This allowed Ace to hear the rustling of footsteps through the foliage. "Sheet. We gotta hide." "What about this kid?" Sabo asked, eyes darting in the direction of the approaching footsteps. "We can't let him tell anyone where our treasure is. We'll let him go and force him to hide, then hunt him down later." "All right." So they untied Luffy and then ran to the bushes to hide. When they got there, Ace realized that Luffy hadn't followed them. "Hey, let me down." Luffy's voice came from the clearing. Ace snapped his head up and saw Luffy in the grip of Porchimi surrounded by 3 more of Blue Jam's men. "Stop it. Let me go." Luffy struggled in Porchimi's grip. "Ace. Save me. Ace." That idiot. Ace gritted his teeth as he watched. Oh? You know Ace? Porchemy asked with mock casualness. He's my friend. Luffy spat out, then muttered, thought he did just try to kill me. Ace was in disbelief that this kid could still think that Ace was his friend. After 3 months of trying to kill him. Earlier today he robbed one of our men and ran off with our money. You don't happen to know where it is, do you? Porchemy said with something dark in his voice. Sheet. That was Blue Jam's man? Ace, did you really rob one of Blue Jam's? Sabo hissed. I didn't know. Ace whispered back defensively. Porchemy began to lose his patience at Luffy's surprising silence. Well? Do you know or not? Lie, lie, lie. Ace begged silently. Then he watched as Luffy's eyes rolled to the side and he pursed his lips like he was about to whistle. I don't know. Such a bad liar. Blue Jam's men chorused. Porchemy appeared stunned for a brief moment but then tightened his grip on Luffy's shirt. We'll take him with us and make him talk. Double sheet. Luffy may have tried to lie but he would surely blab the moment Porchemy threatened him. Once Porchemy and the rest had disappeared with Luffy, Ace and Sabo scrambled out of their hiding spot. We've got to move the treasure. We'll bring it deeper into the forest. And so they spent the next few hours moving the treasure as quickly as possible. It wasn't easy, as they had to haul it further up the mountain, but they managed. Ace grabbed the last haul while Sabo went to scout out the gray terminal, to see if Blue Jam's men had started looking for them yet. All right. All the treasure has been moved. Ace yelled triumphantly to himself. Then, his happiness faltered as he remembered Luffy's grinning face. He pushed down the sickly feeling inside him that rose up and replaced it with annoyance. That kid, he should have known better than to follow Ace. The sound of running and panting approached Ace and he looked over to see Sabo gasping for air, a terrified look on his face. What? Have they started looking for us yet? Ace asked urgently. No. And I don't think they will. Sabo said between breaths. That Luffy, he hasn't said anything. What? Hasn't said anything? But he was a crybaby through and through, not a tough bone in his body. How could he have not said something? Ace recalled all of his attempts to hurt, kill, Luffy. He had managed to survive, which he hadn't thought much of at the time, but could it be he managed it based on his strength? They're probably torturing him right now. Sabo cried out, distress overtaking his face. If we don't do anything, he'll be killed. The sickly feeling Ace had pushed down earlier returned with a vengeance, stronger than before. Ace, be my friend. Ace clenched his jaw, then grabbed his pipe. Let's go. They raced down the mountain and into Gray Terminal where Sabo had seen Blue Jam's men gathered. As they approached the rundown shack containing the pirates and Luffy, they heard faint cries coming from inside. I won't say it. I won't say it. That was Luffy's voice. The guilty part of Ace noted that it sounded pained and weak. He pushed it down. Now wasn't the time for such useless feelings. Sabo and Ace burst through the wall and saw Porchemy with his sword pointed at Luffy. He was startled enough that he paused his swing and Ace took the opportunity to attack Porchemy, while Sabo attacked the grunts. Ace was infuriated that Porchemy matched each of his blows with his swords and that Ace wasn't able to get the upper hand. Sabo, help Luffy! Ace ordered as he hopped over Porchemy using his head as a springboard. Got it. Sabo ran in the direction where Luffy was hanging up, but Ace couldn't afford to be distracted from this fight. Ace, come on. Let's run. You go ahead. I won't run. Ace snarled, facing Porchemy head-on once more. He heard Sabo curse and suddenly, his friend was fighting beside him. Slowly but surely, their teamwork was enough to overpower Porchemy and Ace finished the man off with a blow to the head. Porchemy fell to the ground unconscious. Now, let's go. Sabo yelled. Ace agreed with a grunt, but as he turned to leave, he noticed a bloodied pair of spiked gloves on the ground. Ace's eyes widened. Luffy had been beaten with those and still wouldn't talk. He needed answers and for that, he needed Luffy awake. They carried Luffy back up the mountain, taking a more straightforward path than Ace had used to get there. Once they arrived, Ace snuck into the bandits' hideout to steal bandages and rags, then returned to Sabo and Luffy. Luffy was awake, but crying. He was covered in blood with barely any of his skin visible through the red. Sabo took charge of wiping the blood off and bandaging Luffy, which was good because Ace's hands couldn't stop shaking. It was rage, he told himself. Now that we attacked Blue Jam's men, they'll be after us now, Sabo said so quietly Ace wasn't sure if he was talking to himself. That was so scary. I thought I was gonna die. Now that Luffy was out of danger, he returned back to the crybaby Ace knew him to be. Shut up! Ace yelled, slamming his pipe into the ground. How long are you going to keep crying? You're so annoying. I hate weaklings and crybabies. Luffy scked in mouth and stopped crying abruptly. Sabo seemed just as surprised as Ace at this turn of events. Luffy then bowed his head. Thanks, his lip wobbled and tears resumed streaming from his eyes. Thank you for saving me. You. Ace couldn't help his instinctual response to Luffy's tears. It made him feel gross and disgusting inside. This is why he hated crybabies. Come on now, he's just trying to thank us, Sabo said, stepping in front of Ace before he could advance on Luffy. TCH, Ace stared at the shaking Luffy as he once again tried to restrain his tears. Why didn't you tell them? Those guys would kill children without a second thought. If I told them, I'd never be your friend, Luffy said thickly, still staring down at the ground. That'd be better than dying, right? Ace just didn't get it. Why do you want to be my friend so badly anyway? Luffy sniffled. Because. Ace didn't let him finish. After all the stuff I tried to do to you, you still followed me. Because. Luffy's bandaged fists clenched and he snapped his head up to stare defiantly at Ace. Because there's no one else. I can't go back to Fusha and I hate mountain bandits. If I didn't chase you, I'd be all alone. Being alone is worse than being hurt. The desperation in Luffy's voice scrapped at Ace's insides. He hunched his shoulders and clenched his jaw as he stared at the boy, covered in bandages from the torture he'd withstood just to be Ace's friend. What about your parents? My dad can't stay with me. It's just Gramps now and he left me here. It isn't so bad when I'm here? Ace didn't realize he had asked the question until it had already left his mouth. Yeah. It would be bad if I wasn't here. Right. Ace was brought back to entering a shady bar, asking if Gold Rogers had a kid. It'd be real bad if he had one. He'd be a demon, who wouldn't deserve to be born. He'd be better off dead. Ace's fist clenched around his pipe. You want me to live? He could feel Sabo's gaze boring into the side of his head, but Ace's attention was on Luffy. Of course, I do. I see. Ace didn't see at all. How could this kid that he had tormented want him to be his friend, let alone live? He wouldn't if he knew the truth. Ace scowled at the thought, but something in him broke at the watery eyes of Luffy. There had been no hesitation when he had answered. TCH, Ace said, turning his head to the side. I guess you can hang out with us now. Really? Luffy exclaimed. Deciding this all on your own, huh? Sabo smirked at Ace, but he didn't seem mad about his decision. Yeah, that's fine. Luffy, you're surprisingly trustworthy. Right? I'm going to be a pirate and a pirate's word is their bond. Bond? You know that word? Sabo said incredulously. Somehow that sounds like someone else's words. My dad taught me. Oh, I see, the one that can't stay with you? He's a pirate. Ace whipped his head over to Luffy in shock. A real pirate? Luffy's grin grew smug. Yeah, isn't that so cool? I have a pirate dad. It's cool and all, Sabo said before Ace could punch the smugness off of Luffy's face. But we have a problem. Or rather, I have a problem. Blue Jam's men will be looking for us and I can't stay in the gray terminal anymore. Ace smirked. I have the answer to that. Another brat? And so to Ace's not-so-silent dismay, Luffy stuck to them like a lit pet from then on. They soon discovered that he was next to useless in a fight, but not for the reason that Ace or Sabo thought. You ate a devil fruit? Luffy had demonstrated said devil fruit by stretching his mouth really wide, shocking Ace and Sabo silent. Once Sabo got over his shock, he got a scary gleam in his eye and rushed over to poke Luffy. He proceeded to stretch Luffy's cheek and fingers, at one point pulling it back as far as across the clearing and releasing it. It snapped back, hitting Luffy in the face one its way, before recoiling back into the shape of a normal finger. Whoa! Sabo said, looking as excited as Ace had ever seen him. It's cool, right? Luffy bragged. I'm a rubber man now. So what can you do with it? Ace asked with his arms crossed. He wanted to rub Luffy's smug face in the dirt but settled for a glare. Luffy hesitated. Oh? Is it that you can't do anything with it? Ace said slyly. People hitting me doesn't hurt at all. Luffy burst out. Oh really? Ace swung his pipe around and whacked Luffy in the head. Luffy's head snapped to the side and back up again. Luffy glared at Ace but had no trace of tears in his eyes. Didn't hurt at all. Luffy then stuck his tongue out and pulled down his lower eyelid. Naya. Ace was reluctantly impressed until Sabo spoke up again. But that's not something you do, Sabo said, still staring at Luffy with that strange spark in his eye. I just got it. I'm still training. Luffy cried out. Before my punch was as strong as a pistol. Sure, Ace drawled. Like Luffy could hurt a fly. In the city of Goa, the unfortunate man who assaulted Makino sneezed, then rubbed his still sore jaw. DMN that monster brat. What are you doing for training? Sabo asked, intrigued. Shanks said I should work on two things first. Luffy raised two fingers. Aim and control. Who the hell is Shanks? Ace asked, curious despite himself. My dad. You call your dad by his name? Sabo asked with a weird look on his face. Shanks is Shanks. Luffy said as if that explained anything. Anyway, are we going to ever fight Sabo? Ace snapped before Sabo could get any more distracted. Right. Sabo said, nodding his head. 50 fights still? Of course. I want to fight too. Luffy yelled, jumping up and down. Ace and Sabo exchanged a look before Ace got a devious idea. How about this? Ace said. I'll fight you once, and if you win you can join our fights. If you lose, you just have to work on your training. Ace put training in air quotes, which was sure to rile up Luffy. Sure enough, the younger boy's face grew enraged. It's real training. I'll believe it when I see, Ace said, turning his nose up with a smirk. Grr. In the end, it could hardly have been called a fight. Instead, Ace used it as an excuse to vent some frustration guilt-free against someone who couldn't feel it. It did get a bit tiring, however, as Luffy would just not stay down. After the 5th time Ace kicked Luffy into a tree, he gave in and pinned Luffy to the ground. The younger boy squirmed but couldn't escape. Ha! I win. Ace gloated. I'm not done yet. Give it up, Luffy. You're clearly down, Sabo interjected. Why don't you go over there, he pointed to the opposite side of the clearing. And start your training? Fine, Luffy pouted. But once I've finished my training, you have to let me into your fights. Once you've successfully worked on your aim and control, we'll let you join in, Sabo conceded, smiling at Luffy to soften the blow. Ace looked to the side in disgust. Sabo was being too nice to that kid. No one would ever catch him being that nice to Luffy. Over the next few months, Luffy's aim did in fact get better, Ace noted with dismay. His control, however, looked to be lagging. Luffy still couldn't stop his arm from extending when he punched, but at least he stopped getting caught in trees. By this point, Ace and Sabo were fully aware of what Luffy did to train, and Ace had to reluctantly admit that this Shanks person had a good idea setting Luffy on these tasks. He still wasn't good enough for them to let him join in their daily fights, but he was getting close. Luffy also noticeably gained weight after he started hunting with Ace and Sabo. When Ace had realized just how skinny Luffy was before this, it brought that DMN sickly feeling back inside his chest. But no matter how he felt, he still didn't let Luffy take the best cut of meat. One day, Luffy, Ace, and Sabo woke up before any of the bandits and brought out a perfectly skinned crocodile pelt. It had taken several tries to get it this perfect, and they had learned not to let Luffy near a knife, but they had finally done it. Okay, Luffy, you're the tail, Sabo the middle, and I'll be at the front, Ace delegated. Ah, why am I the tail? Because you're the smallest, Sabo said dismissively. But more importantly, why am I the middle? Because I won the most fights yesterday. Sabo grumbled but admitted defeat with that reasoning. The bandits all slept in the main room, so they had to tiptoe around them to get to the hallway by the front door, which was separated from the main room by a curtain. Once behind the curtain, they got into their places. Each of them was on their hands and knees in a row with a large crocodile pelt covering their bodies. They were the perfect height for the crocodile's feet to look like they were walking as they crawled, and Ace barely withheld a snicker. A few minutes later, having heard Dayton enter the main room, yammering for everyone to get up, Ace signaled for them to start their prank. Roar! Ace yelled, mimicking a crocodile as best he could. The trio crawled forward at a surprisingly fast pace and entered the main room. Ah? A crocodile. In their groggy state, the bandits didn't realize that the crocodile was in fact just a trio of small children until Luffy started laughing. Shishishi! The crocodile ate Luffy. You idiots! It's those brats! Dayton screamed, striding over and yanking the pelt off of them, revealing Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. Ace only had to notice that Magra had said himself before he almost said himself laughing. Sabo and Luffy followed suit, but when they gathered themselves enough to see the dark glower on Dayton's face, Ace and Sabo quickly escaped, yanking Luffy with them. You brats! After they ran out to the front yard with Dayton at their heels, Ace noticed a young, green-haired woman striding up the path that led to the bandits' hideout. Luffy stopped in his tracks. Makino! Luffy! This Makino ran forward and fell to her knees, hugging Luffy tightly. Ha! Who are you? Dayton demanded, more concerned with a stranger than Ace, Sabo, and Luffy. I'm Makino from Fusha Village, Makino explained after she let go of Luffy and stood back up, dusting off her skirt as she did so. I used to take care of Luffy. So why don't you anymore? Dayton snarled. Take the brat off our hands. I would. It's just, Garp, Makino said, voice darkening when she said the shitty geezer's name. Dayton snorted. Garp. The two women, as different as could be, shared a commiserating glance. Makino, how did you get here? Luffy asked, drawing her attention away from Dayton. The green-haired woman looked at Luffy with a bright sheen in her eyes. I thought Garp took you away on his ship off the island. Makino explained. When he let slip on the Den Den Mushi with Whoop Slap that you were actually on MT Kalubo, I had to come and see you, even if you aren't allowed to live down in Fuchsia anymore. Makino. Luffy started crying. I thought I was alone. Ace looked away and glared at nothing. Of course, now that Luffy had his caretaker back, one who seemed to care about him, he wouldn't need Ace anymore. But now I have Ace and Sabo. Luffy continued to Ace's shock. They're my friends. I wouldn't live in Fuchsia again even if Gramps said I could. I see, Makino said softly. I'm so happy you made friends up here. Then she reached into her pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. Speaking of friends, I have a letter from Usopp for you. He's probably really worried about you. Usopp. Luffy snatched the letter and turned to Ace and Sabo with stars in his eyes. Guys, have I told you about Usopp? Only a million times, Sabo said grinning at Luffy. How about you boys come to visit me in Fuchsia every few weeks? Makino suggested. I can treat you to some food and Luffy can send his letters. Ace felt his cheeks warm and he frantically scrubbed at them with his hand. Makino's smile sent something warm shooting through his chest. Yeah, we can do that, right? Luffy said enthusiastically. Take all you want, Dayton said and strode back into the hideout without another word. I've never been, but the route can't be harder than to Gray Terminal, Sabo said with his finger on his chin. Makino's smile wavered at that for some reason but it just as quickly returned to full strength. Fine, as long as there's food, Ace said abruptly. Ace, Sabo hissed, probably appalled at Ace's lack of manners. Great. Makino clapped her hands together. You can come with me now, can't you? I'll show you the path I used. Yeah. Let's go. Luffy cheered. Ace supposed it couldn't be too bad. It was in fact not bad. So not bad that the trio decided to visit Fuchsia every few weeks. The food was delicious and Makino's fussing wasn't too annoying. Ace preferred MT Kalubo and Gray Terminal since he wasn't allowed to rob people in Fuchsia, but it was still kinda nice. Other than trips to Fuchsia, things continued on as normal. Sabo and Ace had their daily fights, Luffy trained, they robbed some people, and hunted for food. It was as close a routine as any of them had. Over time, Ace had grown used to Luffy and no longer actively resented his presence. He was just too earnest and straightforward for Ace to think that he was hiding negative thoughts about him. But that didn't mean Ace would let Luffy realize this, though Sabo threw him knowing glances every now and then. Things didn't truly change from this status quo until one night when they were all sleeping in the hideout. You should have never been born. A faceless woman cast in shadows whispered to him. I knew you would be a demon. She didn't sound angry, but heartbroken, which was felt worse. You killed me. Ace knew this was a dream. One of the first things he knew was that he didn't have a mother, so having her in front of him went against one of the most fundamental cornerstones of his reality. It didn't make what she said any less true. Ace didn't have a mother because he killed her. He woke up with a shuddering gasp. His breaths were loud in the quiet of the hideout and he struggled to get it under control. He needed to or he would wake up. Ace? Luffy's drowsy voice came from his right. What? Ace snarled. You woke me up? Lies. Even Luffy would see through this one. He waited for Luffy to ask him about it, to ask Ace to voice the cruel realities he had to face in both his sleep and waking hours. The ensuing pause was only a few seconds but it felt like hours to Ace. A bead of sweat dripped down his face and its trail on his cheek felt almost like a tear. I'm cold, Luffy said abruptly. Huh? Before Ace could say any more, Luffy scooted over and wrapped his arms around Ace. What are you doing? I told you I'm cold. Then why don't you attack Sabo? I want Ace. Ace held his breath. Those 3 words, said so simply, soothed something inside of Ace. It hurt, but it was a good kind of hurt, like a knot of tension being released. He was unwinding, Ace realized. His hurts, hidden tight and coiled inside of him were unspooling like a ball of yarn thrown down a hill. As Luffy snuggled up to him, Ace felt something like panic come to life in his chest. He wasn't ready to let go. His anger, his hurt, his self-hate were his closest companions. Before he could truly spiral, he felt another body rest against his side. It's cold, Sabo said. And his presence, there but not as overwhelming as Luffy's, doused the panic sparking inside him. Sabo had been there for years. He was steady and calm, whereas Luffy was bright and unyielding. It's cold, Ace muttered if only to save a bit of face. He slept soundly the rest of the night. They didn't speak about it. Not the next day or the next few weeks. But after Sabo was recognized in High Town, after he confessed to being born a noble, after he looked at Ace and Luffy with reckless desperation to belong somewhere, Ace remembered that night. Maybe it was the months of fun they'd shared. Maybe it was their shared dreams to become pirates, to explore the world, and to live freely. Or maybe it was that night when Luffy and Sabo offered him something he'd never experienced before, that led him to say the words he did. Did you guys know? We can become brothers if we exchange cups of sake. Sabo tapped his foot, a little agitated. So they all wanted to become pirates, but they all wanted to be the captain? Well, let's just leave it until the time comes, Ace said, placing 3 red sake cups on a tree stump. Maybe we'll just set out on our own. He brought out a large bottle of sake and set it down next to the cups. They were in a small clearing near the top of the mountain, not far from the cliff where they had proclaimed their dreams. Oh, you stole that from Dayton, Luffy said, leaning forward to look closer. He looked in awe at Ace's actions, which was a common enough occurrence. Ace would never admit it, but Luffy's blatant admiration of him went a long way to softening up Ace's mood. Ace just grinned and started uncorking the bottle. Did you guys know? Ace pulled out the cork and poured the sake into the 3 cups. We can become brothers if we exchange cups of sake. Brothers? Really? Luffy exclaimed. His already excited face grew even brighter. Sabo was floored. Ace was the one suggesting this? He knew that Ace had been more lighthearted recently, but Sabo hadn't realized that he had progressed this far. Then again, if any of them besides Ace suggested it, Ace was just as likely to reject it. Upon further thought, it made sense that Ace had to be the one to make this step. Well, whatever. Sabo shook off his overthinking and joined Luffy in grinning. He felt warm as when Luffy and Ace had accepted him despite his noble beginnings. When we become pirates, we might not be on the same ship, Ace continued, his own smile widening at Luffy and Sabo's positive responses. But our brotherhood will always be with us. Ace picked up a cup of sake, and Luffy and Sabo followed suit. So from now on, we're brothers. They clanked their cups together and drank the sake. They were brothers now. The sake touched his tongue. Sabo's grin froze, and he forced himself to swallow without gagging. Luffy couldn't help it, and immediately after finishing his drink, he let his tongue roll out and he started wiping it with his hands. That sheet is nasty, Ace said, a grimace on his face. It was a more familiar look on him, but Sabo couldn't help but prefer his smile from before. How does Dayton drink this stuff? Adults are weird, Sabo said, nodding his head. But either way, we're brothers now. Yeah, Luffy said, throwing his hands in the air. Then he got a contemplative look. Though I didn't have to drink sake when I decided that Shanks was my dad. Maybe we should've? Shanks isn't your birth father? Sabo asked. This made sense. He had been wondering why Luffy called him by his name instead of his title. Part of him had worried it was for the same reason as why he called his own father Outlook, but Luffy had too much adoration for Shanks for it to be that. Nah, I don't have one of those, Luffy said proudly. Everyone does, Ace said, face darkening, likely because he was remembering his own birth father. Luffy took no notice of this change. Does this make Shanks your dad, too? Luffy tilted his head to the side and put a finger on his chin. We have to find a way to tell him. No, Ace yelled, and Sabo, equally as vehement, shook his head. We can be brothers and not have the same father, Sabo explained. Shanks is only yours. This was not the time to get into Ace's issues about fathers, or his own for that matter. Well, alright, Luffy shrugged. I would have shared. Anyway, Sabo said, searching for a way to change the subject. Now that we're brothers, do we do anything differently? Yeah. You guys let me join your daily fights. Luffy immediately yelled. No way. Ace snapped. Mean Ace. You're supposed to be nice to me now, Luffy said, pouting. Briefly, Ace looked conflicted as he thought about whether he would have to be nice to Luffy now that they were brothers. It was a rather amusing expression on his face. Not all the time, Sabo said, thinking back to when he saw siblings back in High Town. Siblings still fight. At Ace's triumphant smirk, he quickly added, but they are also nice to each other sometimes. Ace's smirk fell, but he refrained from glaring at Luffy or Sabo, which was as much of an agreement as they would get. The thing was, Ace was perfectly nice to them when he was having fun and forgot all about his hang-ups. It would take time, Sabo thought for the millionth time. But Ace had made such progress since Luffy entered their lives that Sabo couldn't be mad about it. Let's have a test, Sabo continued. He walked over to a tree and scratched off some bark. Luffy, I want you to stand a few feet away and hit that spot. All right. Luffy jumped in place and then got into his stance. It was a well-balanced stance, with his feet spread apart and his body coiled to punch. Luffy had already known how to stand like this before he met them, which is why Sabo was inclined to believe Luffy that he had been able to fight better before his devil fruit. Ace definitely didn't, but that was because he was born strong and judged others by those standards. Meanwhile, Sabo had to work twice as hard to catch up to Ace in the first place. But Luffy, when he actually hit the target, had a lot of power behind his punches that led credence to his claims. Not as much power as Ace's or Sabo's, but that was because he was 7. Gomu Gomu no pistol. Luffy shot his fist toward the tree. It snapped forward with surprising speed and hit just above the mark Sabo had made. His punch cracked the bark and caused a dent in the tree, leaving fractured tree fibers in its wake. It didn't hit exactly. Ace said, though Sabo could tell he didn't really mean it. It was close enough. Luffy whined. I'll get better and better, just please let me join your fights. It's been months. I'm bored. It was surprising that Luffy had been able to concentrate on a single set of tasks for so long, but Sabo chalked it up to both admiration for his father who had told him to do them and determination to reach a goal, that being to join Ace and Sabo's fights. What about your other training? Ace snapped. Can you throw a punch without stretching? Luffy's face fell briefly, for it screwed up in determination. He threw another punch, this time his arm only extended a foot or two before snapping back. It was a vast improvement, Sabo had to admit. It's hard. Luffy cried out. My skin feels all tight when I stop it from stretching. I think Luffy's made enough progress that we should let him join us, Sabo said. The aiming part was the most important. Ace shrugged without further protest, which was as good as admitting that he didn't truly mind. Luffy, knowing this, hopped forward to try and hug Ace. Ace, the prickly guy that he was, immediately swerved out of the way and gave Luffy a noogie for good measure. As Luffy was pouting, Sabo stepped forward with a mischievous grin. Come here, Luffy. I'll let you hug me, Sabo said, knowing that this would rile up Ace. Luffy perked up and stopped rubbing his head. Apparently he still felt friction, the curious part of Sabo noted. He ran over to Sabo and practically pushed him over with the force of his embrace. See? Sabo is nice to me. Why you? Sabo laughed, feeling warm and fuzzy and, most importantly, free. Sabo observed from the sidelines as Luffy faced off against Ace, his first time joining their daily fights. And, start. In contrast to when Luffy last fought Ace, he did not immediately get pummeled into the ground. Ace ran forward and shot a punch at Luffy's head, which the boy promptly dodged. Both Ace and Luffy looked surprised at this and paused for a moment. Then Luffy grinned, rather maniacally Sabo might add, and extended his arm out to hit Ace's open torso. Ace, still frozen in shock, didn't dodge in time and let out an oomph as Luffy's punch connected. That snapped Ace out of his frozen state and his face twisted into an angry glower. He proceeded to grab Luffy's arm, which was still connected to Ace's stomach, and yanked, pulling the arm up and around his body. Luffy went flying through the air, like a ball at the end of a string, and smashed into the ground. Ace then pounced on Luffy and pinned him to the ground, rather spitefully, smashing Luffy's face in the dirt. It's my win. Ace shouted. I punched Ace. I punched Ace. Luffy didn't seem to care that he had lost, too enthused by his own personal victory. That you did, Luffy. Sabo grinned as he put a tally under Ace's name. Now, see if you can do it again. Luffy lost the remaining 49 fights as Ace put him down with prejudice each time. It was worth noting though that as the fights went on, what was at first a completely one-sided beating became only a mostly one-sided beating. Luffy had quick reflexes and towards the end could dodge a number of Ace's attacks, but he had trouble reacting quickly enough to form a counterattack. His Gomu Gomu no pistol had a wind-up time that Ace could exploit fairly easily, and the younger boy didn't think to use his legs while fighting. Sabo would have to tell Luffy what he had noticed. But, Sabo thought as his grin widened, not before he beat Luffy up 50 times. And so, Luffy lost another 50 times against Sabo, causing the boy to sulk and rub at his dirt-smudged face as he sat on the ground. Sabo had exploited Luffy's instinctual dodging by utilizing a few feints, which Luffy fell for every time. Still, he wasn't entirely hopeless, which Ace seemed to begrudgingly acknowledge by not insulting Luffy for his losses. Then it was Ace and Sabo's turn. This was a more familiar pattern for them, as they were each decently well-matched. Sabo was the more analytical fighter, while Ace had brute strength and instinctual reflexes on his side. On this day, Sabo felt particularly hyped up and managed to eke out a 3-fight lead over Ace, to the other boy's visible frustration. Wow! You guys were so fast. Luffy rocked back and forth as he sat on the ground by the scoreboard. When I'm 10, I'll be even faster than you. By then we'll be 13, Ace snorted. We'll be even faster then. I'll catch up. Luffy said, determination exuding from his voice. But not today, Sabo grinned. Luffy, later, let me tell you what I noticed from your fights. What, you're going to baby him? Ace said derisively. Just until he can learn from his fights on his own, Sabo said. Somehow being named as Luffy's brother made him want to help the younger boy out more than he already did. He wouldn't coddle him like Ace was probably thinking, but seeing Luffy's attentive and awe-filled eyes caused him to feel light and floaty like he was doing a good job. "Thanks, Sabo." "Anyway," Ace said, changing the subject and walking toward his pipe that was leaned up against a tree. "Let's go get food." "Luffy, don't get eaten again, okay?" "Shishishi. That was scary." "You don't sound very scared, dumbass." "That's because I know Ace will save me." "Saint stupid." Ace looked away from Luffy, but Sabo could still see the light dusting of red on his freckled cheeks. A few weeks after they exchanged cups of sake to become brothers, Sabo sat with Luffy and Ace in the bandits' hideout, smiling around a mouthful of food. "This is so good. Thanks, Makino." Makino had come up to visit them for dinner and brought some of her homemade cooking for the boys. The bandits had looked on jealously as they only had the usual roasted meat. Dayton, though she was also irritated by this, was appeased by Makino providing some of her personally spked rum. "It's no problem," Makino said cheerfully. "It's good exercise to come up here every now and then. Meals should be this good on our ship? When I become a pirate, I'm going to get the best cook," Sabo said around his food. Back with his family, he had never been allowed to speak with his mouth full, so, nowadays, he relished in this simple act of rudeness. "I'm gonna become a pirate first, so tough luck with that," Ace said, leaning in closer to Sabo as he taunted him. "No fair." Luffy ran over and lightly pushed Ace. "I'm going to become a pirate first." Then, the bandits all spit out their drinks and looked at something behind Sabo like they were about to PSS their pants. Now that Sabo wasn't distracted, he could feel a looming presence behind him. The presence cleared his throat and Luffy and Ace's faces went ashen. "So you're still going on about that nonsense?" A deep voice boomed. Luffy and Ace scrambled to their feet, Sabo following shortly after them, even though he was confused about what would make his brothers react so strongly. It was too late to escape, however. "What part about becoming strong Marines do you not understand?" Luffy and Ace went down, clutching their heads and screaming in pain. Sabo whirled around to see an old man, an extremely strong old man, glowering at his brothers and holding up his clenched fist. "Wait, Luffy got hurt by a punch?" "Dayton," the scary old man said. "Yes, Garp." Dayton promptly presented herself to him, looking more cowed than Sabo had ever seen her. The newly named Garp proceeded to punch Dayton on the head, and she fell down next to Luffy and Ace. "Why me? Seems like you're not educating these brats properly." "Wait, Garp as in Luffy and Ace's grandfather Garp? That Garp?" Sabo had no time to think any further as the scary old man turned his attention to him. "Kid, you said something about becoming a pirate too?" Sabo felt a chill rush over him. Luffy, recovered somewhat from the devastating punch, jumped up to stand in front of Sabo. For a moment, Sabo felt touched by his little brother's defense of him, but then Luffy opened his mouth. "He's not a kid. He's Sabo," Luffy said with one arm out in front of Sabo. "We exchanged sake and became brothers? We're all going to be pirates." "That idiot. Really?" Garp began cracking his knuckles. "So the number of idiot grandsons I have to teach has increased to 3? Somehow, Sabo didn't think Garp could be dissuaded from claiming him as his grandson. "Ah?" The three brothers screamed in unison and ran out the door. "You can't run from me." What proceeded was an unmitigated beatdown of epic proportions. Trees were felled, giant boulders were smashed, and all three boys were thrown around like rag dolls. In one memorable moment, Sabo was spun in the air like a top before being caught and thrown through the air. They tried to rally and attack as one, but it was no use. Every attack was rebuffed and the only option was to run. Even Ace, who wouldn't back down from a fight, knew that there was no other option. Garp was a monster. At one point, Luffy ended up captured by Garp and dangled from his shirt in a large, clenched fist. In desperation, Sabo launched himself at Garp's outstretched arm and latched on. "Let go of Luffy, you shitty geezer." Sabo bit down on Garp's arm and the monster released Luffy, though Sabo had the feeling it wasn't because he had forced him to. Garp then took hold of Sabo and wound up like he was throwing a pitch. "Call me, Grandpa." Sabo went flying at a scary velocity straight toward Ace, who broke Sabo's fall with his own body. "Ow! Run, run, run." Luffy screamed and Sabo thought this was the first show of sense he had ever seen from Luffy. "You think you can escape?" Finally, the Sabo could run no more and his two brothers looked to be in the same state. They cowered on the ground as Garp walked up to them. The monster breathed on his fist and grinned evilly. "Triple fist of love." "Ah?" With that, Garp, looking like he did nothing more strenuous than go on a walk in the woods, put his hands in his pockets and walked away. "Don't die on me. Tomorrow I'll be back and I'll have no mercy." Sabo shivered, then regretted it, as his entire body ached. "We'll die. We can't survive another day of this." Ace agreed, lying dazed on his back. Gramps was worse than usual. Luffy chimed in tiredly. We've gotta run. They yelled in unison. And so the next day, they hid away in the forest and gray terminal, flinching at every sound wondering when Garp would find them. But their reckoning never came. We must have hid really well from Gramps, Luffy said, grinning broadly with his hands behind his head. Or he wasn't really trying, Sabo muttered cynically. Either way, we won't survive him next time, Ace said. They were all quiet for a moment as they remembered their beating from yesterday. Arg! Luffy yelled in frustration. We can't hide from him at the hideout. He knows where that is. Sabo's eyebrows rose in surprise. Luffy, you actually make a good point. What do you mean, actually, you bstrd? What do you mean, Sabo? Ace asked as they both ignored Luffy. If we live at the hideout, Garp will know where we are. We should move out. Where? Ace looked around the forest. There's too many giant beasts around here. Not if we live in a tree. Sabo beamed as he got a great idea. Oh, like a bird. Luffy then chirped, mimicking a bird. Ace and Sabo continued to ignore him and then spoke at the same time. A treehouse. It took them several weeks, but they finally managed to build a treehouse that was sturdy enough to live in. Ah, this is just like when you guys come with me on my ship, Luffy said as he lay sprawled out on the floor. As if. It'll be my ship. Ace then jumped down onto Luffy's stomach, elbow first. Oomph. Luffy's air was expelled from his lungs and he wheezed. Ace. Ha ha ha. Ace laughed, genuine amusement on his face. Luffy retaliated by wrapping his arms around Ace several times like an anaconda. Ace, despite his best efforts, couldn't escape, so they just ended up rolling around on the floor tangled up. Sabo thought about breaking it up, then thought better of it as he kicked the two of them into their newly constructed treehouse wall. Sabo! You can't get away like that. Sabo cackled as he played with the tangled kids like a ball, kicking them around the treehouse. Luffy, let go. I don't know how. You idiot. Sabo only stopped and helped them get untangled after they almost fell out of the treehouse door. Sabo, you bstrd, Ace panted, exhausted from screaming threats at Luffy and Sabo both. Hey! Luffy said, remarkably unfazed by being kicked multiple times. Let's put our flag at the top of our new house. So it really is like a pirate ship. Good idea. Ace sat up, recovered from his ordeal. Let's paint a new one. I'll steal the paint and cloth from Dayton. Sabo said, just as enthused as the other two. I still don't get why it can't be loss, Luffy pouted as Sabo carefully painted ASL on the flag with an X behind it. I'm going to be the captain. Like hell you are. Ace and Sabo snapped. I am. They then turned on each other. No, you're not. I am. They screamed in unison. Ace and Sabo glared at each other before Sabo sighed. I guess we really will be going our separate ways when we set out. That's probably for the best, Ace nodded. Ah, Luffy whined but said nothing else, which meant he agreed with them. When should we set out? Sabo asked, thinking of the treasure they had gathered. We don't have nearly enough treasure for it. I don't know, when we become adults maybe? Ace said, looking thoughtful. So like 14. Sabo laughed. We won't be adults by at 14. No one will take us seriously. They will when I beat them up. Ace snarled. Yeah. Luffy punched a fist in the air. I think most people are considered adults when they turn 18, Sabo said, rubbing his chin. At least, nobles are. You, who wants to be like them? Luffy wrinkled his nose. Luffy makes a good point, Sabo said, nodding. He had left that life behind. How about 17? Ace proposed. We'll basically be adults but better than those stupid nobles who have to wait another year. 17, I like it. Sabo agreed. Yeah. 17. Luffy yelled. Then we'll all go out. Not you, idiot. You'll have to wait another 3 years since you're younger than us, Ace said, sticking his nose in the air to look down on Luffy. That's no fair. Just think, Luffy, Sabo said. You can have another 3 years to train and get stronger and totally surprise us when you set out. As if, Ace muttered, but Luffy paid him no mind. I guess that's okay then, Luffy said reluctantly. Is it a promise? Sabo and Ace exchanged a glance. One thing they had learned about Luffy was that he took his promises very seriously. It's a promise. The three brothers had grown close over the course of their time together, but there was still one last secret between them. Your dad is the Pirate King. Luffy screeched as they sat around a campfire. Don't make a big deal out of it. Ace screamed. Sabo had been nagging Ace for weeks now to tell Luffy the truth about his heritage. It had felt wrong to him that the two of them were keeping such a big secret from Luffy when they otherwise shared everything. By this point, Sabo's own history was well known, along with Luffy's, leaving Ace as the only holdout. Ace had decided it was finally time when they were having dinner one night and had casually said, "By the way, my shitty father was Gold Roger." Luffy would have choked on his meat if he hadn't been rubber. That's. Ace was visibly tense as he waited for Luffy's reaction. Sabo didn't know why Ace was so worried about it. Luffy was Luffy. There was only one way he would react to this. "That's so cool!" Luffy yelled out, eyes sparkling in the firelight. "It's not cool." Ace jumped to his feet. "I shouldn't have been born. I don't deserve to live. Not this again." Sabo felt for Ace, but in Sabo's opinion, he really needed to stop listening to the thoughts of strangers. "Says who?" Luffy stood up as well, hands clenched at his side. "Everyone." Ace snarled. "Not me. Not Sabo." Luffy protested. "Anyone who's not stupid would know that Ace deserves to live." "You're the most stupid of them all," Ace muttered, but at Luffy's words, his rage seemed to deflate. "No, that's Ace." Luffy yelled. "Why you?" Ace ran over to Luffy and smashed his face into his meat. "Shut up and die." Luffy's screaming was muffled by the meat, but then he began chomping through it like a crocodile, and soon Ace would have to choose a different mode of death for Luffy. Sabo sat on his log, taking this opportunity to steal more of the food. He wouldn't trade his brothers for the world. It was the day after a huge storm that they decided to head into Grey Terminal. The force of the wind had damaged their treehouse and they needed to gather more wood to patch it. "I want a telescope," Luffy said as he walked backward, pipe in hand. "That would be so cool." "Stupid, we're going to Grey Terminal to get wood," Ace protested. "A cannon would be cooler," Sabo mused. He was joking, though he was willing to bet Ace wouldn't notice. "Sure enough. That's even less likely to find," Ace yelled. "Ha ha ha. Telescope, telescope," Luffy chanted. "Shut up." Ace boinked Luffy on the head with his pipe. It did nothing to hurt, of course, but it did make Luffy stop blabbing about a telescope. Once they made it to Grey Terminal, Sabo split off from the other two to cover more ground. After about 30 minutes, he had gathered a few planks of wood and began walking back to the other two. Something reflected the light on the ground, and when he looked, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. It was a telescope. Luffy would be so happy. Sabo picked it up, but as he did, several men came out of nowhere, including the pirate captain Bluejam. "Hey, boy," Bluejam said, grinning with missing teeth. "Who'd have thought that one of the three infamous brats of Grey Terminal would be a noble?" Sabo scowled, but his anger masked his unease. There was something different about this confrontation with Bluejam's men. "How do you know that?" Bluejam ignored Sabo's question and addressed his men. "All right, boys, you know what to do. Just don't leave a mark on him." A man leapt at Sabo, but he dodged and promptly kicked the man in the face. "If it's a fight you want," Sabo yelled, dropping his wood. Then, over a heap of trash, Ace and Luffy jumped into the fray and kicked another one of Bluejam's men. "Ace. Luffy. Are you all right, Sabo?" Ace asked. "Yeah." Ace's mouth pulled into a feral grin. "Between the three of us, we'll be able to take out these guys in no time." "You little sheets." One of Bluejam's no-name grunts spat out. As one, the three brothers ran forward, attacking the men. Ace was right. Even Luffy managed to take out two grunts while Ace and Sabo took care of the rest. They charged at Bluejam. "TCH," Bluejam said, annoyed. He reached into his belt and brandished his gun. He shot at Ace's feet and the trio was forced to scatter, hiding behind various trash. "All right, you brats, you better not move," Bluejam said with a sickly grin. "As if we're scared of you," Ace cried out, but at that moment some additional men came out of the trash heap and captured each of the boys. "DMN it, let me go. You BSTRD. I'll kick your butt. Let me go, you BSTRD." Sabo froze as he saw some newcomers approach. They were noble guards, each masked and carrying guns. And following them was someone Sabo was unfortunately familiar with. "I barely made it in time," Outlook, Sabo's father, said as he looked around the trash heap. Sabo wanted to shout, to call him names, to be defiant, but the only thing that left his mouth was a quiet, "Father." "We didn't harm a hair on him, sir," Bluejam said, a sickening obedience to him now that Sabo's father had arrived. He then gestured to the man holding Sabo. "Oi, you. DMN, you." Sabo cried as he was brought forward. "Sabo," Ace said, audibly distressed. After all these months since Sabo had been recognized and his father had resorted to hiring pirates to find him? What could he possibly want with Sabo that badly? "So these are the two that tempted Sabo into evil," Outlook commented, looking at Luffy and Ace with a gleam in his eye Sabo didn't like. "Give Sabo back," Luffy yelled from where he was pinned on the ground. This appeared to enrage Outlook, though he didn't let his composure slip beyond raising his voice. "Sabo is my son. He belongs to me. Children must do as their parents say because their parents brought them into this world. Outlook pointed accusingly at Sabo's brothers. How dare you two force Sabo to run away? Are you after my money? What was that, you BSTRD? Ace yelled, even more enraged than Outlook. The grunt holding Ace slammed him into the ground, cutting him on something. A splash of blood landed on Outlook's face. Oi, be careful throwing that kid around. I got his trashy blood on me. Ace. Luffy gasped. Sabo wriggled out of his captor's grip and ran closer to Outlook. They didn't do anything. Nobody tempted me to do anything. I ran away of my own free will. Sabo knew this was futile, but he had to try before his brothers got hurt. You. Stay out of this. Outlook then gestured for two of the noble guards to grab Sabo. Hey! Sabo protested, but it was no use. I'll leave the rest to you, pirates, Outlook said. No, oh no, no, no. Sabo didn't like the sound of that. He had a nasty feeling in the pit of his stomach. Of course, sir, Bluejam, that dog, said. You've already paid us after all. We'll take care of these two boys so that they don't bother your son again. Sabo gasped. No. Wait just a minute. Father, there's no need to do this. I understand now. And just what do you understand? Outlook said coldly. Sabo barely withheld his tears, biting his lips so he didn't cry. Don't do it, Sabo. Ace struggled to get out of his captor's hold. He hated this, the idea of going back to that cage. But he hated the idea of his brother's deaths more. I'll do as you say. I'll live as you want me to, Sabo said, a desperate resolution filling him. Please don't hurt those two. I'm begging you. They are very important. To me. They are my brothers. Then go home, right this instant, Outlook commanded. Sabo said nothing, he couldn't without crying, screaming, begging for his brothers to save him. As he walked away, he heard Ace and Luffy crying out for him. Sabo! We'll be fine, just run away. Are you really going to give up your dreams? Ace. Sabo, don't go. Please. Luffy. This was for their own good. Sabo. Ace was furious. More furious than he could ever remember being. Sabo had been taken back to his family, and all that crap Bluejam had been spewing about Sabo looking down on them had to be wrong. He knew it. But at the same time, Bluejam's words about how much better it was to be a noble rang through his head. If they went in to rescue Sabo, would he be better off? Ace didn't know, and the indecision paralyzed him. All he could count on at this point was that Sabo would come back if he wanted to. He was strong enough to. I miss Sabo, Luffy said miserably as he lay in his futon next to Ace. Shut up. We agreed to let Sabo go for now. Ace shut his eyes and tried to sleep. I don't know about this, Ace, Luffy said. Sabo wants to be free. That's why he wants to be a pirate. Shut up. We don't know if this is better for him or not. Only Sabo can decide that, Ace snapped, though internally he felt the same conflict as Luffy. Luffy was quiet for several minutes, so long that Ace thought he had fallen asleep. Ace. What? I have a bad feeling. Ace clutched at his blanket. It will all be fine, Luffy. You'll see. Sabo. Ace sat up and turned to Luffy, mouth open to speak, but then he saw that Luffy was already asleep. Luffy's blanket was crooked and didn't cover his legs. Idiot, Ace muttered as he readjusted Luffy's blanket. It would all be fine. What? You're going to burn down Grey Terminal tonight? Ace regretted. He regretted letting Sabo go. He regretted working for Bluejam. He regretted dragging Luffy with him to speak to Bluejam. Be quiet. Don't yell too loudly or everyone is gonna hear you, Bluejam commanded, approaching them with his usual gap-toothed smile. This is bad. We have to warn everyone. Luffy yelled. I told you to be quiet. Hold them down. Hands gripped Ace's shoulders and he glanced over to see Luffy was equally as restrained as him. I'm not the mastermind of this plan, Bluejam continued, walking closer to the struggling boys. Those boxes you carried were full of oil and explosives. There's going to be a massive fire that no one can escape from. No, Luffy breathed out. Are you out of your mind, you BSTRD? Ace spat out through gritted teeth. Even brats like you are freaking out? Bluejam laughed. Now that you know the plan I can't just let you go. But hey, Bluejam said with something strange gleaming in his eyes. You two have some treasure hidden away, right? Tell me where it is. Greed. It was greed lighting up Bluejam's eyes and Ace had never been more disgusted. Go to hell. Bluejam smirked. I thought you might say that. Tie em up. Ace and Luffy struggled but they were surrounded. If they escaped one person, they'd be attacked by the rest of the pirates. Sure enough, they found themselves tied back to back against a pole. Enjoy the fire tonight, boys. With that, the pirates departed, laughing the entire time. Sheet, sheet, sheet. Ace tested the ropes. They wouldn't budge. Ace. Gray Terminal is going to burn down. Luffy cried out in distress. I know. We've got to get out of here. Ace was ashamed to say that he panicked for several minutes too long. The smell of smoke drifted into the pirate's hideout, but rather than cause him more panic, it forced him to calm down. Luffy was screaming behind him, wriggling against the ropes. Think, Ace. Think. He looked around, eyes catching on something shiny. It was a broken piece of glass. They could use that to escape. It was too far away for Ace to reach, but Luffy was closer and he could stretch. Luffy. Stretch and use your foot to get that piece of glass. I'm getting us out of here. Luffy stopped screaming and began extending his leg. The first time, he came up short. The second time too much to the left. The third time, Ace held his breath as watched Luffy's foot make contact with the glass. Putting pressure on the glass as he retracted his foot, Luffy dragged the glass closer to them and kicked it to Ace. Yes. Good job, Luffy. Ace grabbed it, just barely able to move his hand enough to start cutting at the rope. Heat seeped into the hideout. Just a little more. The smoke thickened, forcing Ace to hold in a cough. Come on, just a little more. The rope snapped, freeing them. By this point, the fires were visible outside the window. Luffy whined as he fell to the ground. It's so hot. I can't breathe. Shut up. Stop complaining, we need to get out of here. Ace dragged Luffy to his feet and out of the pirate's hideout. The fire had spread everywhere. He found a path away from the hideout just in time before the entire building collapsed. Ace, I'm scared. Don't worry, Ace said, eyes narrowed as he searched for a way out. It'll be okay because I'm here. They kept running, the fire making even more of a maze out of the already confusing Gray Terminal. I hope all those people got out. Luffy said before coughing into his hand. This is no time to be worrying about someone else. Ace was well and truly panicking now. He didn't know where they were or a way to escape the fire. Who said you could escape, you brats? Just when Ace thought it couldn't get any worse, Blue Jam and his men emerged from the fire. But wait, that wasn't right? Why are you still here after setting the fire? Ace asked. Why haven't you escaped? Shut up, you little sheet. Then Blue Jam started hysterically laughing, his men following suit. Ah man, humans are strange. Even when we hit rock bottom we just can't help but laugh. They're acting weird, Luffy said, bewildered at their behavior. Ace's eyes widened. They were insane. There's no telling what Blue Jam would do now. Luffy, we've gotta go. They ran away from Blue Jam but were blocked by some more of his men. They too were laughing as they threatened Ace and Luffy with their swords. Then, Luffy and Ace were surrounded as Blue Jam approached them. We worked together. We're friends. Blue Jam said with a crazed smile. So we've gotta die together. Yeah right, not in a million years. Ace snarled. So cold, Blue Jam said, smile unwavering. Come to think of it, you still haven't told us where your treasure is? Your life is in danger and all you care about is treasure? Ace asked incredulously. He should have known there was no reasoning with Blue Jam, not at this moment. If you don't care about it, I'll take it off your hands. You've gone mad, Ace said, tensed as he looked for a way out. There was none. Come on, tell me. Or it'll burn just like our ship. Blue Jam was almost drooling as he spoke of the treasure, but the crazed glint never left his eyes. Are you kidding me? That treasure is. Ace cut Luffy off. Fine. I'll tell you where it is. But Ace, you and Sabo worked so hard for that treasure. Luffy protested. The fire was getting hotter around them and Ace was barely able to breathe through the smoke. Sabo would understand, Ace said, looking back at Luffy. Your life, our lives are more important right now. Ace did his best to ignore Blue Jam's chuckles as he drew out a map on a piece of wood with a stick of charcoal from the fire. As he handed it over to Blue Jam, Luffy started crying. Don't cry. This is not the end, Ace tried to reassure Luffy. You're right, it's not the end, Blue Jam said menacingly. Grab them. Once again, one FING gain, Ace and Luffy were captured by these FING grunts. What are you doing? I gave you the map. Ace struggled to no avail. You could be lying, which is why you have to come with us. We won't be able to escape after that. Are you insane? Just then, Luffy bit down on the arm around his neck. Arg! The grunt dropped Luffy but flew into a rage. He drew his sword and slashed it across Luffy's face. You DMN brat. Luffy writhed on the ground clutching his forehead. The man standing above him pointed his sword down at Luffy. I'll kill you. No. Luffy. It felt like a dam inside Ace broke and a rush of power poured through the cracks. Something radiated out from him and the man threatening Luffy fell to the ground unconscious, dropping his sword harmlessly to the side. And it wasn't just him. All around him, Blue Jam's men lay passed out on the ground, with only Blue Jam left standing. Ace rushed over to Luffy. Luffy. Are you alright? Just then, a hand gripped the back of his neck and flung him to the side. He slammed into the ground and lay stunned on his back. What did you do? Ace should have known better than to take his eyes off Blue Jam. A foot slammed against his chest. You freak. A gun ped, and Blue Jam had him pinned at the other end. Ace. Luffy had turned over and stopped clutching his head. The wound looked like it missed his eye thankfully. But that wouldn't help get them out of this situation. Ace closed his eyes. DMN it. A shot rang out. Dayton. Luffy yelled. Ace opened his eyes to see Dayton holding the end of Blue Jam's gun, pointing it to the side. He looked next to him and saw a bullet hole in the ground. That was close. Let go of Ace, you DMNC urchin. Dayton swung her ace at Blue Jam, which he blocked by drawing his sword, though it pushed him back, away from Ace and Luffy. Ace lay on the ground, shaking, as the rest of the bandits ran up to them. We finally found you. They had really been looking for them? Something clenched in Ace's chest as he forced himself to get up despite his shaking body. Dogra. Luffy cried out. Luffy. You've been hurt. Ace picked up his pipe and stood next to Dayton, waiting for Blue Jam to attack again. You're that monkey boss up on the mountain, Blue Jam said, taking in the bandits that faced him. I'm a mountain bandit, and I've been forced to be these kids' foster parent. Dayton raised her axe threateningly. I won't stand by and watch someone try to take these boys' lives, even if I'm not their real parent. Ace's eyes widened. Dayton. If you back down, then fine. But if you don't, I'll have to resort to violence. Dayton yelled, twirling her axe. Try it, Blue Jam smirked. Then I have no choice, Dayton said, before turning around. Run away. Dayton and the majority of the bandits took off running. Magra gripped Ace's arm, but he wouldn't budge and struggled forward toward Blue Jam. Ace, come on. I won't run. Not when Luffy was at his back. Not ever. Ace. Let me fight too. Luffy, that idiot. The rest of you take Luffy and go. Dayton ordered. I'll take responsibility for getting Ace home. Boss. Just go. Yes, boss. Come home safely. Then it was the two of them, Ace and Dayton, standing across from Blue Jam as the gray terminal burned around them. Ace clenched his jaw. He wouldn't lose. Days after the fire, Sabo still didn't know whether Luffy and Ace were okay or not. He had no choice but to go on hope. No, he had to go on faith. He knew they had to have escaped the fire. This place, it was despicable. The worst place imaginable. Everybody in Hightown knew about the fire but no one cared. All for the sake of maintaining appearances. Disgusting. Sabo had decided. He couldn't stay here, locked in a cage as he was forced to become just as bad as the rest of them. His guard had long fallen asleep and it was just the two of them in the house, the rest of them having left to watch some stupid ceremony. This was his opportunity. But first. Ace, Luffy, did you get hurt in the fire? I'm worried about you guys, but I know you're all right. Unfortunately for you too, by the time you get this letter I'll already be at sea. A lot of stuff happened, but I decided to set sail before you, guys. I'm sorry to break our promise to set out at 17 but my mind can't be changed. My destination is anywhere but here. I'm going to become stronger so I can be a pirate. Pirates are freer than anyone else in this world. We brothers should all become pirates one of these days. Then we can meet again somewhere out there. This ocean is vast and free. We'll meet again someday. Another thing, Ace, are you the oldest brother or am I? It might be weird to have two oldest brothers and one little brother, but the bond we share is the greatest treasure we have. Luffy is still weak and a crybaby to boot, but he's still our little brother. Take care of him. There. Now he could leave in peace. The world awaited. The world was burning around him, and he felt a blinding pain on his left side. Don't move, boyo. A large pair of hands held him down. A giant, cloaked figure with purple hair crouched above him. What happened? He cried out, terrified and writhing in agony. You don't remember? You set out at sea and got shot by a celestial dragon. I don't. He tried to think back, but all he could remember was a flash of light and an eruption of heat. The rest was darkness. I don't remember anything. Well, you're lucky to be alive. We'll just take you back to Goa and... No. His hands grabbed on the cloak. No. I can't go back, I just can't. Boyo. I don't remember anything but I have a feeling I was running away. Don't take me back there, he shouted, then grimaced at the sharp lance of pain that followed. Please, he whimpered. We'll take him with us, another figure said. This one had unruly dark hair, a stern expression, and a tattoo down the side of his head. Are you sure, Dragon? The purple-haired one questioned. The figure, Dragon, nodded sharply. Set sail. We need to be out of these waters. The purple-haired one picked him up suddenly, and he let out a gasp involuntarily. We'll take care of you from now on, the one carrying him said. Who are you? Call me Iva. Then they grinned. We're the Revolutionary Army. I don't know my name. We found your hat and it had your name stitched inside it, or at least we assume it's yours, Iva said as they carried him down the hallway of the ship. Your name is Sabo. Sabo. Everything will be fine, Sabo boy, Iva said gently. Now rest. The last thought Sabo had before he passed out was that there was something missing. Something important he had left behind. But he dismissed it. It was probably nothing that important if he had run away from home. Luffy placed each step carefully as he snuck toward the front door of the hideout. He didn't care what Magra said, he needed to go and look for Ace. Sabo was already gone, but he couldn't lose Ace too. Though at least Luffy knew that Sabo was safe, even if he wasn't sure that Sabo was actually happy at home. Making it successfully out the front door without anybody noticing, Luffy took off in a run. His injuries hurt still but not nearly as bad as the first day. He could do this. The trip down the mountain took forever, as he had to hide every time he heard footsteps. Luffy had listened when Magra had said that the military was killing survivors of the fire. But Luffy was able to be sneaky so it'd all be alright. Once he got to the bottom, he froze. Gray Terminal really was gone. In its place was empty, gray land, with ashes still floating through the air. There was also no place to hide. Luffy couldn't see Ace or Dayton anywhere, but since there was no place to hide, they might have gone somewhere else. Let's see, if Luffy was on fire where would he go? The water. The coast shone in the distance and Luffy thought that was as good a place as any to look. Carefully making his way along the edge of the forest, he walked until he reached the end of the trees, then, after looking both ways for people, ran across the open land to the coast. He made it to the rocky shore and looked around. No sign of Dayton or Ace. Maybe closer to the city? Hey, you! Luffy jumped in place, whirling around to see a few of the military guards running toward him along with a man in a suit. He spun around, trying to make it back to the forest where he could lose them, but all of a sudden, he heard a loud bang and felt a dull impact in the middle of his back. Losing his footing, Luffy tumbled to the ground, his hat falling off and landing in front of him. Footsteps approached before he could get up or grab his hat, and a booted foot kicked his side, then stepped on his chest. Hey! Luffy glared up at the guard. How rude. He's still alive. What in the world? Hey, you, the man in the suit asked, pointing his gun at Luffy. How did you survive? Luffy glared at him defiantly. I'm a rubber man. A devil fruit, huh? The man in the suit said as the guards broke out into nervous muttering. I thought those were a myth, one of the guards shouted. They are not. The man in the suit reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of HNDCFFS. St. Jalmac has an extensive collection of devil fruit users. At a gesture, the guard pinning Luffy down stepped away, but before Luffy could run, he was pulled up by his shirt. The man in the suit wrenched his hands behind his back and handcuffed him. A devil fruit user in East Blue is a rarity. Even if it appears to be a paramecia, St. Jalmac might want it for his collection. Hey! Let me go, you BSTRD. I'm not going anywhere. Luffy squirmed, ashamed and tired of having been captured yet again. You're the Saint's guard. If you think it's better to take this urchin in alive, then we'll defer to your judgment, sir, one of the guards said to the man in the suit. And to think, St. Jalmac sent me out here on a whim. He will be most pleased. Oi! Aren't you listening? Let me go. Luffy attempted to bite the man closest to him, but his teeth just met empty air. You're a spirited one, aren't you? The man in the suit yanked on his arm. That won't last long. Ace. Sabo. Save me. Be quiet. A hand slapped him across the face. Guard. Give me a GG. Right away, sir. It took 2 guards, but they managed to GG Luffy. He felt tears well up in his eyes as it sunk in that no one was coming to save him. He was still so weak. Let's go, we've wasted enough time out here. Yes, sir. As Luffy turned his head, he could see his hat floating in the breeze toward the forest. Ace, Sabo. Please come for me. Ace ran through the forest, fighting off tears. First, he came back to find Luffy was gone, then those BSTRD bandits wouldn't let him leave. Just because they had sent out people to look for Luffy didn't mean that he shouldn't look for him too. Luffy was his little brother. Then, it got worse somehow. Dogra returned, spewing some shit about Sabo being killed. As if Sabo was safe at home. Ace had realized that they needed to go back for him, to at least see if he was better off, but that didn't mean he wasn't safe. As soon as everyone was distracted by Dogra's lies, Ace took off to look for Luffy. He searched all their usual haunts and found nothing. Now, with a sinking feeling in his gut, he made his way toward where Gray Terminal used to be. He looked across the empty land in the light of the setting sun but saw no sign of Luffy. He was just wondering if he should look in the city for him when he saw a flash of yellow from the corner of his eyes. It must be Luffy and that dumb hat he always wore. Scowl at the ready, Ace moved in that direction, but as he got closer, he realized something was wrong. The hat was sitting on a bush, string wrapped around a branch holding it in place. Ace picked it up, turning it around in his hands. It was the correct hat, all right, but where was Luffy? Luffy! His voice echoed through the trees. No one ever answered. The sun was setting, casting ochre rays across the forest. Had Luffy been there to see it, he would have oohed and awed like he did every time the sun lit up the forest. How he managed to see the beauty in something so mundane Ace didn't know, but he was infinitely jealous. Ace sat in the treehouse, a place that once housed 3 brothers but now only held 1. Sometimes he couldn't bear to set foot in this place, other times he craved the pain of it. On the wall hung a bag with 3 sake cups. Next to it was a newer addition, the yellow straw hat that Luffy had refused to part with. Ace treated it delicately as if it were porcelain and never touched it. Not again. Not since he had fully realized that Luffy had gone. He searched throughout the forest, in the city, even in High Town, but there was no sign of where Luffy had gone, only whispers from some of the city's poorer citizens that they had seen a small boy dragged through the streets, never to be seen again. It was that rumor that gave Ace hope. If Luffy had been taken, then he could still be alive. If Luffy had been taken, Ace could still rescue him. If only he knew who took him. Perhaps it was the world, Ace scoffed inside his head in some of his darker moments, like who was responsible for killing Sabo. Dayton's words were like a brand on his heart. How can you be that confident when you're not even that strong? What can you do? They'll just kill you. Sabo was killed by this country. By this world. What can you do against that? Luffy is gone. Not dead. You have to believe that, Ace. What if one day, he comes back to find that his stupid older brother had gotten himself killed? What then? A year had gone by without Luffy returning. He had long since seen the bandits lose hope even if they tried to pretend in front of Ace. Sometimes Ace couldn't even make himself get out of bed. What was the point? When the only 2 people that had told him he deserved to live were no longer there. Other times, he didn't sleep for days, too filled with rage and manic energy. It was on those days that he ventured into the city, desperately searching for a target for his anger when the beasts of the jungle no longer proved enough. The only thing Ace knew how to do was return to his roots, to return to the time before Sabo, before Luffy, and try to remember how he had lived entirely alone. Trees and beasts and people alike fell under his fists, and all he could do was continue to hone his strength. Strength for what, he didn't know. What use was surviving when he was utterly alone? Dayton, in a fit of what even Ace could see was desperation, had pinned him down one day. Promise me, you'll keep on living. That you'll keep trying. A person only dies when they have no one to remember them. You need to live on, for Sabo? For Luffy. Resentful of the implication that Luffy was dead, Ace had spat in her face, but rather than let go, she had tightened her grip. Promise me. Ace had, if only to get that wretched look off her face. Some days, on the bad days, they were all bad days, he regretted that promise tethering him to life. But he remembered how Luffy kept his promises so seriously and couldn't bring himself to break this one. Ace, a deep voice yelled up at him, startling him out of his thoughts. Ace looked down. It was the shitty geezer, here again. Whoop Slap, down in Fusha, had left a message with an East Blue Marine base to get in contact with the geezer. This had been soon after Luffy's disappearance. The shitty geezer had, to his credit, dropped everything to return to Dawn, but even he had been unable to figure out who had taken Luffy. Or at least, if he had, he never told Ace, and he had left soon after he had arrived. For a brief moment, he thought that maybe the shitty geezer had returned because he found Luffy, but one look at his downturned face dispelled that hope. Ace resumed looking at the orange-lit trees. In that case, he didn't care. Garp felt every one of his years as he sat across a fire from his oldest, only, grandson. He had dragged Ace down from the treehouse and forced him to eat. The boy was looking too skinny, even for a feral thing like him. They had exchanged only a few words since Garp had arrived. Anything? Ace asked, a dull look on his face like he already knew the answer. No, nothing. Garp so hated to prove him right. Since then, Ace had mechanically chewed his meat and stared into the fire. Garp didn't know what to do. When he had rushed back to Dawn after he heard of Luffy's disappearance, he had scoured the island for clues only to come up with next to nothing. Ace had managed to get information from the residents of Edge Town that confirmed Luffy had likely been taken rather than outright killed, but the motive remained elusive. There was one suspicion left to him, one solely based on his gut instinct. The Celestial Dragon had been in the city. This suspicion was nearly baseless. What would Luffy have done to gain the Celestial Dragon's attention? But the suspicion stayed. Yet it was all but useless, as due to Garp's position and the Celestial Dragon's uncontested rule, he couldn't act on it without proof. The cynical part of him knew he couldn't act on it with proof either. So, in desperation, he did the only thing he could do, and that was tell Dragon that his only son had disappeared. The Revolutionary Army had more connections than Garp to search out his missing, dead, grandson. He hadn't heard from Dragon since then, which was as good as saying they had found nothing. So the only thing Garp could do was maintain hope, for Ace if not for himself. The fact that Ace had lost 2 brothers on the same day was almost too much for the boy to cope with. Garp's very bones felt weary at the thought of Sabo. That boy's fate was more than a suspicion. His newest grandson, ripped from their family by a celestial dragon, the thought sent rage tearing through Garp to this very day. He never regretted joining the Marines, even now, but on some days it was a close battle. Shitty geezer, Ace said suddenly. Call me Grandpa, Garp said automatically, partially out of shock that Ace had initiated conversation. Shitty geezer, Ace emphasized, before continuing. Did you manage to get in contact with Luffy's dad? Garp jolted in place, eyes widening. How do you know about Luffy's father? Dayton wouldn't have said anything, Garp was 90% sure. Ace frowned, though it appeared to be more from puzzlement than anything. Luffy only talked about him all the time, Ace said, eyes shadowed. It took Garp a moment to connect the dots, but when he did, a dull anger, habitual more than anything, rose inside him. You mean that red-haired cabin boy, Garp grunted. In that case, no, I never got in contact with him. Unless one counted Garp throwing numerous cannonballs at that man's ship and screaming that he was a grandson-stealing menace. But that was before Luffy's disappearance, and Garp had given up on harassing that brat ever since. What? Ace hissed, spine straightening. How could you not tell Shanks about Luffy's disappearance? Especially if he cares about Luffy as much as Luffy thinks he does. Ace still used the present tense when talking about Luffy, Garp realized sadly. He can't do anything to help us find Luffy. You don't know that. Ace insisted. I know he's a pirate, but the guy lost an arm to save Luffy. You don't think he would drop everything to look if he knew? Garp didn't know what to think, not about Red Hair saving Luffy, not about their supposed father-son bond, not about whether or not he should have told him about Luffy's disappearance. And so, Garp did nothing regarding him. He doesn't have the connections to find Luffy, Garp grunted, though even he knew this was not true. That cabin boy was well on his way to becoming an emperor of the sea, at least before he had lost his arm. Who knew what information he had access to? Then he deserves to know because Luffy is his son. That menace is not Luffy's father. Garp shouted reflexively before he could think better of it. He regretted it. So, you refuse to believe that Shanks is Luffy's dad, just because he's a pirate, Ace stated rather than asked. It was an accusation, and Garp felt the sting of it. You disgust me, Ace spat out and ran away from the campfire, from Garp. It was nothing that he hadn't heard from Makino already, but it hurt nonetheless. He leaned against his knees and bowed his head. A solitary tear trickled down his face. He didn't know what to do. Ah! Today's great weather for sailing. Shanks yelled as he hung off the rigging. For now, Snake said, looking out on the horizon. You know what the weather is like in the New World. We have to get used to it again. The Red Hair Pirates had finally entered the New World again, after almost 2 years of playing around in paradise. It had taken that long for Shanks to feel like he had fully recovered his strength with his non-dominant arm. But now that he had, he was ready to shake up the complacency of the New World. So exciting! Shanks grinned, and if it was a little feral, Snake didn't call him out on it. Get down from there before you fall again, Beckman said, sauntering on the deck to look up at Shanks. It's bad for morale for the men to see the boss making a fool of himself. Too late for that. Lucky Roo crowed from nearby. They see that every time we party. So Shanks liked to party, what was wrong with that? His own personal goal was to become known as the Party Emperor and force the Marines to call him that to his face. Dahaha. Shanks threw his head back and laughed. Adventure was calling and it had never been more exciting. The only thing that put a damper on his enthusiasm was that he missed Luffy more than he missed his left arm. Every time he saw the drawing and photos of Luffy hanging in his room, he felt a mix of sadness and fondness well up inside him. Beckman must have recognized the look on his face as Shanks got down from the rigging. Missing anchor again? Always, Shanks grinned ruefully. I wish he could be here with us. Don't say that around Gab, Beckman said, fiddling with his cigarette. He might burst into tears again and start crying about how we should have taken him with us. Then the rest of the crew would join in, and the next thing you know there'll be a mutiny. It was for the best, Shanks said. He didn't regret his decision, but it still stung nonetheless. It was, Beckman agreed. What do you think he's doing now? Probably racking up at a tab at Party's bar, Shanks speculated with his grin back at full strength. I wonder if he's worked out how to use his powers yet. I'm sure he's made progress, Beckman said more than a little fondly. He's a determined boy. Ah, I miss him. I can't wait to see him again. Shanks lamented. Enjoy life, Luffy. Grow stronger, and I'll see you on the seas. Shanks thought, staring in the direction of East Blue. He couldn't wait to hear about Luffy's adventures on the seas when he set out. But for now, his own adventures awaited. See you then, Luffy. 2 years later. Luffy flinched as one of the guards rammed his baton into the bars of his cell. The swirling pool of boredom and disgust emanating from the guard didn't budge at Luffy's response. Oi! Rubber boy, your master is calling for you. The guard slammed the bars again. Get to your feet. 3 years ago Luffy would have spat and snarled, he would have glared and refused to move and fought the entire way. But that was 3 years ago. Today, Luffy obediently got to his feet, despite the trembling of his limbs and the searing pain in his back. He looked at the floor as he walked out of the open cell, knowing that looking anyone in the eye was a good way to get punished. Luffy couldn't afford to get punished that day. His wounds from 2 days ago had grown hot and pulsed at any touch, which he'd learned through painful experience meant his wounds might have gotten infected. If Jalmak or anyone else decided to add more injuries on top of his existing ones, then he would only suffer worse. Luffy remembered suddenly that talk he'd had with Shanks all those years ago, the one where Shanks had told him to learn to pick his battles. He wondered if his dad would be proud of him now. The thought stung, and he shied away from any more thoughts of life from before. The guard clipped a length of chain between his HNDCFFs. Luffy, unlike other devil fruit users who were enslaved, did not have seastone cuffs. That would defeat the purpose of Luffy being a spectacle with his freaky powers. No, he had a set of metal cuffs on both his wrists and ankles that were spiked on the inside so that he wouldn't be able to pull his rubber limbs out of them. They were not normally connected with a chain between them unless he was being punished or transported somewhere else. This was just another example of the celestial dragon's cruel imagination. After all, Luffy didn't need to be cuffed at all, not when he had an explosive collar around his neck at all times. No, this was a statement. Luffy had learned the power of a statement in the time he had been here. He had learned what the powerful did with the weak to prove their own strength as if they had to put others down to prop themselves up. It was something he would have never learned in the forests of Mt. Kalubo, as the animals there were never cruel with their actions. It was a matter of survival and necessity. He had always understood that. As they left the cell block where Luffy slept, the thick cloud of misery and despair faded slightly, only to be replaced by boredom, pride, and darkly tainted joy, the kind that came from others' suffering. The difference between being amongst other slaves and being amongst the celestial dragons was stark, however, Luffy almost couldn't decide which was worse to near. Almost. Ah, you finally brought it, Jalmak exclaimed with satisfaction as Luffy was guided into the room by a leash of chain. Did it bring you any trouble? No, Saint. It's been as obedient as a dog, the guard said, the boredom never leaving him though a sliver of anxiety penetrated his voice as soon as they entered the celestial dragon's room. The satisfaction Jalmak felt turned to a sickly glee. This kind of cruelty he had not understood, not until he had come here. Jalmak walked over to Luffy and took the chain leash from the guard. He then patted Luffy's cheek. With carefully trained composure, Luffy didn't react. Not to flinch, not to blink, not even to breathe. The glee deepened, tinged with a smug self-assurance. Good dog. Whereas once the backhanded praise would have had him snarling like the dog they called him, now he simply felt a dull relief. Jalmak was in a good mood, but not the kind of good mood that led to Luffy's suffering, but the kind he had learned meant Jalmak was feeling what he called generous. It meant Luffy would likely not be physically hurt on Jalmak's whim. There was always a catch, however, but it might be more bearable. Might. SLV 20358, we're going on a trip, Jalmak continued and anticipation spread through his glee. We're going to Sabaody. Luffy stared dully at the floor as dread spread through him. A hand struck Luffy across the face. It didn't hurt, since he was rubber, but what it signified was worse. It seemed like this time, Jalmak had been looking for a reaction from Luffy. Sometimes, when Jalmak spoke to Luffy, he wanted a response. Other times, he would order Luffy flogged with a seastone-tipped whip for daring to speak in his presence. Luffy picking one or the other was always a game of chance, one he hadn't yet learned to anticipate based on Jalmak's emotions. The problem was that Jalmak's cruelty had the same feeling, despite resulting in different actions. I said, we're going to Sabaody, SLV, Jalmak snarled. I'm sorry, Luffy responded. I'm very grateful, Master. The numbness Luffy felt was disrupted by self-disgust. What would Ace and Sabo think if they heard him call someone his master? When they learned that he had stopped resisting a long time ago if only to spare himself some pain. Luffy was too weak to save himself, and no one was coming to rescue him. Those were two of the fundamental realities of his new life. As you should be, Jalmak spat. Now come. Luffy trailed behind Jalmak as they walked to the lift that would bring them down to the ships at the bottom of the Red Line. Well, Luffy walked. Jalmak was carried on another SLV's back as he crawled. Once he got to Sabaody, he would be forced to crawl as well, if only to show the mass of insects the power that Jalmak had. See? Another statement. Luffy had learned well. As they walked through Mary Geos, he let the vast number of voices overwhelm him. He wasn't able to turn off this mystery power, which meant large crowds of people were an awful experience. Suddenly, once they were almost to the lift, Luffy stiffened involuntarily. A strong presence just entered his senses. Typically, each voice was like a whisper, which felt like a roar when put all together, but among the celestial dragons, none of them really stood out, each one weaker than the last, with the exception of them. The Holy Knights. They were just as cruel, just as vicious as normal celestial dragons, except so much worse. Their voices were so loud that Luffy couldn't tune them out, and he always trembled at their vast, overwhelming power. The only people who came close to matching the strength of their voices were some marines he had come across. Thankfully, this Holy Knight didn't pay Luffy any mind as she passed, merely nodding at Jalmak. They were near the edge of the Red Line now. Railings lined the side of the cliff, but Luffy bet that even with as physically weak as he had gotten, he could push Jalmak over. The thought was tempting. Luffy would be killed immediately by the nearby guards, but some days that felt better than living like this. Luffy sometimes thought about intentionally activating his collar while he was in his cell, but some lingering spark of defiance always stopped him. Some part of him still wanted to live, still wanted freedom, but it was often smothered by an undefeatable numbness. They walked into the lift without issue, and Luffy let the suicidal impulse pass. After a long drop, Luffy barely paid attention as he was dragged from the lift to the ship that would transport them to Sabaody. He knew what going to Sabaody meant. It meant Jalmak wanted another SLV. Watching someone else's freedom being taken away, feeling their fresh pain, disbelief, and despair, it was the worst. At least with older slaves, their emotions were dulled, either out of being stomped upon for so long or out of self-preservation. The new ones hadn't learned yet. A day passed before they got to Sabaody, during which time Luffy was forced to sit at Jalmak's feet unless ordered to fetch him whatever he wanted. It could be worse. It could always be worse. Once they got to Sabaody, the general noise of all the voices became overwhelmingly strong. Hate, anger, joy, sadness. It was all there and in huge numbers. Even so, it should have been a reprieve from the sickening voices of the celestial dragons in Mary Geos, or the painful voices of their slaves. It wasn't. Nothing ever overshadowed the voice of Jalmak. Luffy had grown hyper-aware of his owner's voice out of necessity. As much trouble as Luffy had made in the beginning, Luffy had no doubt that gaining this mystery power had saved his life, as it had allowed him to react before Jalmak had spoken. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. The trip to the human auction house was a blur. Luffy crawled behind Jalmak as wave after wave of terror and disgust assaulted him from the onlookers, who were forced to kneel as Jalmak passed. Even the people who had previously been feeling joy were dimmed by the presence of a celestial dragon. They were like a plague, Luffy thought, a disease that touched everything around them. The human auction house was filled to the brim with equally disgusting people. Other celestial dragons, regular, nobles, scum of the underworld. All of them looking to buy a SLV. Another fundamental lesson Luffy had learned was that freedom wasn't a given. It was a privilege, a sign of power that the strong could live how they wanted, while the weak had their freedom trampled over. What was funny in a sad way was that most of the voices that were being sold were stronger than their new owners. If it weren't for the exploding collars, the sneaky techniques that slavers employed, and the threat of the marines, these people would be able to win their freedom easily. That was another thing Luffy had learned. Physical strength didn't always matter, not when the world was the enemy. After several slaves had been auctioned off, despite himself, Luffy met the eyes of one of the people being sold on stage. He was an old man, with silver hair and a scar over his eye, and though his voice was small and contained, seemingly weak, something about him reminded Luffy of Gramps. He felt a sudden spike of surprise in the old man's voice along with something that almost felt like recognition. Did this old man know Luffy? The thought briefly brought Luffy out of his stupor, but the heavy weight of his depression pulled him down again. If he did, it didn't matter. Rayleigh had few pleasures in life. The number one was of course his wife Shaki. His pastime of allowing himself to be captured by slavers and sold, then robbing his new owner, blind, had to be one of the top 5. The satisfaction he got out of sticking it to the noble scum that infested Sabaody was sweet indeed. The money never hurt either. At the beginning of his time on Sabaody, after the manhunts for the remnants of the Roger pirates had died down, he had frequently executed a number of SLV breakouts. But the trouble that had caused, along with the fact that it never made a difference in the long run, had curbed that habit even if the temptation always remained. Staring at the boy in the audience of the auction house had him rekindling that old impulse. The boy was a SLV, the dull look of resignation would have told him that even if the exploding collar hadn't been clasped around his neck. He sat on the ground next to a celestial dragon, who had briefly considered Rayleigh before dismissing him, likely for being too old. But it wasn't that he was a child SLV that caught his attention, that was unfortunately all too common. No, it was the small scar under his eye. It brought to mind a picture Shanks had shown him almost 2 years ago when he had passed through Sabo. "Rayleigh," Shanks greeted with a grin as he entered Shacky's rip-off bar. "Long time no see." Rayleigh took in the sight of the boy he had raised, relieved to see he looked well with one notable exception. "It has indeed, no thanks to your rather," Rayleigh raised his eyebrows, "eventful visit to East Blue." "Oh, so you heard about that," Shanks said, face turning sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head with his remaining arm. "The entire sea heard when you returned from the weakest blew down an arm," Rayleigh remarked, kicking out the stool next to him. Shanks took the invitation and sat down next to him. "It was a worthy sacrifice," Shanks said, grin unwavering. Rayleigh was overcome with the urge to pull Shanks into a hug like he had done when his boy was younger, but he was no longer certain that such a gesture would be welcome. Not after they had abandoned Shanks in the wake of the disbandment of the Roger Pirates. Rayleigh had all the excuses in the world for what he had done, but that didn't change the fact that there was a distance between the two now that would likely never close. He shook off the bot of regret and nostalgia and offered Shanks a drink. "What could be worth such a sacrifice, I wonder?" Rayleigh took a sip from his glass. "My son." Rayleigh began coughing, almost spewing his drink across the bar. That was the last thing Rayleigh had expected to hear. "Da ha ha ha." Shanks burst into laughter at Rayleigh's response. "You have a son now?" Rayleigh wiped his mouth. "When did that happen? Did you leave some poor girl at port with a new child?" He wouldn't judge if he had, but Rayleigh had thought that Shanks' first and only love was the sea. But then again, what did he really know about Shanks nowadays? "Da ha ha. No, I adopted him. Or rather, he adopted me." Shanks' smile split his face, an undeniable fondness lighting up his eyes. "You should have seen the look on my face the first time Luffy called me Dad." "Da ha ha. Is that also where your hat wandered off to as well?" Rayleigh asked, curious about what could make Shanks part with it. He had always been extremely attached to it and the legacy it carried. "Yeah," Shanks said, ruffling his bare head. "You should have heard him. Luffy sounded just like Captain Roger. He has big dreams that I can't help but believe in." "You sure sound like a father," Rayleigh said, a smile tugging at his lips. "Tell me everything." It felt like old times, the way Shanks gushed over his son like he had his adventures back as an apprentice. The tales of what had occurred in East Blue were mundane in comparison to the Grand Line, but the happiness and sheer pride Shanks emanated were captivating. "And look! Here's a picture of him." Shanks shoved a picture under Rayleigh's nose. He leaned back to be able to see it properly. Shanks' son was a small boy, no older than 7, with unruly black hair, a scar under his eye, and a grin that matched Shanks perfectly. "So, this is Luffy, huh?" "Yep." Then Shanks' smile turned mischievous. "Monkey D. Luffy?" Rayleigh almost choked for the second time in the same conversation. "Did you adopt some relative of Garp? Are you insane?" Rayleigh said, incredulous coding his every word. "Da ha ha. Luffy is his grandson," Shanks said before his smile dimmed. "Not that Garp deserves Luffy." Rayleigh wasn't touching that resentment with a 10-foot pole. "And this is the boy you entrusted your legacy to?" Rayleigh had to test if Shanks was just clouded by fatherly love or if he seriously saw something in this boy. "I don't know if Luffy will succeed in his goal to become the next pirate king," Shanks admitted, clutching where his left arm used to be. "But I bet my arm on the next generation. He will live a life full of freedom." "I know it." Well, how could Rayleigh argue with that? Now, he couldn't wait to meet this monkey D. Luffy. Without a doubt, the boy in front of him was Shanks' son, Luffy. The spark that Shanks had described was almost entirely dampened. What Rayleigh could glean from the boy's aura was that he had learned how to make himself small, to suppress the loudest parts of him. The sadness he felt at this realization almost brought Rayleigh to his knees. "And sold?" To bidder number 87. Rayleigh barely took note of who had bought him, too preoccupied with Luffy. As he was escorted off the stage, Rayleigh locked onto the feel of Luffy's presence so he would be able to find him again. Rayleigh had one more SLV to free. As Rayleigh was brought to his newest owner's lodgings on Sabo, he stretched his senses as far as he could to span the entire archipelago. Good, Luffy was still there, though he was moving toward the coast where the celestial dragons docked their ships. Rayleigh would have to move fast to execute his hastily drafted plan. While you're old, you look strong enough. I'll have you cleaning and chopping wood at my Winter Island villa. Be prepared, I'm going to work you till you drop. The voice of the woman who purchased Rayleigh was like nails on a chalkboard. With barely a thought, Rayleigh let out a pulse of targeted conqueror's hockey, knocking the woman out. Without any further ado, he used his advanced armament hockey to remove his cuffs and explosive collar, throwing the collar out the window so it could explode harmlessly in the air. This time, he couldn't afford to spend precious minutes robbing his owner. He jumped out the window rather than confront the guards at the front door, and swiftly ran to Luffy's location. With his hood pulled up, he was just one of many shady figures at Sabo. Several minutes later, he slowed as he approached the Celestial Dragon's boat. It looked like he was just in time, as the crew were working to get the ship ready to sail. Jumping into the water, he swam around to the back of the boat where there would be fewer people and climbed up the side, using armament hockey on his fingertips to create handholds in the wood. There were 2 guards in this section and he incapacitated him as easily as he did the woman who bought him before he jumped onto the ship. Leaving them there to be found was out of the question, so without hesitation, he threw them into the water. They would drown, but Rayleigh couldn't bring himself to care, not when they were in the employ of a celestial dragon. The ship lurched under his feet as they disembarked from Sabo. He kept track of the locations of everyone on the ship with his observation hockey and carefully avoided being discovered. Once they were about an hour out from Sabo, Rayleigh decided to make his move. He let out a concentrated blast of Conqueror's hockey that encompassed the entire ship. If he ended up knocking out Luffy, then perhaps that would be for the best in making an easy escape. Rayleigh made sure to lower the anchors and scope out where the largest escape boat was located, before seeking out Luffy. He was in an inner room of the ship, one clearly used by the Celestial Dragon as it practically oozed opulence. A solid gold statue of the man currently passed out in a throne-like chair dominated the room. Rayleigh felt renewed disgust at the Celestial Dragons, even more so when he saw Luffy still kneeling at the now unconscious man's feet, staring dully at the ground. He was faintly surprised to see that Luffy was still conscious, but he pushed his bemusement aside for now. Rayleigh cautiously approached the boy and kneeled down in front of him. Luffy. The boy's head snapped up, eyes wide with shock. As soon as Luffy met Rayleigh's eyes, he immediately dropped them back to the ground. A conditioned response, Rayleigh realized. I'm here to save you. As Luffy was still staring at the ground with his face downturned, Rayleigh had to rely on his observation hockey to discern his emotions. Disbelief was the primary one and Rayleigh felt a renewed wave of sadness rip through him. Have you given up on your own freedom? Rayleigh asked, more to himself than to Luffy. Therefore, he wasn't expecting the sudden shock of rage that overwhelmed Luffy's aura. He was surprised to see that Luffy had raised his head again to glare at Rayleigh defiantly. Distantly, he realized that his question could have been taken as judgment when that was the furthest thing from the truth. As if remembering himself, Luffy's rage disappeared as quickly as it came and the boy avoided Rayleigh's eyes again, hunching his shoulders. Contrary to what Luffy was surely expecting, Rayleigh was pleased with the show of rage as it was a sign that Luffy's spirit wasn't permanently broken. He noticed that though Luffy's face remained blank, a faint confusion permeated Luffy's emotions. Rayleigh shook it off as Luffy being confused at the lack of punishment, as he was well aware of how slaves were treated. I'm glad you haven't, Rayleigh said softly. Now, whether you believe me or not, I am here to rescue you. I know Shanks. Luffy's head snapped up and his eyes widened. Rayleigh nodded. That's right. He showed me a picture of you so that's how I recognized you. I would know that scar anywhere. Rayleigh ran a finger under his own eye, mimicking the shape of the scar. I know this is scary and you don't trust me, but please take a chance. Can I be worse than that celestial dragon? Heartbreakingly enough, Luffy was still hesitant, as if to say that yes it could be worse. But finally, after several long moments, Luffy seemed to find what he was searching for and nodded at Rayleigh. Good, Rayleigh smiled. Let's get out of here and I can get that collar off of you. Later, can you show me where the rest of the slaves are? We need to get them out of here as well. Luffy slowly got to his feet, and Rayleigh followed suit, careful not to make any sudden movements. With one last look at the celestial dragon, who was drooling from his mouth, Luffy walked toward the exit. He seemed scared to have Rayleigh at his back so Rayleigh made sure to stand next to Luffy, where he could still see him from the corner of his eye. They made it to the deck, and Rayleigh once again kneeled in front of Luffy. I'm going to remove your collar first, okay? Rayleigh explained his actions before he did them so he didn't startle Luffy. Luffy didn't respond but Rayleigh figured that the boy was in shock, or maybe dissociating if the glassy look in Luffy's eyes was any indication. He made quick work of removing the collar, throwing it over the ocean so that it could explode safely. Then, he turned to the cuffs still on Luffy's wrists and ankles. They weren't explosive thankfully, but they still needed to be removed. As he broke them apart, he noticed the bloody spikes on the inside of them and the corresponding wounds on Luffy's limbs. Unwillingly, rage surged through him at the sight. Curiously, though he was sure that his face didn't change, Luffy flinched. A suspicion began to form in Rayleigh's mind, and he made a conscious effort to tame his anger. He would investigate his suspicions, but that would be for a later time. It took the better part of half an hour, but Rayleigh carried all of the other 5 unconscious slaves to the lifeboat and removed their explosive collars. Thankfully it was a large lifeboat, clearly meant for luxury even in an emergency situation, so everyone fit with plenty of room on the ship. He also managed to steal several bags full of berry and gold. He waited until all of the now former slaves had woken up so he could address them all. "You are all free now," Rayleigh said, raising his voice so everyone could hear him. Nobody spoke, but he could feel their disbelief. "Your explosive collars have all been removed." At that, the former slaves began touching their necks, some people tearing up, others still numb to their new reality. "I'm taking you back to Sabaody Archipelago, where you will be free to go wherever you please." With that, he turned back toward the Celestial Dragon's ship, where he had kept everyone on board still forcefully unconscious. Rayleigh drew his sword, to the shuffling of the people on board, and swung at the ship. A slash flew through the air and bisected the ship. A chorus of gasps sounded out behind him. Internally, he lamented, yet again, that this move had been easier when he was younger. "Your former master will be dead soon enough, consumed by the sea," Rayleigh said, turning back the group of former slaves. "The Marines will think his ship's disappearance as nothing more than an accident at sea. You are free now." The energy of the group was noticeably more energized, though he knew from previous experience that they were the furthest from being okay. Some of them began whispering to each other or huddling together, while Luffy simply looked at the sinking wreckage of the ship unblinkingly. He didn't look away the entire time that they sailed away, not until the ship had sunk completely into the water. The hardest part begins now, Rayleigh thought as he steered the lifeboat back to Sabaody. Before he let the rest of the former slaves go, he divvied up the gold and money he had stolen and passed it out. He directed the group to go to Levy's boat shack in Grove 27, which was run by an undercover revolutionary. That group would be better suited to helping them get back on their feet than Rayleigh. The only one that remained with Rayleigh was Luffy. He listlessly followed Rayleigh to Grove 13, where Shacky's rip-off bar was located, after allowing Rayleigh to fix a cloak over him to hide his features. He talked the entire time that they traveled, telling him stories about Shanks and repeating what Shanks had told him of Luffy. He wasn't sure that any of it registered, but Luffy didn't run away screaming, so there was that. Thought perhaps that sign of emotion would have been better than the numbness that pervaded Luffy's aura. "Shacky, I have a guest," Rayleigh warned as he opened the front door. Thankfully, the bar was empty, so he didn't have to worry about anyone witnessing Luffy's appearance. "Era, who is this?" Shacky said, coming around the bar. Luffy tensed even further as she approached before he glanced up at Rayleigh and untensed. Sadly, Rayleigh thought this was less an expression of trust and more Luffy trying to appease Rayleigh, who he was treating as his new master. "This is Luffy, Shanks' boy," Rayleigh explained, exchanging a pointed look with his wife. She didn't say anything stupid like asking what brought Luffy here, and instead welcomed him gently. Luffy didn't say a word, and at this point, Rayleigh didn't expect him to. Instead of pushing for a response, he ushered the boy back to their living quarters behind the bar area and inspected him for wounds. There were the cuts on his wrists and ankles from those DMN cuffs, but there were also festering whip wounds on his back. The pulse of rage inside of Rayleigh drew another flinch from Luffy, and by this point, he was certain that Luffy had awoken a form of observation haki, specifically emotion sensing. Sensing others' emotions was usually an advanced form of haki that one had to train to use, but like all forms of haki, it could be awoken in response to stress. Rayleigh himself was admittedly not the best at it. He could sense vague emotions if concentrated on one person, but discerning the emotions of a crowd or particularly nuanced emotions was beyond him. Rayleigh dreaded to think of what could have triggered Luffy's observation haki and what it had done to him to be surrounded by so many negative emotions. But he pushed that speculation aside, prioritizing cleaning and bandaging Luffy's wounds. Once he was done, he led Luffy to a small, rarely used guest room. "This will be where you stay while you're here," Rayleigh explained. "You are free to move about the entire building, though you shouldn't enter the bar when people other than myself or Shacky are there." "You are free now, Luffy," Rayleigh reiterated, though he didn't expect it to sink in just yet. He left the still silent boy in the room and gently shut the door behind him. In all likelihood, Luffy wouldn't leave the room without being told, so he would have to check on the boy frequently to make sure his basic needs were met. But for now, Luffy would be fine. Rayleigh had a call to make. Shanks was in a great mood. They had just raided a marine ship that had been headed back toward Paradise, likely to Marineford given the intel and cargo it had been carrying, and they had succeeded in getting a great haul. By far, the best part was the white den den mushi they had stolen from the Marines. A white den den mushi was exceedingly rare and sought after. When it was hooked up to a normal den den mushi, it ensured that any calls made or received couldn't be intercepted by a black den den mushi, which the Marines were fond of using in the vicinity of well-known pirates. This practice made any call subject to eavesdropping, therefore one had to be careful when conveying important information. It was because of this that Shanks didn't simply call Fusha Village or get Luffy his own den den mushi that could make calls as far as the Grand Line. If the Marines knew he had a son, Luffy would then become a target. But now, he could feel safe in reaching out, both to Luffy and other allies. Overall, things had been on an upswing for them. The Red Hair Pirates had been in the New World for 2 years now and they had made a splash almost immediately. The first 6 months were the most hectic, as various challengers had come to try and defeat the now one-armed captain, but Shanks had proven that he was still a force to be reckoned with. Now, he was able to travel as leisurely as he wanted between islands, partying as he went. "Chief, are you ready for the officers' meeting?" Beckman asked, approaching where Shanks sat on the deck. "Sure." Shanks got up and passed his half-filled bottle to a random crew member. They could have the rest. Let it never be said Shanks was an ungenerous boss. They made their way to the meeting room, which also held their den den mushi. The white den den mushi hadn't been hooked up yet as they needed to buy some equipment to do so, but they would be able to obtain it on the next island. The remaining officers were already assembled. Lime Juice was carving yet another miniature. Bonk Punch and Monster were tapping out a rhythm on the table. Lucky Roo was eating, of course, Yasop was fiddling with a photo of Usopp and Banchina, and Hongo and Gab were conversing quietly. Lastly, Building Snake was taking a nap. Shanks took great joy in slapping the table in front of Snake to wake him up. Snake jumped in place as the snot bubble floating from his nose popped. "Da ha ha ha. Very funny, boss," Snake said with crossed arms. "Let's just get to business," Beckman said, taking his seat and cutting off a bickering session that would last forever. "Firstly, let's talk about our most recent raid." Their meetings, directed by Beckman, were usually pretty efficient as everyone wanted to go back to doing what they wanted, but sadly it was a necessity to make sure all of the leadership was on the same page. This meeting was no different, and they had just finished up their topics of discussion when the den den mushi rang. Purururu. Lucky Roo, who was the closest to it, picked it up with a "Gotcha. Hello? Red Hair Pirates here." Lucky Roo was it? "Is Shanks there?" Shanks, who had been slouching in his seat, shot upright at the sound of Rayleigh's voice coming through the den den mushi. Lucky Roo passed him the receiver and Shanks answered promptly. "It's me. What is this about?" His officers stayed put, each of them alert at Shanks' obvious concern. He would dismiss them if he needed to, but he trusted them all implicitly. "It's about your anchor." The tension in the room skyrocketed. "Anchor? What about him?" Rayleigh paused for a long moment and Shanks' anxiety only got worse. "I have him with me. He's in a bad way." His grip tightened on the receiver. "How? Why would Luffy be anywhere near Sabaody? How had he gotten hurt? He was supposed to be safe in Fusha. I'm sorry to tell you this, but for an undetermined amount of time, he's been a SLV of a celestial dragon." A SLV. Luffy had been a SLV. A rush of Conqueror's haki escaped him involuntarily, and he only barely gained enough control to direct it away from the den den mushi. "I have him with me now, away from him. There is no immediate emergency regarding his wounds." His wounds. Shanks was afraid he would break the receiver if he held it any longer. As if reading his mind, Beckman pried the receiver out of Shanks' hand but still held it near his mouth. "But I think he needs you." "We'll be there as soon as possible," Shanks said over the ringing in his ears. "How long will you be?" A glance at Snake showed that his face was ashen, but he responded immediately to the unspoken question. 2 weeks, give or take a few days." "Did you hear that?" Shanks asked, careful not to say Rayleigh's name in case of any interception. "Indeed. We'll be waiting for you." "Tell him," Shanks breathed out, voice thick. "Tell him that I'm on my way, that I'll be with him soon, that I—" His voice cut off. The knot in his throat had grown too large for him to speak. "I will, but I don't think he'll believe me, not in this state," Rayleigh replied. Shanks' heart pounded in his ears and spots swam in his vision. The rest of the room looked just as affected, every last one of them in shock and turmoil. Yasop in particular had tears in his eyes. "Thank you, we'll call if there are any delays," Beckman said, taking charge of the call. "See you then." Rayleigh hung up. A thick silence hung in the air, and all Shanks could focus on was the same thing running through his head over and over again. Luffy was a SLV. Luffy was a SLV. Luffy was a SLV. Just breathe. Beckman put his hand on Shanks' back. Like his strings had been cut, Shanks fell forward, leaning his elbow on the table and catching his head in his hand. Luffy, his son, had been hurt unimaginably while he had been gallivanting across the sea. I'll go change the ship's course immediately, Snake said, shooting up to his feet and rushing out the door. Hongo, take the rest and check on the rest of the crew after that burst of hockey, Beckman ordered. Multiple sets of footsteps hurried out the door, leaving just Shanks and Beckman. We'll get to him as soon as possible. We'll take him on board, have him seen by Hongo, and see to it that he heals, Beckman said quickly. Some part of Shanks noted that this was Beckman's equivalent of a nervous ramble, but the rest of him didn't care. How? Shanks said hoarsely. How could this have happened? I don't know, but we'll find out, Beckman said, his hand still a grounding presence on Shanks' back. A blinding rage, unlike anything he had felt before, filled him. I'll kill him, that celestial dragon, Shanks spat out. Beckman didn't point out that it was likely Rayleigh had already taken care of him. Shanks didn't care. If the main perpetrator had already been killed, then Shanks would take out his rage on any Marine or world government official unlucky enough to cross his path. But more than his rage, his thoughts circled back to Luffy. What state would he be in? Shanks needed to prepare himself for the worst. Luffy came before all else right now and Shanks was determined to be there for him. If only his heart would stop breaking under the pain of it all. The streets were full as Luffy was dragged kicking and screaming all the way through Edge Town and Town Center. People muttered as he passed, but Luffy hardly noticed as he spent all his energy resisting the firm grip of the guards. However, once he got to High Town, Luffy could feel the difference. People stared at him openly, whispering behind their hands. Some part of Luffy could tell that these people were being mean. Not mean like Ace had been, that felt different, more like an animal in pain lashing out. Luffy had seen plenty of that kind of anger when he went hunting. No, these people felt like the vendors in Fusha who didn't like him or the kids who called him a freak, but even worse. Still, by this point, Luffy was getting tired and he knew he wouldn't be able to escape, so he tried to look pleadingly at people, the way he used to look at Makino for a second serving of meat. His efforts were met with muffled laughter and more whispers. The people in Edge Town and Town Center felt scared. These people just felt cruel. Luffy resolved to dine and dash here more often just to stick it to them. His future plans were interrupted when he was brought to the biggest building in High Town. This must be the castle. It was filled with people, all of them dressed real fancy, each looking stupider than Ace ever managed. But each of them had the same response as the people outside in High Town. Laughter, whispers, blatant staring. Finally, after being dragged for so long, Luffy was brought to a person in a big chair covered in jewels. The person had a weird outfit and his hair was funny looking. The weirdest thing though was the square bowl on his head. Maybe he was a fish and that's why he had a bowl on his head. Luffy had heard that people kept fish in bowls but he'd never seen such a strange fish when he went fishing. Saint Jalmac, the man who had captured Luffy said as he bowed. I found a gift for you amongst the rabble if you would be so gracious to consider accepting. Oh? This saint person, Jalmat, leaned forward to look at Luffy. It looks like a street urchin. What do I want with it? Luffy didn't know what a street urchin was. He'd only ever seen sea urchins in the tide pools where the red hair pirates had tried to teach him to swim. Whatever a street urchin was, Luffy didn't like this guy. He finally managed to spit out his GG after struggling with it for what felt like hours. I don't like you, old fish guy, Luffy said. A bunch of people gasped around him. It dares insult me? Jalmat cried out. The old fish guy reached over to a guy in a suit next to him and grabbed a gun. A shot sounded through the dead silent room and Luffy felt a dull pressure on his chest. The bullet zoomed away from him and hit the man in the suit next to Jalmat, red gushing from his head as he slumped onto the floor. Saint. My most sincere apologies. My lowly self did not mention that this gift was a devil fruit user. It appears to be made of rubber. It cannot be harmed by normal bullets. It is indeed your fault. But it is no matter. Jalmat waved his hand and some people with chains around their wrists dragged the dead man out of the hall. A trail of blood was left behind, like snail slime, and more chained people rushed forward to clean it. It might be a paramecia, but I do not have a rubber SLV in my collection. Jalmat tapped his fingers against the arms of his big chair. It could be quite amusing. Guards, find some rope and string this cretin up. I wish to test its abilities. Right way, Saint. Luffy didn't like the sound of that. This was too much like when Porch Guy had hung him up and beat him with spiked gloves. He started struggling to get away again, but it was no use. The guards had him in a tight grip. Luffy was so tired of being captured. All too soon, Luffy dangled from a chandelier, still handcuffed, swinging as he kicked the air. Jalmat now had a long stick in his hand as he approached. The mean old fish guy pulled his stick back and swung at Luffy. He swayed in the air, his rubber body harmlessly bouncing the stick away from him. But he felt his frown deepen as the crowd burst out into laughter and applause. Why were they applauding? Even Luffy could swing his pipe harder than that. Hey! What's so funny? Luffy yelled. I'll kick your buttes. More laughter. Even the fish guy laughed. Whack. 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 Somehow, even though Luffy had been beaten worse by a spiked glove in a similar position, he had never felt more powerless than he had now. Something about being surrounded by all these people, while some weak fish guy batted him around, just made his skin feel like he had a million bugs crawling over him. Luffy cursed the entire time Jalmat hit him until the fish guy stopped suddenly. For a brief moment, Luffy thought he had listened to Luffy's words to stop, but he then walked closer to Luffy, a strange gleam in his eyes. If you're rubber, then you should stretch too. Jalmat then pulled Luffy's cheek out as far as he could, before letting it snap back. How absurd. Jalmat said, then pulled Luffy's foot all the way back to his big chair and let go. This time, Luffy started swinging again after his leg returned to its usual length. Everyone. Jalmat turned to the crowd. Feel free to entertain yourself with my newest SLV. Luffy's eyes widened. SLV? What was that? And who said he was this guy's SLV, whatever that was? Hey! I'm not your SLV, you stupid fish guy. Luffy yelled. This time, instead of shooting Luffy, Jalmat smiled. It caused a sick feeling to form in his stomach. You're spirited. That's good. It's no fun when they break easily. Then he stepped away to sit back on his big chair and let the crowd move closer to Luffy. He was hit, stretched, and even poked with sharp objects for what felt like hours. It went on for so long that Luffy's voice had grown hoarse and he was forced to stop yelling. Looking over the crowd with unwilling tears in his eyes, he met the gaze of one of the chained people from before. She seemed unbearably sad. Then, she looked away. Rayleigh tried to be gentle as he changed Luffy's bandages around his torso. The boy still flinched when Rayleigh touched him and held himself stiffly as Rayleigh worked. His wounds were healing well, faster than a usual human's healing capacity now that the infection seemed to have run its course. It had been a week since Rayleigh had freed Luffy and the boy hadn't said one word during that entire time. The bags under Luffy's eyes grew deeper every day and he had a suspicion that Luffy hadn't been sleeping well, if at all. Maybe he should try leaving the door cracked at night to show Luffy that his room wasn't a cage. But then again, that could simply cause him more anxiety. It seemed like Rayleigh only had wrong choices to choose from, but he was determined to not cause more harm to the already traumatized boy. There, that should do it for now, Rayleigh said gently, keeping his emotions as calm as he could now that he strongly suspected Luffy could sense them. He had warned Shaki as well, and she had taken his lead to keep any inner turmoil away from the boy, no matter how hard it was to be calm in these circumstances. Contrary to what Rayleigh had hoped, Luffy didn't feel less scared around a woman than a man, and neither of the couple had made much progress with Luffy. Let's go see Shaki for dinner now. Rayleigh stood up and Luffy followed suit, trailing after Rayleigh like a sad imitation of a duckling. At the table, Shaki placed a small portion of food on Luffy's plate. It was much smaller than they had hoped he would be able to eat, but they had learned their lesson the first day when Luffy had forced himself to eat everything on his plate and had thrown up afterward. Shaki hadn't even put a large portion on his plate, but they had wrongly assumed that Luffy would stop when he was full. Instead, it seemed that he had thought Shaki and Rayleigh wanted him to eat all of it, and when he had thrown up on the floor, he had a panic attack that lasted almost an hour. Luffy's first reaction had been to take off his shirt and try to clean with it. Rayleigh hadn't allowed him to, but stopping him had worsened his panic attack. Not wanting a repeat incident, now they made sure to tell him that he didn't have to eat all of the food and could ask for more if he wanted. However, he still only ever ate exactly what was given to him. At least he was eating 3 times a day, which Rayleigh assumed was more than what he had been getting. I hope you enjoy, Luffy, Shaki said with a smile. It's a dish from my home island. Luffy's glassy eyes looked down at his plate and he automatically started eating. That was another thing that worried Rayleigh. Luffy seemed to be heavily dissociating, barely indicating that he was listening to anyone around him. It didn't surprise him that Luffy would have formed a habit of hiding in his own mind as a defense mechanism, but it still begged the question of what would make Luffy realize his circumstances had changed. Shanks will be here in about a week, Rayleigh said lightly. I know he's dying to see you. Hoping it would engender some emotion, Rayleigh had told Luffy about Shanks' scheduled arrival every day for the past week. So far, there had been no luck. There had been nothing like the meager response Rayleigh had received on the boat. Shaki had speculated that Luffy's retreat into mind was a sign he recognized he was safer here. After all, he would have to be more cognizant and alert to follow orders. That he barely seemed to listen to Rayleigh or Shaki might be a good sign in the long run. Rayleigh just didn't know. When he had encountered or freed slaves in the past, he hadn't been present for their long road of healing, if they ever healed at all. Even if he had, it might not have been any help. Each person had their own unique response to trauma. Luffy's fork scraped against his empty plate. It looked like he might do it again, until Shaggy gripped his fork, careful not to touch him. "You're all done, Luffy," she said. "Do you want more?" Luffy stared blankly at his plate, before sliding his eyes to the side. His grip loosened on his fork and they took that as a sign that he was done. "Good job, Luffy," Rayleigh said, throat feeling tight. He could only imagine what Shanks would feel when he arrived. The boy that Shanks had described was nowhere to be found, but Rayleigh had latched onto Luffy's brief moment of rage on the ship. He had to have faith that Shanks' Luffy was still in there, just buried deep within his mind. Just as he was about to suggest Luffy get some sleep, he got a spontaneous idea. "Luffy, why don't we go up to the upper level? I have something special to show you," Rayleigh said before he could talk himself out of it. As usual, the boy didn't say anything but he looked in Rayleigh's general direction and got up when Rayleigh did. He led Luffy up the stairs into the large globe that made up the upper level. The circular room had a few couches and was surrounded by open-air windows that let in a pleasant breeze, but that wasn't what made Rayleigh bring Luffy here. The room was illuminated with dozens of fireflies. Fireflies only emerged once a year in Sabaody, but once they did they were everywhere. The charm of these bugs had worn off in the years that Rayleigh had lived here, but he still remembered sitting under the night sky with Shaggy watching them flit around, casting the world in a soft glow. He hoped Luffy would feel some of that same wonder. After instructing Luffy to sit on the couch, he sat on the opposite one, giving Luffy space but also keeping himself within eyeshot of the boy. He observed as a particularly daring firefly landed on Luffy's nose. Luffy flinched, but his head snapped around to follow the bug as it flew away. Then, his eyes seemed to grow more focused as he realized he was surrounded by glowing lights. For the first time, Luffy seemed present in a way Rayleigh hadn't seen since the ship. They sat in silence for at least an hour as Luffy watched the fireflies and Rayleigh relaxed in his seat. He closed his eyes, briefly relishing the feel of the cool night air. Then, he heard a soft thump. His eyes snapped open in alarm, but then his tension seeped out of him as he took in the sight across from him. Luffy had slipped sideways onto his side, asleep for Rayleigh suspected was the first time in several days. He smiled, feeling the stress of the past week fade away slightly. This wasn't a sign of trust, Rayleigh realized. Instead, it was likely that Luffy had simply grown too exhausted to stay awake when combined with the hypnotizing lights of the fireflies. Regardless, Rayleigh was glad that the boy was finally getting some much-needed rest. Still, Shanks' arrival couldn't come soon enough. The Red Storm sailed in between lawless groves of Sabaody, getting as close to Grove 13 as they could. It was just as well that Shanks planned to leave the entire crew except for Beckman behind when he disembarked, surrounded by the crime element of Sabaody as they were. He would have left Beckman behind too, but he had a feeling he would need his first mate's calming presence. Extending his observation hockey, he sought out Luffy's familiar aura. Once so bright, Shanks almost missed it with how small and contained it was. The railing under his grip creaked. His foot tapped impatiently as they lowered the anchor and he leapt off the ship without waiting any further. He heard Beckman land in the grass next to him and they took off in the direction of Shaggy's rip-off bar. As the building became closer and closer, the sick feeling of dread grew in his stomach. Rayleigh must have been on the lookout for them because he opened the door before Shanks could knock. He looked grim, and Shanks almost couldn't take the nervous anticipation. "How is he?" The words tumbled out of Shanks' mouth. Rayleigh motioned them inside the bar. It was empty, likely due to the closed sign on the front door. Shanks held himself stiffly as he waited for Rayleigh to respond. "Physically, he's healing," Rayleigh said finally. "And mentally?" Beckman asked, voice tight. It was just as well that he did because Shanks' throat had tightened so much it was hard to even breathe, let alone speak. "He's barely responsive and hasn't said a word since he arrived," Rayleigh explained with a tinge of sadness in his tone. "We suspect he is heavily dissociating as a coping mechanism. He was more responsive when I retrieved him, but now, we hope it's because he feels safer here, however, we can't be sure. It's possible that he doesn't think what's happening is real." "Take me to him," Shanks forced the words past his mouth rather than running straight to Luffy's small presence. "There's more you should know," Rayleigh said, stopping Shanks with a hand on his shoulder. "I suspect he has observation hockey. He's shown signs of responding to people's emotions, particularly negative ones, and it could be a factor in why he has fallen into his mind to cope." Hockey awoke under stress. He couldn't imagine how overwhelming it must have been to have that type of sensitivity in such miserable conditions. "One more thing. He doesn't like to be touched." "I'll let him come to me," Shanks said, promising to himself that he would wait as long as Luffy needed to hold him in his arm. Keep it together. I'll be there too. It was as much a warning as a reassurance. Shanks nodded tightly, and Rayleigh let go, leading him, finally, to his son. When Shanks finally laid eyes on Luffy, his breath caught in his throat. He was small. Almost as small as he was when Shanks left him. He was thin too, his malnourishment obvious in his gaunt cheeks and thin, bandaged wrists. Luffy was sitting on the couch across from Shaggy and had his knees drawn up to his chest, with his arms wrapped around them. His eyes stared blankly at the wall and there was no sign he had realized that more people had entered the room. A tear fell from Shanks' eye. Forcing himself to approach slowly, Shanks came to a stop in front of Luffy and knelt in front of him. Once Shanks had entered Luffy's space, his son tensed, tightening his grip around his knees and furrowing his brow. "Luffy, it's me, Shanks." Luffy's eyes looked right through him and Shanks could see why Rayleigh suspected as he did. He might not recognize Shanks if he was as deep in his mind as he appeared. "I know it doesn't seem like it right now, but you're safe. It'll all be okay." Shanks' voice broke halfway through. "How would you like to see the ship again? Your old room has been set up for you, just like before." There was no response, and though he had been warned, Luffy's state hadn't seemed real to him before this moment. Shanks dared to reach into his observation hockey and tap into his emotion sensing. The overwhelming feeling in the room was sadness and Beckman felt more devastated than he appeared. But Luffy's emotions were behind an invisible wall, dull and just out of reach. What faint amount he could feel was predominantly fear, but it was so clouded in numbness that Shanks wasn't sure how much Luffy was truly feeling himself. "I'm here, now. I won't leave you," Shanks promised. "Beckman is here too. He wanted to see you as much as me." "Hello, Luffy," Beckman said softly. "We're all excited to see you." Rayleigh, who had left the room briefly at one point during this one-sided exchange, came back holding 2 travel bags. "I have the clothes we bought for him, and my own things." Shanks glanced up at Rayleigh, his visage was blurry from unshed tears. Faint surprise bled through his sorrow. "You're coming too?" Rayleigh nodded. "He may feel safer if he recognizes my presence nearby." Since Rayleigh had been the one to free him. Shanks couldn't fault that reasoning and, no matter his conflicted feelings toward Rayleigh, he was relieved to have his father figure with him as support. "The plan is to stay in paradise while we have Luffy and assist in his healing," Beckman said. "We don't know when we'll return to Sabaody." "I want to see this through," Rayleigh said, exchanging a look with Shaggy. "I'll be glad to have you." Shanks would likely need Rayleigh as much as Luffy. "This is goodbye for now, Luffy," Shaggy said softly. "I look forward to seeing you back here as a pirate." Something shifted in Luffy's emotions at Shaggy's words, but Shanks couldn't discern what it was as his numbness was still overwhelming. "Luffy, let's go," Rayleigh said, motioning for Shanks to back away. Once given space, Luffy gingerly stood up. "He'll follow," Rayleigh said and led the way out of the bar. Shanks wanted to walk behind Luffy, if only to keep his son in his sight, but something told Shanks that Luffy wouldn't take well to having someone at his back. So, he forced himself to walk slightly ahead of Luffy and keep his hockey pinned to him. Even so, he periodically looked back at Luffy during their walk to the ship, irrationally afraid that Luffy would suddenly disappear. Once they reached the ship, Shanks realized a problem. He didn't trust Luffy to climb the ladder or the thin and steep gangplank in his current state, but he also remembered Rayleigh's warning that Luffy didn't like to be touched. "I'll go ahead to tell the crew to keep their distance," Beckman said and climbed up to the deck. Shanks exchanged a look with Rayleigh. "There's no other option?" "Unfortunately," Rayleigh said. "Just make it quick. I'll be right behind you." A pit of anxiety formed in Shanks' stomach. "Luffy," Shanks said, crouching in front of him to try and get his attention. "I'm sorry, but I need to carry you up to the ship." He waited a moment for a response before he pulled Luffy into his arm. Immediately, Luffy stiffened and a spike of terror pierced through the wall around Luffy's emotions. "I'm sorry," Shanks choked out and jumped up to the deck using Jeppo, as that was the fastest method. As soon as he landed, he put Luffy down on the deck. He collapsed, like a string had been cut, and started hyperventilating. A panic attack, Shanks realized. He vaguely recognized Rayleigh approaching and the crew crowded on the opposite side of the deck, but his entire focus was on Luffy. He used to never shy away from touch, not from Shanks, not from any of the crew. Unwillingly, a pulse of anger toward those who did this to Luffy ripped through Shanks. He regretted it a moment later as Luffy curled up even further, remembering Rayleigh's words about Luffy's observation hockey sensitivity. Remorse replaced his rage. He had never felt so helpless. "You should talk to him," Rayleigh said as he stood next to Shanks. "It may help ground him." So, Shanks locked away his own turmoil and sat a few meters away from Luffy. "Let me tell you about some of our adventures, Luffy." Shanks talked until his voice was hoarse and Luffy had calmed back down to his non-responsive state. He felt Hongo nearby, observing what he could from a distance, and knew that they needed to get Luffy checked out by an actual doctor, not just Rayleigh. He needs to be looked at by Hongo, Shanks murmured to Rayleigh. I know you said he was healing physically, but… Rayleigh nodded. I agree. I've been changing his bandages twice a day. It's about time for the second one, so now's as good a time as any. Despite the necessity, Shanks still hesitated, Luffy's panic attack fresh in his mind. He forced himself to turn to Luffy and address him. Luffy, let's go get your bandages changed, okay? Rayleigh will be there, as well as Hongo. You remember Hongo, right? He stitched your scar under your eye. Shanks babbled the entire time he led Luffy to the infirmary. Meanwhile, his crew waited anxiously either in their cabin or on the opposite side of the deck. The mood was solemn, and if anyone spoke it was in low whispers. Hongo met them in the infirmary. Hi, Luffy, it's me, Hongo said, as he gestured from Luffy to get up on one of the beds. Can you sit here for me? Rather than obeying as he had been, Luffy froze, staring blankly with wide eyes. Rayleigh spoke up. Luffy, it'll be okay. I'm going to change your bandages just like we have been doing. Nothing new. Hongo nodded in agreement. It's likely for the best that you be the one to apply any treatment since you've been doing so the past 2 weeks. I'll guide you through anything different. It took several minutes for Rayleigh to coax Luffy up on the bed, all the while Shanks watched with his heart in his throat. Hongo's face was drawn and his eyebrows furrowed. Then, Rayleigh pulled Luffy's shirt and bandages off, fully exposing his thin torso. A small circular scar was located on his right shoulder, just under his collarbone. Luffy trembled, and Shanks felt his emotions wind tighter with each flinch Luffy gave a Rayleigh's touch. Hongo walked around to the opposite side of the bed and inhaled sharply. Shanks couldn't help but follow him to look. Luffy's back was covered in scars. Fresh wounds were red and raised, while the evidence of old wounds crisscrossed in white lines, forming a lattice that told just how often Luffy had been whipped. There was also a circle matching the front of his right shoulder, which looked like the exit wound of a bullet. And, most damningly of all, in the center of this back, was the brand of the Celestial Dragons. While Hongo and Shanks inspected Luffy's back, Rayleigh unwound the bandages around Luffy's wrists and ankles. These wounds were more shallow, so they are mainly healed. I kept the bandages on out of precaution. Taking a deep breath, Shanks walked back to the front of Luffy along with Hongo and took in the newly revealed wounds. A ring of what looked like faint, small indents wrapped around Luffy's wrists and ankles, with the newest ones looking slightly red. What caused these? Hongo asked, voice tight. Rayleigh's frown deepened. A set of cuffs with spikes on the inside. The coil in Shanks' wound ever tighter. He felt like he couldn't breathe. I see. Anger laced Hongo's voice. I have a cream I like to use on the fresh wounds on his back. We can also try a scar-reducing ointment though its effectiveness may be reduced. I can apply it, Rayleigh said, nodding his head. Hongo spoke as he withdrew the jar from his cabinet. Based on the difference in texture between Luffy's scar under his eye and his newer ones, I would say that his devil fruit abilities impact his healing, and may even reduce the risk of scaring for most injuries. Then how? Shanks started. How does he have so many scars? Hongo finished. Either repetition, which I suspect is the case for the scars on his ankles and wrists, or sea stone, which I believe to be the cause of his bullet scar and whip scars. Luffy should be immune to blunt impacts being rubber, and while a whip certainly breaks skin, if it had been a normal whip, I believe the scars would be fainter like the ones caused by his HNDCFFS. There was a ringing in Shanks' ears and a crack formed in his barely constrained emotions. His tenuous control hung by a thread. That's concerning, Rayleigh said, as Shanks' vision grew blurry. So they could have done more that would have healed without a trace? That's correct. His control snapped. Unwillingly, Shanks let loose a pulse of Conqueror's hockey. Shanks. Rayleigh snapped. Get a hold of yourself. Boss. Hongo put his hand on Shanks' shoulder, gripping it tightly. But Shanks didn't pay attention to their admonishment, his focus narrowed in on Luffy, terrified that his lack of control had made things worse. However, instead of a panicking Luffy, his son looked wide-eyed directly at Shanks, meeting his gaze for the first time. Slowly, Luffy raised his hand in Shanks' direction, fingers outstretched. As if hooked to the end of a fishing line, Shanks carefully approached Luffy and knelt so that his face was at eye level, still a few feet away from him. Small fingers grew closer and closer to Shanks' face until he was holding his breath, waiting to see what Luffy would do. A soft touch above his eye, then a fingertip tracing the lines of his scar. Shanks, Luffy breathed out. Shanks would have thought he was hallucinating if not for the sharp intake of breath from behind him. Yes, it's me, Luffy, Shanks replied, equally as softly, terrified of breaking this miracle. Luffy withdrew his fingers and looked around the room like he was seeing it for the first time. He may well have been if he hadn't been registering his surroundings this entire time. His gaze lingered on Hongo and Rayleigh before turning back to Shanks. "Shanks," Luffy repeated, then curled into himself with his knees pulled up to his chest. He was trembling again, but this time Shanks could see the awareness in Luffy's eyes. Something about his conqueror's haki had shaken Luffy out of his dissociation, though whether that would stay the case was unknown. Tears cascaded down his face, out of relief, out of sorrow, he didn't know. A large hand clasped his shoulder in silent comfort and he resented it as much as he appreciated it. It wasn't right that Shanks could receive comfort while he broke down even as Luffy sat dry-eyed in front of him. It wasn't fair at all. But all Shanks could do was cry for Luffy when his son wasn't able to. Maybe then he could take on some of Luffy's burden. "Just one day at a time," Rayleigh's deep voice soothed. Shanks took a deep breath. One day at a time. For what could have been days, or months, or years, Luffy drifted. His body seemingly moved without his command and he looked at the world from a distance. Maybe this was what it was like looking underwater, but Luffy wouldn't know. All he knew was that he was drowning after so long of keeping himself afloat. No, that wasn't the only thing. He also knew he wasn't with his master, his voice had long since vanished into the sea. That was one of his clearest memories, that of Jalmak's voice fading until it no longer existed. Everything else was a blur though. He knew his name because that was the one thing he refused to let them take from him, but where he was, who he was with, that still escaped him no matter how hard he tried to swim through the deep currents dragging him down. He never had been a good swimmer. And so he drifted. At one point, a gentle glow of yellow lit up his world, reaching him even at the bottom of the sea. But then it faded and it was dark again. Sparks of anger sometimes lit up his awareness, but he always willingly retreated back to the depths to escape those moments. Vaguely, the color red entered his vision, and it seemed familiar somehow, but by this point, Luffy was struggling to breathe and he couldn't do it, he couldn't try to reach the surface anymore. Then, it happened. A searing pulse like the sun illuminated his world. It was overwhelming, all-encompassing, and terrifying. It was familiar. Visions of drowning, of a sea king, of blood-stained water filled his mind, and suddenly the water had dried up. Luffy was on dry land again. He was looking out from his body again for the first time since he witnessed Jalmak's death. A brightly lit room that smelled like chemicals. A soft cushion under his legs. The cool air on his back. Then, red. This was someone he knew, someone from before. He reached out, afraid the red would disappear like it had so many times in his cell, alone, and begging for someone to find him. Rough skin met his fingertips, and he traced a line across a familiar eye. Shanks. He was real. The ship rocked dangerously and Luffy's chains clanked. He was in the same place he had mostly been kept for the past however many months. It felt like forever since Luffy had first been thrown into the brig of the ship and chained to the wall of a cell. The chain was long enough for Luffy to move around the cell, but the bucket in the corner stank awfully, so he mainly stayed as far away from it as possible. But Luffy knew better than to complain about it by this point. The first and last time he had, the guards had gotten so annoyed that they dumped the contents of the pot over him, and had only let him bathe once Jalmak had requested him. Luffy had learned since being dragged onto the boat in Dawn that the old fish guy's name was actually Jalmak and that he was some kind of super noble. That didn't make him a cool guy though. Every once in a while, Jalmak had the guards bring him from the brig to the stupid noble's fancy chair room just so that the noble could make Luffy sit there quietly. It was boring. Luffy didn't know why Jalmak wanted that, but every time the guards came to pick Luffy up, he glared and snarled and cursed. He had even yelled at Jalmak a few times. The first time he had yelled at Jalmak, the noble had him beaten by the guards. It had done nothing to Luffy except annoy him, and he had made sure to loudly say that. Jalmak had just had Luffy brought back to the brig, where Luffy had been even more bored, but at least he hadn't been around that stupid fish bowl guy. The second time, Luffy had been whipped. It had been an unpleasant experience that reminded him of Porch Guy, but hadn't lasted nearly as long. So, Luffy had not been warned off of his behavior. The cuts had stung for a few days, but they had healed no problem, even without bandages. The third time, Luffy had been put in a barrel of seawater. The guards had apologized a lot to Jalmak, stating something about not having Seastone HNDCFFS on hand. They had been beaten and Luffy had been outraged to see the noble do that to his own people. But he had struggled to keep his head from slipping below the water, so he had been too tired to do more than slur curses at Jalmak. The noble had him brought back to the brig stating that it was no fun to use seawater. By this point, Luffy could see that this was a game of some kind. A game where Luffy wasn't having fun, but one he was still playing with Jalmak nonetheless. Luffy had yelled at Jalmak, and Jalmak wanted to see what he could do to make Luffy stop. That had made Luffy even angrier and more determined to win. He'd show that stupid noble. The fourth time, Jalmak had Luffy brought back to his cell without any punishment. Luffy had been baffled. He surely hadn't won yet? But then his food portions had begun getting smaller and smaller. They had already been small. So his already near constant hunger had grown ravenous. It felt like his stomach was eating itself, it hurt so much. The fifth time, Luffy regretted it. He had entered the room quietly. All he could think about was his hunger. Well, look who has been brought to heal, Jalmak had said, voice oozing more than a sea slug. Luffy had glared furiously at the noble. How dare he take away Luffy's food? Luffy had never been this hungry in his entire life. He didn't like it, not at all. You still dare to look at me like that? Jalmak had stood up from his big fancy chair and walked over to Luffy, backhanding him across the face. The slap had stung. His cheek had felt wet and he could see the large rings on Jalmak's hand glistening with blood. Just let me go, Luffy had yelled, unable to help the anger that overtook his hunger for a brief moment. There had been silence for a long moment as Jalmak glared down his nose at Luffy. Then, take it away. No food for it until it learns its lesson. No. You can't do that, Luffy had cried out. No food, none at all. I'll sit quietly. The words had stung, but Luffy had been beyond the point of caring about this game. All he had wanted was food. Jalmak had ignored Luffy and walked back to his fancy chair. The guards had to pick Luffy up because he had been screaming and kicking, all his remaining energy being used to rebel. The sixth time, there had been no sixth time. True to Jalmak's words, Luffy hadn't received one speck of food for what felt like forever. The only way Luffy had known how to count the time was that the guards would bring him one glass of water every 3 days. It hadn't been enough. His throat had felt so dry he couldn't yell even if he had wanted to. His stomach had grown so hungry it had stopped growling, but Luffy had felt near constant pain. Weak and dizzy, Luffy had barely moved for what must have been weeks. His clothes, the ragged clothes he had been given, had grown loose on his body, and Luffy's wrists had been so thin he had been afraid of snapping them on accident. When it had been time to be brought to Jalmak for the sixth time, Luffy had entered, silent as death. He hadn't so much as glared at Jalmak. His entire focus had been on standing without falling down. Haha. So you finally learned your lesson? Jalmak had crowed, worse than Ace even had when he had won their spars. Luffy had said nothing and merely gazed dully at Jalmak. He had preferred being whipped compared to this. A gross smile had grown across Jalmak's face. Say, yes, master. Luffy's head had snapped up. Despite himself, he hadn't been able to stop the glare that he shot at Jalmak. But he had dropped it just as quickly, as the pain in his stomach had reminded him of how he was in this position in the first place. I'll forgive your impudence if you say it. Luffy might have disregarded it, a spark of pride rebelling against the situation he had found himself in, had Jalmak not snapped his fingers. Then, a SLV had brought in a small covered plate. Jalmak had uncovered it, revealing one piece of bread. Say it and I'll give you this. Luffy had barely heard Jalmak, so focused he had been on the single piece of bread. It wouldn't be enough, Luffy had known, but he hadn't cared. He needed it. He needed something. Luffy inhaled, taking a deep breath as he stared at the bread. His mouth would have watered had he not been so dry. Yes, master, Luffy said, feeling like a ghost as his own body had betrayed him and said those DMN words. Ha. Here. Jalmak threw the bread on the floor and Luffy jumped after it, tearing a piece off with his teeth. It had been stale, almost to the point of being moldy, but it had been the best thing Luffy had ever eaten. All too soon it had been gone. A presence had come to a halt in front of him. Luffy had looked up to see Jalmak with that same gross smile on his face. That's a good look for you. Luffy had realized that he was kneeling on the floor at Jalmak's feet. Instinctively, he had pushed himself to his feet. For a moment, it had seemed like Jalmak would smack him again, but he never did. Take it away. I think it's learned its first lesson. And so Luffy sat quietly at Jalmak's feet in his fancy chair room every time he was called. It burned, it really, really burned. But it didn't hurt as much as starving. Luffy was still hungry, his portions had never been enough for his appetite, but he no longer felt like he was dying. He still resisted when the guards came to get him, since Jalmak didn't seem to care as much about that when it was to the guards. Part of Luffy felt like Jalmak was just biding his time until they got to where they were going. Luffy had heard a guard mention that their destination was Mary Geo's, wherever that was. Surely, it couldn't be worse than this. After Luffy's checkup, he didn't speak for the rest of the day. However, he did nod occasionally when people talked to him and he was noticeably more present. He was also noticeably more tense, Shanks couldn't help but notice. Luffy didn't fidget as he sat in his chair like he used to and he didn't move to eat his food at all until he was told he could. They had elected to bring Luffy his food in the meeting room rather than the dining room, so as to not overwhelm him with the rest of the crew. Only Rayleigh and Shanks sat with him as he ate, though Shanks knew that the crew was dying to see Luffy. Once Luffy was done with his small portion, one that Rayleigh said was slightly bigger than what they had been giving him the past 2 weeks, Shanks couldn't help but ask if he wanted more, remembering Luffy's huge appetite from before. Luffy froze, body stiffening, and his eyes took on a distant look. Afraid that Luffy would retreat back into his own mind, Shanks burst out in a nervous babble. "You don't have to. Only if you want to. Whenever you're ready for more, you can tell us." In the meantime, Luffy's weight would be carefully monitored, and Hongo and Lucky Roo would work together to gradually increase his portions. Instead of focusing too much on the quantity of food, they would also make sure his diet was packed with nutrition so that Luffy could recover the weight he had lost more quickly. Luffy nodded, but Shanks could tell that Luffy didn't really believe him. If he had hoped that Luffy would miraculously recover after saying his name, he would have been wrong. "Luffy, I don't know how much you remember from the past 2 weeks, but I'm Rayleigh, the first mate on Shanks' old ship," Rayleigh spoke up, having finished his own plate of food. That was one way to describe Shanks and Rayleigh's relationship, though not nearly the most accurate one. But Shanks and Rayleigh hadn't spoken of that for years. It still stung though, even in these circumstances. Luffy's gaze focused somewhere to the left of Rayleigh's head, but it was an indication that he was listening. "You killed Jalmak," Luffy said quietly. Well, that was confirmation that the one who had done this was dead. Shanks was both relieved and disappointed. However, it was open season on the Marines and world government alike if they dared approach him anytime soon. "I did," Rayleigh said simply. Luffy looked down at his plate. "Good." The word was barely a whisper, but Shanks couldn't help but be pleased that Luffy was expressing any thoughts at all. Rayleigh seemed to think the same if the small smile on his face was any indication. "It's getting late, Luffy. Are you tired?" Shanks asked, determined not to neglect any of his son's needs. Besides, Shanks could see clear as day the dark bags under Luffy's eyes. Luffy didn't say anything or nod, but he didn't look panicked like he had at Shanks' question about a second helping of food. "We have your old room set up," Shanks said. "It's missing your old toys since we left them at Fusha, but the hammock and furniture are the same. Would you like to see it?" This time, Luffy nodded hesitantly. Shanks couldn't tell if Luffy actually wanted to see the room or if he just thought that Shanks wanted him to, but he wasn't about to start doubting Luffy when he expressed his thoughts. Trust would take time, Shanks reminded himself. "Great." Shanks plastered a smile on his face. "Let's go." "Rayleigh? I'll come too." Rayleigh nodded. Luffy stood up from his chair and hovered, clearly waiting for Shanks to go first. Shanks obliged, knowing that it would make Luffy more comfortable, even if he wanted Luffy in his sight. He settled for honing his observation haki on Luffy's aura as they walked. The dull wall that had separated Luffy's emotions had dissipated, and instead, his main emotion was anxiety. He was on edge, both physically and emotionally, which only made Shanks grow simultaneously angry and sad. A spike of fear. Right, Luffy could likely sense emotions. He seemed to have a negative reaction to anger in particular, even if Shanks was sure the depressed air around the ship wasn't pleasant. Shanks counted to 10 in his head, breathing evenly. He needed to focus on the fact that his son was now on his ship and that anyone who tried to take him would find themselves on the other end of his sword. "Here, we are," Shanks said, a laughably fake grin on his face. He didn't know why he tried, knowing that Luffy could sense he was the opposite of happy, but he didn't know how else to respond. Pushing open the door, Shanks entered the room with Luffy and Rayleigh trailing after him. "It's not much, but hopefully it's still familiar to you." "Thank you. I'm pleased," Luffy said. Perhaps Shanks would have been happy with that response had it not been so out of character. Since when did Luffy say, "pleased"? Then something happened that made it clear Luffy was just as bad a liar as he was before, if in a different way. He smiled. It was the worst smile Shanks had ever seen on Luffy's face. Small, contained, and clearly fake with a flat look in his eyes. Then the realization came. Luffy was treating Shanks like his master. Nausea rose inside of Shanks, and he dropped to one knee to be at eye level. Luffy sensed something was wrong with this response and dropped his false smile only to replace it with raw fear. "You don't have to fake it for me, Luffy," Shanks said, desperation clear in his voice. "If you're not happy, don't smile. If you don't want to talk, then don't. If you do, I'll listen, but please." Shanks choked on the word. He couldn't say, "Don't treat me like your master," because it wouldn't change anything. Luffy would have to come to that realization himself, over time, not because Shanks couldn't handle it in the moment. "I'm not mad. I promise. But do you understand what I'm asking?" Luffy nodded slowly. Maybe Luffy did understand intellectually, but it likely didn't feel real. Like how Shanks hadn't been real until he had let out a burst of Conqueror's hockey. He inhaled a shaky breath. "I'll leave you to sleep now, Luffy," Shanks said and stood up. "I'll see you in the morning." A thought came to him before he left. "Remember," Shanks turned around to look back at Luffy as he opened the door. "You can leave the room anytime you want. Just be careful on the deck." There would be watchers on the deck every night they were docked at Sabo, and likely every night they had Luffy with them, so that way Shanks wouldn't be concerned with Luffy going overboard. Luffy nodded again, still standing in the middle of the room. With one last, long look, Shanks closed the door behind him and Rayleigh. He stared at the wooden door separating him from his son for a long moment, before Rayleigh put his hand on Shanks' arm. They walked silently back through the hallway and by silent agreement, ended up on an isolated section of the upper deck. Shanks stared out Sabo. They would depart tomorrow with no destination in mind, the only criteria being away from the Marines. Perhaps they would choose one of their eternal log poses and go from there. He didn't know. He didn't care. Beckman could decide. "I don't know how far his observation range is," Rayleigh said into the quiet dusk air. "But this is about as far as you can get from his room on this ship." Shanks clenched his jaw. "I can't lose control again." "No you can't," Rayleigh agreed with a tinge of admonishment in his voice. "But you can't bottle everything up or you're sure to do so anyway." Shanks wanted to deny this, but he could feel his emotions building the longer he tried to contain them. "Just because you don't know how to help Luffy doesn't mean you shouldn't take care of yourself." "How can I?" Shanks cried out, guilt and despair roiling inside him with equal strength. "I left him. I thought he would be safe. And look what happened." "You thought he would be safe," Rayleigh said calmly, "a rock in a storm. There was no indication that he wouldn't be on an island in East Blue. If you had taken him with you, especially while you were still weak from losing your arm, he could have been in more danger. What could be worse than what happened to him?" "He could be dead," Rayleigh said bluntly. "There's no coming back from death. Life may be more painful, but there is still hope." Unshed tears burned Shanks' eyes. Then he remembered that moment back in Luffy's room and he lurched over the edge of the ship, losing his dinner. "Back there, he treated me like I was his master," Shanks said. He was sure he looked pathetic, hanging over the edge of the railing with tears in his eyes. "He may do so for a while yet." Rayleigh placed a hand on Shanks' back. "It's a survival mechanism. He hasn't processed that he is free and so he falls back on what he knows. He used to be so willful and spirited," Shanks lamented, fully indulging in his pitiful feelings now that it was just him and Rayleigh. "And you have to have faith that he will again." Shanks took a deep breath and stood up straight again. "He will. He will live a free life from this moment on even if I have to give up everything to ensure it." A month had passed since Luffy boarded the ship and there was none of the mischief that Beckman had envisioned occurring if Luffy were to ever come with them. But that was a thought from back then, and this was a different reality. Aside from Luffy, Shanks was having the hardest time, putting on a brave face, but anyone could see he was struggling. The crew wasn't doing that well either, with the senior officers in specific taking Luffy's new state particularly hard. Yasopp, aside from caring for Luffy as his own person, also seemed to be projecting what happened to Luffy onto Usopp in his imagination. He was so downtrodden that he hadn't even attempted to tell Luffy repeated stories of Usopp. Lucky Roo was a close second behind Yasopp in terms of reacting poorly. As important as food was to the cook, seeing evidence of Luffy's starvation hit him hard, and he had taken special care in crafting nutritious food for Luffy to consume, even in smaller portions. There had been some progress on that front at least, even if Luffy's depressed state remained virtually unchanged. Luffy had started to fill out his clothing over the past month, and his skin lost its dull waxy look. It was a relief to see him physically recover. Beckman took a drag from his cigarette as he glanced at Luffy sitting near the figurehead of the boat. He wasn't alone, as he rarely was in his waking hours, and had Monster sitting next to him, tapping a bead against the deck. That had been one of the better developments this past month. Luffy still shied away from human touch, but animals seemed to bring him some sort of comfort. Monster had been uncharacteristically gentle, allowing Luffy to hug him as they listened to Bonk Punch sing, or clinging to the boy's back while he was with other people. It was to the point that the men made weak jokes about monkeys calling to other monkeys, but it fell flat most of the time. While all the senior officers along with Rayleigh had made it a point to talk to Luffy, to try to bring some joy back to him, it was Bonk Punch, aside from Monster, who had the most success, as he eschewed talking altogether and just broke into song. But still, Beckman thought, something needed to change. Luffy couldn't go on like this, the crew couldn't go on like this, Shanks couldn't go on like this. Beckman chewed on his cigarette then grimaced at the sign of nerves. He may have taken charge of most of the ship's workings to allow Shanks to be with Luffy, but that didn't mean he wasn't affected by this as well. Luffy had been the light of the Red Hair Pirates' lives for over a year. To see him like this, it was beyond painful. Beckman could still remember Luffy hanging on his arm begging for stories or him apologizing very sincerely for making Shanks his favorite person instead of Beckman. Beckman was used to fixing things. He made sure the ship ran smoothly despite their crew's quirks, Shanks most of all, and he was used to doing something to solve a problem. This wasn't a problem he could simply make disappear, and it made him feel more powerless than he had in a long time. He crossed his arms as he saw Gab skittishly approach Luffy and Monster, the latest attempt at trying to brighten Luffy's spirits. An idea came to mind. They were near a particular island, it would only take a few days to reach it. Something needed to change and this could be it. Resolved, Beckman pushed off from the railing he had been leaning against and went to talk to Shanks. Perhaps there was something he could do after all. Lucky Roo fixed his usual grin on his face as he assembled with the rest of the crew on the deck. They had just docked at a particular spring island and there had been an air of anticipation in the crew that hadn't been present as of late. Shanks led Luffy to the front of the ship so he could properly see the island. The crew was quiet and the pair weren't far away, so Lucky Roo could still hear their exchange. "Luffy, how about something different for a change?" Shanks asked with a more sincere grin on face than usual. "How about an adventure?" Luffy looked over at the island, and, while Lucky Roo wasn't good enough with observation hockey to sense emotions like the boss or Rayleigh, he could tell that Luffy was nervous. The boy reached out and grabbed Monster's hand as the monkey stood next to him. "The crew will be with you the whole time, and there won't be any people around besides us," Shanks continued with a reassuring tone. Finally, Luffy nodded rather than verbally responding, but it was as good enough of a response as they could hope. Lucky Roo clenched his teeth, forcing his grin to grow wider. He knew his part in the plan. He only hoped it would work. The voices of the crew felt lighter than they had been. The ever-present sense of sadness and anxiety had lessened as they walked onto the sand of the island. It was still there, but Luffy had grown used to it in the past month. What he hadn't grown used to was the subtle anticipation lacing through their voices. It made him nervous. He felt like he had finally gotten used to what he was allowed to do on the ship, though what he was supposed to do still confused him. Shanks and the rest felt so sad. He knew it was because of him, but the one time he'd tried to fix it, Shanks had grown so sick and twisted inside that Luffy never tried again. The only thing he could do was follow Shanks' instructions. This meant he never smiled unless he wanted to, and since he hadn't wanted to, he never did. But since he never did, the crew never did either. Luffy wasn't sure what to do. He knew Shanks, Rayleigh, and the rest weren't like the celestial dragons. He knew it. But he still couldn't force himself to open his door without someone telling him he was allowed. He felt like a failure, but he was never punished for it. This confused him too. If he thought back to before, he could remember a time he hadn't felt this scared all the time, but as usual, he avoided thinking of before. It hurt too much. Luffy's grip on Monster's hand tightened at the thought. However, with Monster, even though Luffy could sense his emotions, he didn't feel the same as a person. And besides that, he never felt the same kind of crushing depression that the rest of the crew seemed infected with. He was content to sit next to Luffy for as long as Luffy wanted, and he never got all twisty inside about it, even when the only thing Luffy did was look out at the sea. Monster chattered softly and pulled Luffy over to Lucky Roo. Again, Luffy couldn't help but tense at the anticipation he sensed from Lucky Roo, but he allowed himself to be led to him anyway. Unwillingly, his eyes followed Shanks as he went to talk to a group of men setting up a fire and places to sit. He still couldn't believe Shanks was really with him, even if he hadn't fallen back into the fog he had lived in for weeks when he was first free, when Rayleigh took him. "Looks like you're with me today, Luffy," Lucky Roo said brightly, though Luffy couldn't help but notice that his voice wasn't as bright as he seemed. "Don't tell anyone, but we're going on an adventure to pick some special peaches." Something about the idea of special peaches sounded familiar, and he felt his brows furrow slightly. "You might not remember, but when you first met the boss, he told you all about the time Yasopp accidentally ate almost a dozen peaches before he realized they gave him spots." "That's right." Shanks had told him about that. Almost unwillingly, a foreign spark of curiosity lit up inside him. This was the same island? Something new entered Lucky's voice, and it took Luffy several moments to place the emotion. It was mischievousness. "We thought it'd be a good idea to remind Yasopp of his decisions." Lucky Roo's smile widened. "In secret, of course." Suddenly, Luffy felt just as nervous as he had on the ship. The idea of doing something to Yasopp that would make him angry worried him, but if this was what the crew wanted to do, Luffy had no choice but to go along with it. So he shuffled behind Lucky Roo with Monster a comforting presence on his back as they found the nearest peach tree out of sight of the crew. Lucky Roo picked several and stuffed them in his pockets, before leading Luffy back to the beach. By this point, Luffy was so anxious that he hardly noticed the scenery of the island. As they got closer and closer to the rest of the crew, a spring of nerves wound tighter inside of him. The crew had finished setting up multiple bonfires and had started passing out drinks, though none of them were drinking yet. Lucky Roo brought Luffy over to the barrels of ale and, with a sneaky look at Luffy, he pulled out a handheld juicer. He then squeezed the juice of several peaches into a cup and filled the rest with ale. "There, that'll be enough to last several hours," Lucky Roo said, mischief still lighting up his voice. "Several hours?" Yasopp would be so angry. "Here, make sure this gets to Yasopp." Lucky Roo handed the cup to Lime Juice. "You got it." Lime Juice winked at Luffy, but his voice was still as down as it had been the past month. The disconnect unnerved Luffy. Sooner than Luffy could handle, he was seated next to Monster and Lucky on a log. He couldn't help but notice that Yasopp was directly across from Luffy. "It would take no time at all for him to reach you," the voice in his head whispered. Luffy sought out Shanks' voice, and found him walking up to their circle around the fire. He sat a few spaces away next to Beckman, but when Luffy looked over at him, he found Shanks already staring at Luffy with an unknown emotion in his voice. This was the same unknown emotion that he had felt ever since recognizing Shanks, but Luffy still couldn't place it. It made him anxious. Shanks smiled, but Luffy could feel that he was almost as nervous as Luffy himself for some reason. It was Shanks, Luffy tried to reassure himself. Surely, he wouldn't let Yasopp hurt Luffy. Right? And then there was Rayleigh, watching passively from a nearby log as the red hair pirates all gathered their drinks. They still weren't drinking yet. Why weren't they drinking yet? "Everyone! A toast to Luffy's first adventure!" Shanks yelled out to the cheers of the men. That's when Luffy felt a sense of betrayal. Shanks was in on this plan too? He wanted Yasopp to get mad at Luffy? Cheers! They all drank and Luffy could hardly resist the urge to run. He didn't though, knowing the punishment for running would be worse. He stared at Yasopp as he chugged his drink, and then, slowly, big pink circles emerged all over his skin. Luffy's nails dug into his palm. The first man to notice Yasopp's new spots pointed and laughed loudly. Soon enough, everyone had followed suit. Luffy was so fixated on Yasopp's voice that he wasn't paying attention to any of the others around him. He listened as Yasopp's voice first grew confused. "Hey, what are you all laughing at?" Yasopp cried out. Then realization. "What? Spots? I swear I didn't eat any of those demed peaches." Then irritation. "Was this one of you?" Lucky Roo guffawed deeply. "Lucky? I had some help," Lucky Roo said. Yasopp's eyes slid from Lucky Roo to Luffy. This was the moment it all fell apart. He stiffened in anticipation. Then, amusement? "Well, you and Luffy got me good." Yasopp looked down at his spotted hands and started laughing. "How many did you put in here?" "Enough to last a few hours." "Hours? Ha 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 ha." Pure amusement and joy. Yasopp was happy? Luffy looked around the crowd of pirates, taking in the sight of their laughing faces. They were all happy? He then took note of the voices around him. They were so bright. Ever since Luffy's mystery power had awoken, he had never felt such positive emotions. Even the happiness that the celestial dragons had felt had been tainted or accompanied by the misery of a nearby SLV. Luffy's eyes watered as the crew laughed around him. "Luffy?" Shanks asked, a note of worry in his voice. "Are you all right?" Something broke inside of him and he burst into tears for the first time since Rayleigh had taken him. "Luffy!" Shanks rushed over and knelt in front of him in the sand. The laughter of the crew halted and was replaced with panic as Luffy wailed at the top of his lungs. "I'm not." Luffy got out between heaving breaths. "I'm really not there anymore." Pure relief. That was what he felt. The realization was too much for him to handle. "You're not, Luffy. You'll never go back." "Dad!" Luffy cried, daring to say the word for the first time since seeing Shanks again. I'm really free now." "You are. For the rest of your life," Shanks said urgently. "You're never going back to them. Not as long as I live." At those words, Luffy hunched in on himself as his tears intensified. He felt more than saw Shanks' arm extend, but it paused before reaching Luffy. Suddenly, Luffy wanted nothing more than to reach out and meet him. Shanks wasn't his master. Luffy was free now. With a burst of courage he hadn't felt in so long, he lunged forward into Shanks' chest. Immediately, Shanks wrapped his arm around Luffy's back and the feeling of a warm touch, unaccompanied by pain, almost unraveled him. "I'm here, Luffy. I'm not going anywhere." "You're safe now," Shanks murmured into Luffy's hair. The unknown emotion from before was there in Shanks' voice, almost overwhelmingly, but it didn't scare Luffy this time. Something wet dripped onto the top of Luffy's head. "I love you, Luffy." Oh. That was the unknown emotion. The nearby crew, having realized what was happening, relaxed. The feeling of joy and relief radiated all around him. So, as he was embraced by his dad, surrounded by family, Luffy let go for the first time in years. He was free.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.